HQN Books and Harper Audio present Second Chance Spring, featuring the bonus story, Just One Look, by JoAnn Ross, performed by Ashley Klanick. To Jay, whom I married twice, the second time during our own real-life second chance spring. Chapter 1. From the first time he'd walked through the door of 30 Rockefeller Plaza as a 21-year-old, wet behind the ears, first-round rookie draft pick, the building had been Burke Mannion's favorite in Manhattan. The name had changed to the Comcast Building, and despite the huge LED NBC peacocks lighting up the New York skyline, to him, the building that had embodied a dream he'd been working toward for as long as he could remember would always be 30 Rock, where his adult life had begun. As the Gotham Knights quarterback, he'd entered the American pantheon of NFL players. Because, as Sinatra had sung, if you could make it in New York, you could make it anywhere. Even all these years later, as he walked beneath a large Art Deco sculpture of wisdom, he felt a surge of energy. He'd grown accustomed to that, but today it was crackling with extra tension. When he entered the suite of offices on the 56th floor, the receptionist greeted him with a chirpy, "Good morning," and a dazzling smile. A moment later, one of several minions immediately appeared to ask if he wanted coffee, espresso, a latte, perhaps? Water? With the team's blowout Super Bowl win over Washington last season, the Gotham Knights had become football royalty, and he was their tall, ripped, handsome king. Not his words, but those written in a gushing Sports Illustrated editorial. Burke knew that the headlines and the appearances on the morning talk shows, where he'd flirt, just a little, with the female anchors, talk jive with the men, and help prepare the dubbed every year best ever Super Bowl dish for the viewers at home, were all hype. As were the radio and late-night show interviews, where he'd have no shortage of stories to make the audiences laugh. Because if there was one thing he'd realized, even going back to his high school days, it was that people liked their sports heroes to not only be the best at what they did, but also be funnier and shine brighter than other mere mortals. He'd always been sure to give them what they wanted. The Knights had a dynamite publicity and social media group that sent out a blizzard of highlight reels after every game. While various sports shows might show the sacks, interceptions, and blocked kicks from weekly games, the videos coming from 30 Rock were always positive, narrated by Morgan Freeman's deep, vibrating baritone. They showed off dazzling, long-pass receptions into the end zone that had fans holding their breaths, or QB Mannion dodging an onslaught of opposing attackers, only to pull off a play no one saw coming. And if that weren't enough, nearly every game there'd be a touchdown he'd run in from the red zone when he couldn't find an open receiver. More than one sportscaster had begun referring to him as a human highlight reel. Burke knew that he'd be making headlines as soon as word of what he was considering leaked. Hell, he might even break the internet, and not in a good way. "You've got to be freaking kidding me," Sam Otterbane, the team's general manager, said. It was exactly the reaction Burke had been expecting. "No, I'm not. We've had this discussion before, Sam, several times over the years. And we've been working on the problem." From the way the guy who'd changed his life so many years ago was glancing down at the bottom drawer of his desk, Burke guessed he was thinking of that bottle of Henry McKenna's single-barrel 10-year bourbon he kept in there. "When you picked me first in the draft, you promised a front line that would protect me. I've been trying, but the cap—" He shrugged, as if proclaiming himself helpless when it came to the annual payment limits of the league. The cap didn't stop you from signing Kurt Washington. The team had traded 2 years of first picks and 3 other players to be named later to get the Heisman Trophy running back. Not to mention the kid's $20 million signing bonus on top of the $20 million for 4 years. What can I say? Another shrug. Another furtive glance at that drawer. Mel had his finance team run the numbers and decided he'd be worth it in the long run. Mel being Mel Montgomery, the billionaire owner who'd made his fortune in finance and trading. To him, the Knights were like all his other investments. It would always come down to the numbers. Because Vince wants another running back, Burke said. Vince Jones, the team's head coach, had come out of an SEC university renowned for winning national titles. Not all coaches could make the transition from college to the pros, and he and Burke had both been rookies here their first year. The guy was good. Better than good. He was brilliant. But despite the team's winning record, their styles had never meshed as well as Burke felt they could. You knew when you accepted the offer to come here that Vince likes a running game. I did. I was also told that I'd been acquired to shake things up. Because not only can I throw the long ball, I can do it from out of the pocket on the fly. No one's better. Yet you're not letting me do that as often as I could if you'd just give me a damn front line that can keep me from getting sacked. We both know that Vince is never going to change. He came from college with a game that won for him. As you also knew, and you can't deny that it hasn't proven to be a winning pro game too. We haven't had a year without a postseason since you arrived. Vince brought the game. You provided the magic that lifted it to NFL level. Burke had been through this conversation so many times he could have it in his sleep. Which he had, more and more lately. Do you know how many concussions I've had? Not exactly. Not off the top of my head. And didn't that question cause yet another glance at the drawer? Neither do I, because concussion protocol wasn't a thing when I was playing in high school or college. There were admittedly times during those years, even after he'd gone pro, when he'd been younger and thought himself invincible, that he hadn't told his coaches or trainers about times he'd gotten his bell rung hard enough that he'd have no memory of plays he'd catch later on the highlight reel. All I know is that I've been getting sacked an average of 40 damn times a season. And what I also know, and what Vince has suggested, is that the average would improve if you adopted a less sack-prone play. Sam countered with a flare of heat. Hell, Burke, the days of you having to carry the entire team are behind us. You've got some of the best guys in the league who can gain yardage on the ground. There's no reason for you to invite pressure by leaving the damn pocket. Which I need to do to buy time to make the plays that win games and championships. He was proud to have received the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award, granted to a player for their impact on their community. He'd been to 9 Pro Bowls, including in his rookie year. He'd won 3 MVP trophies, including one in the season he'd been sidelined by a concussion that prevented him from playing in the championship game he'd earned. That caused a loss when all the odds makers had the Knights as Super Bowl champs. But he'd made up for it the following year, when he'd achieved his lifetime goal of winning the shiny Vince Lombardi trophy and a big-ass gold and diamond ring that looked like it could be seen from space. But after a painful 1-point loss due to a sack in the red zone with 20 seconds to play this past January, sports reporters who'd once fawned all over him had spent the last few months reminding football fans that Burke Mannion hadn't joined the elite group of quarterbacks who'd won back-to-back Super Bowls. And with the team the Knights management was building, membership in that club was looking as elusive as Bigfoot. Look, I'm not blaming anyone here, he said, dialing down the temperature of the conversation. But we've been in the bottom fourth of the league in offensive line expenditures the past 5 seasons. Our front line can't effectively block the other guy's defense, which leaves me having to scramble to conjure something out of nothing. If I stayed more in the pocket, there'd be a lot more sacks. And injuries. With the money the front office is paying me, you can't want me warming the bench. Sam literally threw up his hands. Hell, Burke, I know that. You know that. But the damn cap. The discussion was cut off by Burke's phone dinging a text. Deciding to deal with that later, he reached into his pocket to silence the phone when he saw a "call me now" text from his brother Aiden, a former LA Vice cop who'd taken the job of Honeymoon Harbor's police chief after being wounded in a shootout that had killed his partner. Aiden was not one to ever use all caps, unless it was an emergency. "I've got to take this," he said. "It's from my brother and looks important." "Sure. It'll give me time to call Mel and set up a meeting for the 3 of us." That alone assured Burke that he was valued. Not many players got a meeting with both the GM and the team's owner. "You're our guy, Burke. We realize with your contract expiring, given that you're an unrestricted free agent, we could lose you to someone else. Believe me, we don't want that to happen. I've been thinking it'd be a good idea for you to have more input in how the team builds. It only makes sense that dialogue between you and the front office should happen more frequently. You say you want a better opportunity to win a second Super Bowl. That's what we all want. So let's see what we can work out. That's all I'm asking," Burke said as he left the room to call his brother. Aiden answered on the first ring and didn't mince words. "It's Mom," he said. "She's been in an accident." Burke's career woes fled his mind as his blood turned to ice. Aiden wouldn't have called for a fender bender. "How bad?" "I don't know, but it's not good. She was T-boned by a truck at the crossroads right in front of Blue House Farm. Fortunately, the impact was on the passenger side, but the force spun her around into the burrow ditch on the side of the road. Jim Olsen called in the wreck, said she was unconscious when he reached the car from the farm. He couldn't get to her because she was tipped sideways in the ditch and the other door was smashed in. She was still unconscious when I arrived, about 4 minutes after Jim's call. Damn. The good news is that she had regained consciousness by the time the fire department arrived to cut her out with the jaws of life. But the EMTs asked the usual head injury test questions, and she doesn't have any memory of the crash, or what she was doing before impact. She also didn't know what day it was, but did get the president's name right, although she stumbled a bit on coming up with it. I'll be there as soon as I can. Aiden didn't mince words. That's why I called you. I figured you'd want to come home, especially with it being the off-season. Burke's head was spinning and foggy, the same as he felt when he'd get those concussions his mother worried about. Visions of her being cut out of her beloved red Prius swirled through his mind. He stuck his head into the doorway. I'm sorry, Sam, but we'll have to take this up some other time. It's my mom. She's been in an accident. Her car was T-boned. My cop brother says it was bad. Go. The man he considered both his boss and a friend waved his hand. I'll call and have the Gulfstream waiting for you. The team was one of a handful in the league that traveled on their own 767 to and from games. The smaller Gulfstream was for the team owner, his family, and his 1%er pals. I appreciate the offer, but you pay me enough that I can charter one myself. The hell you will, Sam said. That'd take time you don't need to waste. And just in case the thought occurs to you when you're in the air, I'm not doing it to win points or pressure you into signing. This one's personal. Despite their differences, Burke knew that to be true. Thanks. After racing back through the bronze revolving doors and out of the building, he grabbed a cab and stopped by his apartment just long enough to throw some clothes in a bag. On the way to the airport, He prayed to the God he hadn't thought about all that much since his youthful prayers of a pro football career had been answered. He decided not to call Aiden, who was probably busy doing cop things to find out more details. He didn't want to call his dad, who'd undoubtedly be an emotional mess. His parents had fallen in love as teenagers. He couldn't imagine one of them without the other. No, don't go there. Brianna, his sister, would be busy comforting everyone, bustling around, using her former hotel concierge skills to find out information and do whatever it took to make the situation less horrific. Then there was his brother Gabe, but he had his own family he'd be dealing with. The foster kids he'd adopted with Chelsea Mannion were like John and Sarah Mannion's own blood grandchildren. And having spent so many years in the foster care system, the last thing they needed was to have their lives turned upside down again. So he called the most logical brother, The Rock, Quinn, the eldest, who'd given up a high-paying law career in Seattle to return to Honeymoon Harbor, open a craft brewery, and reestablish the family pub that had been closed down during Prohibition over a century ago. Quinn had brought it back to life, and Burke had figured part of the reason for its success was the eldest Mannion brother's superpower, an uncanny knack for listening. Burke couldn't count all the times growing up when he'd go off on a rant, losing his temper over some undoubtedly trivial thing. And Quinn would nod his head, listening until Burke wound down. And most times, Burke would figure out his own solution to whatever grievance he'd been mad about in the first place. His brother answered on the first ring. "Just a minute," he said. Burke heard him speak again, undoubtedly to other family members huddled in some waiting room at the hospital. "It's Burke," he told them. "I'll be right back." There was a buzz of conversation in the background, then silence, suggesting Quinn had left the room. After what seemed like a lifetime, but was less than a minute, he said, "Where are you?" "On the way to LaGuardia." "What airline and flight number?" "It's the team's private jet. I figured I could save driving time by flying into Port Angeles instead of SeaTac." "Good plan." Quinn didn't question it. Perhaps he thought private jets were the usual mode of flying for the most famous Mannion brother. Or more than likely, it was simply that he'd always been a man of few words. "How's Mom?" Aiden didn't get into details. "Still too early to know. Apparently she was coming back from a meeting with a design client out at the lake, and her car was T-boned at that four-way stop by Blue House Farm. Aiden told me that much. That had to be hard for him, taking that call." Burke knew that his brother had dealt with a lot worse while working undercover on LA's mean streets. Hell, from what he'd heard from Brianna, the shootout that had killed his partner had sent him spiraling into a dark place for a time. But none of the victims of the crimes he'd investigated had been their mom. "No shit, Sherlock. Someone, Aiden suspects kids, stole the stop sign. The delivery truck that hit her blew through the intersection. Reports from some people the driver passed said he'd been speeding, which, if true, will show up on the EDR the company puts in its trucks. It's like those airplane black boxes reporting speed, impact, and brake pedal data. Of course, knowing that won't make what happened to Mom any better, so..." His voice drifted off. Burke heard what sounded like an inhaled breath, then a long exhale. "Jim saw it happen and called it in," he said, repeating Aiden's account of the accident. "Which was lucky since the road to the farm doesn't get all that much traffic." "Did Aiden tell you that they had to cut her out of the car?" "Yeah, and that she was unconscious when he got there, but had come to by the time the EMT arrived. Which is a positive. The paramedic and EMT said the airbags and seatbelt did their jobs, but she has some fractured ribs." Having experienced such an injury himself when a linebacker had plowed his helmet into his chest, Burke winced. "It's her head everyone's worried about," Quinn said. They did a CT scan and didn't find any skull fractures, so now it's mostly a waiting game. That was one game Burke would give anything not to play. They didn't airlift her to Seattle? The surgeon's former military, wanting a quieter life after so many war front deployments. After leaving the Army as a major, she transferred from Madigan Military Hospital in Tacoma to here. If there's one thing she knows, it's trauma. Trauma. Over the years, Burke had witnessed a lot of rough, even career-ending injuries on the field. But never in his wildest nightmares would he have imagined his mom suffering something so brutal. Better yet, Quinn continued, during the doc's service, seeing so many TBIs, traumatic brain injuries. I know what they are. Burke broke in. Yeah, sure you do. There was a long sigh. Burke could imagine his brother dragging his hand down his face, a seemingly inborn habit he shared with their dad. It was one of the two men's few tells of stress. Anyway, along with her being a board-certified surgeon, the Army sent her back to school for more training, so she's a board-certified neurointensivist, which, from all the hospital jargon we were given, sounds like a neurologist on steroids. And she set up practice in Honeymoon Harbor? The small, two-stoplight town on Washington State's Olympic Peninsula that Burke had been hell-bent on escaping was a quaint, picturesque place that could have been painted by Norman Rockwell or Grandma Moses. It wasn't the type of place where a surgeon who could practice in the most prestigious hospitals in the country was likely to settle. She winter-trained on a joint mission with some Navy SEALs in the Olympic Mountains a few years ago, and apparently fell in love with the place, so when she left the Army, we were lucky to get her. Brianna looked her up online. She has patients from all over the peninsula and has admitting privileges in hospitals around the state. Lucky, Burke echoed. Yeah. Quinn's tone flattened, suggesting that things sucked when you had to look that hard for a bit of luck. How's Dad? You know him. Outwardly, he's as calm as one of those Tibetan monks he lived with in Nepal during his 20s. Inside, I suspect every atom in his body is firing. They've been together nearly forever. If anything happens, don't say it. Quinn warned in his quietly dangerous eldest brother's voice. Burke hadn't heard it since his teens, when he'd been caught coming home from a party drunk and reeking of pot. Having planned a long career in the pros, Burke had typically treated his body not so much like a temple, but as something to take care of if he wanted it to achieve NFL, then Hall of Fame status. But that night, the Honeymoon Harbor Sea Lions had won the state championship. Again. And it had all been because of his ability to throw the long game-winning pass to his now brother-in-law, Seth Harper. I need to get back to the others, Quinn said. I'll call you on the plane if there's any news. Keep me updated with your ETA, and I'll pick you up. No, I don't want anyone having to drive me around. I'll arrange to have a car waiting at the airport. That's not necessary. Between us all, we have enough vehicles that there'll be one available for you. Dad bought a new truck for the farm last season. There was a long pause. Damn, I wish Mom had been driving that. Burke heard him blow out a breath. Anyway, see you in a few hours in Port Angeles. And hey, bro, don't beat yourself up for not being here. With that, he ended the call, leaving Burke wondering how his brother always seemed to know what he, and seemingly everyone else, was thinking. Chapter 2. Burke was no stranger to private jets, but deep inside, he still got a kick out of being welcomed aboard by a crew whose jobs were solely to make his flight as comfortable as possible. The pilot, he remembered, was former military who had flown jets off carriers in the Persian Gulf. Once, after being invited into the cockpit, Burke had asked him if he found ferrying rich guys around the country boring after that. He'd told him that while there were times he missed the rush of landing on a deck that was being pitched by ocean waves, the payoff was knowing he'd be coming home to his wife and 3 kids, something they hadn't been able to count on during his Marine pilot days.
So the trade-off was worth it?
Burke had asked.
Absolutely.
The guy had glanced over at Burke, who'd been studying the cockpit's complex controls.
You're not married.
It hadn't been a question, but Burke had answered anyway.
No? Then you can't fully understand. I was a typical hotshot pilot, playing the field when I met my Amy. She's a pediatrician. She was out at a club with her girlfriends to celebrate her 30th birthday. I was there with some guys, doing what guys do at clubs, drinking and picking up women.
There was a time, not that long ago, when that had been Burke's second best sport. The tabloids had even started showing him out at clubs with various models, actresses, and pampered rich society girls who were living lives as empty as their heads on daddy's dime. Burke never did drugs or got drunk in public. He understood that he had a reputation to uphold, not only for the team and all those kids who saw him as a role model, but for his parents back home as well. Brianna had told him that their mother kept a scrapbook of his exploits on the field and his charity work, but had left out the part of his life that had landed his face on the covers of tabloids and gossip magazines, not just in America, but even in Great Britain, where the Knights played a game every preseason. "It got so we couldn't go to the market without seeing your face," she'd told him. "Always with some new woman. Mom and Dad didn't say anything, but back when I was working in Vegas, I could tell they were worried from the way they'd ask if I'd heard from you." Brianna was not the only one of the siblings to have passed on that information, except for Quinn, who'd only texted once, asking if Burke was all right, and reminding him that he was always there to talk.
"I'm right as rain,"
Burke had responded at the time, even adding a stupid umbrella emoji for emphasis.
"Great,"
Quinn had texted back. But Burke knew the eldest of the Mannion brothers had known he'd been lying, because Quinn always knew everything. Always true to his word, his brother was waiting when the jet landed at Port Angeles' William R. Fairchild Airport.
"How is she?"
Burke asked as they drove to Honeymoon Harbor, a small Victorian coastal town located on one of the world's largest inland seas. Situated between the volcanic chain of the Cascade Mountains and the Olympic Mountains, encompassing Puget Sound, and the Canadian waters off Vancouver, British Columbia. The sea had 400 islands, including the San Juans. Surrounded by lush, mossy old-growth forests and home to majestic orcas, the Salish Sea was a crown jewel of the Pacific Northwest.
Her chest x-ray showed 2 broken ribs, and, unsurprisingly, she's got a hell of a headache, dizziness, and some nausea.
"It's scary," said Burke, who not only didn't know how many concussions he'd had, but had lied about his condition just to get back in the game. But that was then, and this was now. And more importantly, it was his mom they were talking about.
"Yeah. It's lucky she wasn't killed. Like I told Aiden, I don't know what Dad would do if he lost Mom."
They'd been together since their high school years, when, according to family lore, they'd sneak out and ride the ferry out of town together because their mom's parents didn't want her dating a town boy, for fear she'd get stuck in Honeymoon Harbor. She was the first Harper to go to college, and they'd had higher plans for her, which was how she'd ended up out east for school. But even that hadn't stopped them from seeing each other, because John Mannion had lived on a shoestring while at UW, saving his money to fly back east every few months to be with her.
"I don't know what any of us would do,"
Quinn admitted.
"She's always been the heart of this family."
He braked to let a herd of Roosevelt elk cross in front of them. The magnificent animals had always inspired a feeling of awe in Burke. Not today.
You said the doctor was good. Supposedly the best in the state. In addition to Brianna's Googling, I made some calls.
Of course he had.
Well, then, we'll have to count on that.
Neither spoke the rest of the way to Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital. As they got into the elevator, Burke was surprised when Quinn hit the button for the cafeteria.
I ate on the plane. Good for you. There's someone you need to talk to before you come up to the waiting room. Brianna? No.
Quinn had returned to his typical closed-mouthed self.
Someone else you apparently know,
he said cryptically. The doors opened. Quinn stayed where he was.
I'll see you in a bit. We're on the 5th floor. The nurse at the desk can point you to the waiting room.
Still not knowing what he was doing besides experiencing the same sense of icy dread he felt whenever he knew he was about to get sacked, Burke stepped out of the elevator. Hearing the doors close behind him, he followed the arrows painted on the wall down the hall to the cafeteria, where, as if attracted by a powerful magnet, his gaze was immediately drawn to a woman, seated alone at a table by a window that overlooked the harbor. She was holding a cardboard cup in her hands. A box of additional cups sat on the table in front of her. The impetus for his spiral into that reckless club life didn't look any more eager to see him than he was to see her. It didn't make any damn sense. What the hell was Lily Carpenter doing in Honeymoon Harbor? What were the odds that, of all the towns in all the world, she'd end up in his? He'd once dated a psychology professor from Columbia who'd talked him into attending a retreat in Northern California where you were supposed to get in touch with your true spiritual self. He'd put himself through a weekend unplugged from the outside world, taking Tai Chi classes at dawn and eating all vegan meals. Yoga had twisted his athlete's body into pretzel shapes and left him grateful for the saltwater hot tub. Workshops on mindfulness led to him pissing off his date by constantly referring to it as mindlessness. The weekend ended with everyone walking barefoot on hot coals, which was how he felt now as he crossed the room to her table.
Hello, Lily.
He greeted her, saying her name out loud for the first time in nearly 2 years. Not that he was counting. Why the hell hadn't Quinn given him a heads up? Hello, Burke. Silence strung between them, long and tense. I'm so sorry about Sarah.
You know my mother?
Lily shrugged, even as her knuckles turned white from tightening her hold on the cup. It's a small town, and Brianna's one of my best friends.
My sister?
Burke asked, surprised Brianna hadn't mentioned making friends with the woman who'd turned his entire life upside down. Then again, unless Lily had told her, she would have no way of knowing the two of them had even been together. Lily had insisted on keeping their relationship private. She doesn't know about us, she confirmed, as though she'd heard the question that had exploded in his mind. Then she released her death grip on the cup, long enough to run her fingers through her shoulder-length, honey-blonde hair, which, damn, reminded him of how it had felt on his bare chest after making love. No, not love, he'd learned. Sure, she'd been the first woman he'd given his heart to since Ms. Howard, his second-grade teacher. But in turn, she'd trampled on it, as if the red-soled high heels she'd been so fond of wearing had been the cleats of an entire opposing defensive line. That was when he'd realized that she'd meant it when she'd told him she didn't do relationships. Apparently, he'd simply been a diversion. Hell, sex with a pro athlete had probably been on one of those to-do lists she was always creating.
What are you doing here, Lily?
Somehow, even over the olfactory assault of alcohol, disinfectants, and overly scented cleaners, along with questionable aromas coming from the cafeteria line. She still smelled like sunshine and the wildflowers that turned the spring mountain hillsides around Honeymoon Harbor into an impressionist landscape. I told you, Brianna's my friend. Where else would I be at a time like this?
Not here.
He swept his arm to encompass the cafeteria.
In Honeymoon Harbor.
Her hand took another swipe through her hair. Her nails were short, shiny, and painted the color of a ripe peach. Would you mind sitting down? It's difficult to have a conversation while you're towering over me.
Funny, I don't remember you thinking we needed a conversation when you broke up with me. By text.
Color rose in her cheeks, reminding him, damn it, yet again, of how flushed and beautiful she'd look after sex. That wasn't my best moment, she admitted.
You think?
Realizing that they were drawing attention to themselves, but wanting to get the conversation over with before he went upstairs, he pulled out a chair and sat across the table from her. Those peach-hued nails began drawing little figure eights on the table. He could remember them doing the same thing on his bare back. No, don't go there. I told you from the start that I wasn't looking for anything long-term or permanent, that I was pretty much a rolling stone, she said. You told me you weren't in any position for a relationship either, that football was pretty much your life. And after the Pro Bowl, you were spending 6 weeks in Mexico with your performance team and one of your receivers. What he hadn't told her was that he'd been about to ask her to go with him. First to the Pro Bowl, and although he realized she couldn't take 6 weeks off work, he'd figured that she could fly back and forth to Mexico on weekends. Although he was known for one of the toughest training regimens, traveling with his own trainer, physical therapist, massage therapist, and chef. Even he couldn't work 24/7.
That doesn't explain how you ended up in my hometown,
he said evenly, his voice belying the fact that his heart felt as if he'd been running wind sprints. It was the way you talked about it. You always made it sound like a Hallmark holiday movie. Which, although they weren't his thing, he'd watched with her in bed instead of his annual viewing of Die Hard, which she'd refused to accept as a Christmas flick. Just because all that shooting, murder, and mayhem takes place during Christmas does not make it a Christmas movie, she'd insisted. He'd been about to argue that point when she'd climbed on top of him and covered his mouth with hers, and her taste caused all the ways he was going to prove her wrong to escape his mind.
Those Hallmark movies aren't real,
he said now. I realize that. It's hard to explain, but it sounded so appealing at the time. New York hadn't suited me the first time I'd moved there from Hawaii after college. It was too busy, too loud, too, well, brash, I guess. He leaned back in the metal chair and folded his arms.
Yet you'd returned.
Where it had been his bad luck to meet her. Revealing nerves, or perhaps to avoid meeting his eyes, she began arranging the sweetener packets on the Formica table by color: pink, yellow, blue, white. I'd been working down in Atlanta when I was offered that opportunity to work at a foundation focused on food insecurity. I decided maybe, being 10 years older, I'd find the city different.
But it wasn't.
No. She glanced briefly up at him, then began carefully putting the packs back into the bowl. I didn't leave because of you. How many times had he given that it's not you, it's me excuse? Although it had always been true, it sure as hell felt different, having been on the other end of it.
If that's true, then there wasn't any reason for you not to tell me in person when you planned to leave the city.
It's complicated.
Apparently. So you came here directly from New York?
No. I flew to LA because it was the first open ticket I could find at the last minute. I rented a house in Malibu for 6 weeks, and as much as I enjoyed living on the beach, I kept thinking about this town. I initially came out of curiosity because of how you'd always described it. Call me jaded, but I didn't believe a place like this still existed. Yet the minute I stepped off the ferry, I felt an inner click, as if I'd finally found where I belonged. Honeymoon Harbor is the only place that's ever felt like home. She looked up, her moss-green eyes finally meeting his gaze. Except for a few years in a Swiss convent school, and some time in Paris as a child, this is the longest I've ever lived in any one place. I'm happy here. The convent school was a section of her biography he hadn't known, as was the fact that she'd spent part of her childhood in Paris. But then he'd never known much about Lily Carpenter's backstory. Whenever he'd brought up the past, she'd always deftly shift the subject back to him. She'd been good at that, making him later wonder if he'd merely been yet another in a long line of guys she'd dumped over the years, scattered from place to place like the clamshells abandoned by seagulls littering their beaches. Good for you. He pushed the chair back and stood up. And now that you've made yourself clear, I've got to go see my mom. Of course you do. She paused, glancing down at her watch. It was a lady Rolex, with tiny diamonds taking the place of numbers behind the face's protective crystal. I told Brianna I'd be back in 10. He shrugged. Don't let me keep you. Like you said in the text and repeated just now, whatever our relationship was, we both agreed going in that it was never meant to be permanent. Having seen how difficult professional sports could be on families, Burke had decided early on that marriage wasn't in the cards for him. Being single allowed him to concentrate solely on the game. And he mostly had since his Pop Warner days, although his teacher mother had never let him get away with not doing his homework before going to bed. But Lily Carpenter had got him thinking that perhaps, maybe, it was just convenient, no strings attached, hookup sex, he said. Color rose again in her cheeks. As she began stirring her coffee, her hand trembled. Not enough for most people to notice, but just as his eyes were capable of taking in an entire football field in action. He'd always been hyper-attentive to this woman. He'd known she'd built walls around herself, but he had been chump enough to believe she'd lowered the drawbridge for him because he was special to her. Not just because of the sex, which had been off the charts, but because they'd had a strong connection from the moment they'd met at that charity event she'd organized. I didn't put it that way. Unable or unwilling to meet his stony gaze again, she was staring into the depths of the cup. She may not have written the words back then, but the meaning had come through loud and clear, along with the pain. He'd thought he'd put it behind him, but it still felt like a scalpel to the chest, plunged straight into his heart. Like I said, I've got to go. I am so sincerely sorry, she said, following behind him as he headed back toward the elevator. Her voice was so low he wasn't certain if she was talking to herself or to him, but he glanced back over his shoulder. About your mom, she continued. And, well, everything. Mom will be okay. Burke could not, would not, allow himself to think otherwise. In middle school, he'd gotten a book from the library on the power of positive thinking. He'd followed those tenets through high school, college, and into the pros. It was why he'd been voted the offensive team leader his second year on the team. Of course she will, Lily agreed. As for Brianna, it didn't seem necessary to tell her about us because you haven't been home since I've lived here, not even for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Which would have been a bit difficult considering both occurred during football season. And she damn well knew it too, given that one and only time she'd been willing to go out in public with him. That Christmas Eve, they'd gone skating at the Rockefeller Center rink, while the iconic Christmas tree, trucked in from some farm in Maine, towered over them, ablaze in white lights. It wasn't meant as criticism. She followed him into the elevator, standing as far away as the small, closed-in space would allow. There was a guy on the team, a safety, who was severely claustrophobic and preferred to take the stairs rather than an elevator. Although some of the guys ragged him for this, Burke never had. But he'd also never fully understood his teammates' seemingly irrational fear of not being able to escape confined spaces. Until now.
Could have fooled me. As for us,
he hardened his gaze.
It's a bygone, in the past, forgotten.
He shrugged.
Like you said, it wasn't anything real or serious anyway.
Because she hadn't let it be. Burke had gotten over Lily Carpenter, moved on with his life. At least, that's what he'd been telling himself. And now, finally, he needed to believe it, because he had someone far more important to concentrate on. Chapter 3. Before returning home to Honeymoon Harbor to turn a dilapidated Victorian house into a bed and breakfast, Brianna Mannion Harper had worked as a high-end resort hotel concierge in cities all over the country, the last one in Las Vegas. One of the reasons for her success was her ability to sense a guest's needs at times even before they knew what they wanted. Sitting in the expansive private family waiting room that had been assigned to them, thanks to her dad being mayor and her uber-wealthy brother Gabe having helped fund the Children's Trauma Center, she sensed tension between Burke and Lily Carpenter as her brother sat waiting for his turn to see their mother. To keep the stress level down, the medical staff had strict rules about only 2 family visitors at a time. Now that she thought about it, something was off. Quinn, who'd gone to pick up Burke at the airport, had returned to the room alone. When she'd asked where Burke was, before going back into the hospital room to join his father, Quinn had explained he'd stopped to get some coffee in the shop. Yet Burke had arrived empty-handed. It was Lily who appeared moments afterward, who held a box of drinks from the specialty shop that Cops and Coffee had opened in the cafeteria. After handing them out, she'd sat down next to Brianna. "What's between you and my brother?" Brianna asked at a near whisper, after they'd hugged and she'd welcomed him home, wishing that his return to Honeymoon Harbor had been under better circumstances. The moment Lily had entered the room, Burke had given Brianna another quick hug, then moved to the far end of the room. His attention was now directed toward the TV, which was showing an episode of the Great British Baking Show. The tension that had followed them into the room was like an electric wire strung between them, sparking in the morning fog. "Which brother?" Lily's attention was drawn to a watercolor painting of Mirror Lake that, ironically, Sarah Mannion had painted and donated to the hospital. It was the lake at sunset, a wash of blues and pinks and gold, meant to instill calm. Unfortunately, it was not working. "Burke," Brianna said, "why didn't you tell me you knew him?" "Who said I did?" "Lily." Brianna was atypically tense and not at all in the mood to play games. She narrowed her eyes and lowered her voice again. "It's obvious. You came into the room and didn't even ask who he was, or seem surprised that he was here." "We ran into each other briefly downstairs, in line for coffee." "He doesn't have any with him." "The woman between us was taking forever to make a decision. He didn't want to wait because he was in a hurry to be up here with you all." That made sense, except for one thing. "But how did you know who he was?" "You can't live in this town without knowing who he is, even if you've never watched a football game. The athletic department at the college has a framed photo that's larger than the school president's. And wearing a Burke Mannion football jersey on game day might as well be declared Honeymoon Harbor's official uniform. Besides, we came up in the elevator together." "Yet you didn't come into the room together." Brianna glanced toward Burke, who now appeared intensely interested in a shoe pastry competition. Their attempt to avoid looking at each other had become more than a little obvious. Lily sighed. All right, since it's bound to come out, we've met before. At a fundraiser for child hunger. In New York? Brianna thought it was a good thing Lily didn't play poker, because she was not good at hiding the color that rose in her cheeks, and her eyes shifted again to that same painting Burke was now studying so intently. Yes, she said on another resigned sigh. But you said you'd left the city after deciding you weren't suited to that lifestyle. That was when I was just out of college, coming from Hawaii, and it proved too overwhelming. But then, a few years ago, I was working in Atlanta's tourism department when I got recruited by a headhunter to be an event planner for a New York-based nonprofit. Because it was for a good cause, and since I was a bit older, I figured I'd give the city a second try. I enjoyed the work, which was for a charity I care deeply about. When I met you and realized that the Gotham Knights quarterback was your brother, it didn't seem important enough to mention. I did so many events, and there were other, more high-profile New York celebrities taking part that night, including Robert De Niro, Taylor Swift, Leslie Jones, Hugh Jackman, Justin Timberlake, even Jay-Z and Beyoncé. So quite honestly, your brother was only one of the crowd. She'd ticked them off on her fingertips in a way that, if Brianna were a suspicious person, might have had her thinking Lily had come up with that reasonable-sounding answer in the elevator. That's quite an A-list company you were both hanging out with. As I said, it was for a good cause, and those I named were only off the top of my head. Everyone I reached out to didn't hesitate to help. Personally, though admittedly biased, Brianna didn't think that any of her brothers, especially Burke, who'd appeared to slip so easily into fame after preparing for it since childhood, could ever be just one of a crowd, even in a star power group like that. Whenever Lily had casually brought up her globe-trotting past, Brianna had wondered why, of all the places she'd lived in the world, she'd chosen to move to this small town in the upper northwest corner of the country. When asked, she'd simply said that it had been a random choice. Plus, she couldn't resist seeing if it was as idyllic as its name implied. When it had turned out to be even better, she'd decided to stay. That had always made sense, on the surface. But now Brianna had questions, especially given the way Lily and Burke were acting. There was something more than a mere casual meeting at a charity event going on. Burke's always had the most positive attitude of any of my brothers. Well, with the more recent exception of Quinn, who's been seemingly living in Zen mode since returning from Seattle. But I'm getting seriously negative vibes from Burke today. Even his hug when she'd greeted him had been stiff, and his mind had seemed somewhere else. He seems unusually tense. Of course he is. Lily covered Brianna's hand with her own. He's worried about your mom, the same way we all are. She's going to be okay, Brianna said, putting the question aside for now when she had far more important things to be worried about. I've not a single doubt of that. Lily agreed as she linked their fingers together. Sarah is the strongest woman I've ever met. No way is she going to let a stupid car accident keep her down. It was the same thing Brianna had been telling herself since Aiden had called with the horrible news. She could only hope it was true. Sarah Mannion had always been a force of nature. After studying at Sarah Lawrence College and getting a master's degree from Oxford, she'd gone to Japan to teach a course about the works of Jane Austen because, who'd have guessed, 19th century English romance novels had been very popular over there at the time. She'd been offered a position at Oxford, where her plan had been to get a PhD in literature, and eventually become the head of the English department at a prestigious university. Or, at least, that had been her parents' plan.
Her father's family was from a long line of fishermen, going back to the founding of the town. Starting out working for others, Jerome Harper had his own small fleet of boats. But Sarah had been their only child, and while they'd established a good living, they'd wanted better for her. As it happened, their daughter had a mind of her own, and rather than spending her life in some ivory tower of academia, she married her teenage sweetheart and got a job teaching at the local high school while raising 4 sons and a daughter on what would become the Mannion family Christmas tree farm. She'd stayed in education, going on to become a principal until her retirement, after which she'd returned to school herself, taking design classes at Clearwater Community College. "I'd better go talk to Burke," Brianna said. He looked strangely lost, which she supposed wasn't surprising, given that he was undoubtedly accustomed to controlling things as an NFL team captain. "Go. I need to run to the restroom anyway." Something in Lily's behavior still seemed off, but again, this was no time for in-depth questions. So Brianna moved across the room and sat down next to her brother as, one by one, the contestants took their plates of shoe nuts to the judging table. "She's working on her semester design project," she told Burke. "That's what she was doing out at the lake. Every time you look, there seem to be more McMansions being built out there by wealthy tech people from Seattle and Portland, and she's working with a family to turn one into something more closely resembling a comfortable home than the current video arcade decor. I suppose that makes sense, since it was originally built for some single guy who designs computer games. Why the hell couldn't she have just retired, like everyone else her age?" "Hello?" Brianna waved her hand in front of his face. "Showing that you've been away from home too long, may I remind you that you're talking about our mother?" "You're right. She's always been a dynamo." "It's going to be okay," Brianna said, taking hold of his hand and lacing their fingers together. "And you know this how?" She briefly closed her eyes, then her gaze drifted out the hospital window to the forest and beyond, to the jagged, snow-clad peaks of the Olympic Mountains. "Because it has to be. Because anything less than okay was unthinkable." "I'm with you on that," he said. "How are Graham and Gramps doing?" "As well as can be expected. They're both tough and elderly enough that, unfortunately, they've lost friends and family. Gramps' older cousin, Sam, had a fatal heart attack last month while marlin fishing in Florida." "That's tough. But it's got to be different when you're worried about losing a child, especially your only child." "You're not going to get any argument from me. It was hard to get Graham to put her rosary beads down long enough to eat something. Finally, Dr. Kim sent them home. She said Mom was keeping her busy enough. She didn't want to have another family member become a patient. Kylie's with them at the farm. Although you never showed much interest in my girlfriends, surely you remember her. She was my best friend in high school, and like the sister I never had. I told you she got married, right?" "Yeah, to another photographer she met when she was taking photos of World War II vets' graves in France." "Her wife's name is Mai. They adopted an adorable baby girl, who's now a toddler. Kylie will be happy to see you." "And you're wrong about my not having any interest in your friends. I had a crush on her back in the day," Burke said. Despite the seriousness of their situation, his lips curved in a faintly reminiscent smile. "When I asked her out, she told me that I was a nice guy and hot, but she played for the other team." That was a surprise, and for a second, Brianna was grateful to have something other than worrying about their mother to think about. She hadn't come out then. She must have really trusted you. "I guess. Mostly I think she wanted to shut things down to keep me from asking her out again, which I probably would have done." At the time, being the star football quarterback who'd unanimously been voted prom king, Burke probably could have had almost any girl at Honeymoon Harbor High. But he hadn't dated that much, saying that he didn't want to risk falling in love and getting sidetracked on his way to playing professional football. He'd always been so single-minded that Brianna had never doubted he'd achieve his goal, just as he'd never doubted her plans to become a concierge at some of the country's best hotels. Like birds flying from the nest, they'd left Honeymoon Harbor, and now all but Burke had returned home to make new lives. Aiden, the former family bad boy, was the town's police chief, proving that God indeed must have a sense of humor. Wall Street wizard Gabe was building boats while continuing to run a nonprofit investment foundation. Quinn had left a prestigious law career behind in Seattle to brew beer and run a pub. And here Brianna was, settled down with the man who'd once been married to her best friend, the man she'd loved since elementary school. "How long can you stay home?" she asked. Not that this had been Burke's home for several years now, and from the casual way Lily had listed all those celebrities he apparently hung out with, he was unlikely to ever want to return to Honeymoon Harbor. "As long as I need to." But her question was cut off by his father and Quinn entering the waiting room, accompanied by a woman wearing a white physician's coat. Chapter 4. John Mannion had always been a strong, robust man. Growing up, Burke had heard stories about his dad's 2 years in Nepal, hiking over the high-altitude mountains for miles, and helping the people alter their food supply by planting a variety of trees that would provide a nearly year-round harvest. Instead of working in the family bank, as his father had expected, when he'd returned home, he'd bought a Christmas tree farm, married his high school and college sweetheart, and over the years, the Mannion Christmas tree farm had grown to the point where it was now shipping to dealers in 38 states. The people who took the trees home probably didn't realize that the evergreen brightening their dark winter days didn't automatically grow in that perfect conical shape, that Christmas tree farming was a year-round business. It took a lot of economic planning, the hard work of planting, then shearing to shape. The selling season was spent dealing with shippers and the always popular holiday festival, only to start all over again with new plantings. There was also the stress of dealing with forces outside your control, like weather, pests, markets, and the ever-changing style demands of buyers. Even in the rainy Pacific Northwest, his dad's face had always borne a tan from whatever sun managed to make it through the cloud cover. But now, his complexion was as gray as a February peninsula sky. "Hello, son." His welcome home smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'm glad you were able to get away." "Where else would I be?" Burke asked as his father drew him into a hug. Not a one-armed pat on the back, but a full-out one. Growing up, Burke had felt sorry for friends whose fathers were more distant. Everything his dad was thinking or feeling was revealed in his face and gestures, especially when any of them had gotten into trouble, like the time Aiden had been caught swiping a 12-pack of Coors from the back of a delivery truck parked outside Marshall's Market. The punishment that was the hardest to take was their father's disappointment. "Your mother will be glad to see you," he said, as if this was any ordinary visit. As if Burke had just arrived at the farm, and any minute his mom would come running out the door, accompanied by Mulder and Scully, the energetic Australian shepherd mixes who herded Burke and his brothers and sister as if they were sheep or cows. "How is she?" he asked. "Holding her own and insisting on going home." He stepped back and introduced the white-coated woman. "This is Dr. Hannah Kim. She can explain better than I can. Doctor, this is my son Burke." "The star quarterback." She held out her hand. "I've heard a great deal about you since moving here. Although I never attended football games in high school or college, I've joined the crowd watching the games at Quinn's pub. You've definitely made me a fan."
Her brown eyes warmed in a way that had Burke thinking that while she had to be super intelligent to practice her specialty in medicine, she also seemed to be a kind and caring person. Having had a great deal of experience with medical issues himself over the years, he'd come to realize bedside manner was often as important as a doctor's medical knowledge.
My brother told me that she was still unconscious when he arrived at the scene,
Burke said.
Which means she has a level 4 concussion.
Despite the seriousness of their conversation, the corners of her mouth quirked in a slight smile. I'm not surprised you know the levels, given your occupation.
I've had my share,
he said with a shrug, not wanting to make this about him. So I've read. And yes, being unconscious for longer than a minute did put her at a level 4. But we did a CT scan immediately upon arrival, and her speech now seems normal, as does her memory for everything except the moments before and during the accident. So for now, her prognosis for a full recovery is very positive. If she stays quiet and allows her brain to heal, she can't expect to go back to work for at least 2 weeks.
I'll sit on her if I have to,
John said, folding his arms. He'd always been the quiet parent, but if you paid attention, he was every bit the force of nature as his wife. Aiden had always said that while their mother was like a velvet steamroller you could see coming from a mile away, their father had stealth ninja skills, which had you agreeing to something before you knew what hit you. As her physician, I wouldn't advise that, Dr. Kim said with another of those near smiles. But her eyes lit up a bit with humor. There's also her fractured ribs to deal with. She glanced toward Burke. As you undoubtedly know, fractured top ribs need immediate critical care because they have the possibility of causing more serious damage. The good thing is, they almost never break. The bottom ribs are also troublemakers, being located around the diaphragm. The middle ribs, which are the ones she injured, are the sweet spot for most rib fractures, and fortunately, although they cause pain and some difficulty breathing, there's usually not risk of further injury. If she takes it easy, as I've prescribed, those should be feeling better in a week or 2. And given that she has such a large, involved family, and since the CT scan looked clear, I don't feel the need to prescribe professional home nursing.
So you're letting her go home?
Burke could hear the hope in his dad's voice. It's already getting toward evening, she said, glancing down at her watch. I'd rather err on the side of safety. I'm keeping her here overnight, just in case. His dad blew out a breath and dragged his hand through his hair, which had more silver in it than the last time Burke had been home.
I was afraid you were going to say that,
he said.
And I was equally afraid you wouldn't, although she wouldn't have been left alone a minute.
I've no doubt of that, Dr. Kim said. But if any symptoms suggesting a problem suddenly occurred, none of you would be able to do anything about it other than call 911 and have her brought here.
Which would take valuable time,
Burke said. Exactly. Whenever you're talking brains or hearts, every second counts, she agreed. If she doesn't present with any problems tonight, she'll be having breakfast at home tomorrow morning. Besides, she said, skimming a look over John's haggard face, you look as if you need a good night's sleep. His dad squared his shoulders.
I'm fine.
His jaw firmed, and Burke could read the determination in his blue eyes.
I'm staying here.
Fine. She did not seem surprised by his response. I'll have a chair, pillow, and blanket brought in for you. So, she said decisively, if she gets through tonight without incident, I'll sign the release papers in the morning.
You'll be the one to tell her she's spending the night here, right?
Finally, she allowed a full smile at that question, revealing that she already knew it was not the news Sarah Mannion was waiting to hear. Tough, Burke thought. That's part of my job, Dr. Kim said.
She's going to be okay.
Burke repeated what had become a mantra.
Of course she is.
His father took a deep breath, and this time swept both hands through his still thick hair.
But I'm damn glad I'm not the one breaking the news to her,
he muttered as they went into the room. Except for some abrasions and bruising, she looked the same as always. Burke felt a rush of relief flood through him, stronger, more powerful than he'd ever felt when completing a deep ball pass into the end zone. She shook her head, which sent silver-laced red curls bobbing, then flinched at what he knew firsthand had to be a throbbing pain.
I told them not to call you.
She greeted him a bit crossly, instead of the warm welcome he was used to receiving whenever he returned to the peninsula. A few broken ribs and a concussion are no reason for you to rush all the way across the country.
You had to be cut out of a car, Mom, and you were unconscious when Aiden arrived.
I'm sorry I caused such a fuss and scared everyone, she said, then gave him a smile capable of brightening the dreariest of the Pacific Northwest's gray skies. But looking on the bright side, now you and I are in an exclusive Mannion family concussion club.
That's not exactly a club to be proud of belonging to, love,
Burke's dad pointed out.
Oh, don't be such a worrywart.
She airily waved away his concern, then looked up at Burke. I can't hug you because of my stupid ribs. Did you know they don't really tape broken ribs the way they do in books and movies?
I do.
Of course you would, she said. You chose a career that invites weekly injuries. Dr. Kim said the compression of taping makes it more difficult to breathe deeply, which increases the chance of pneumonia.
Which you've already had,
Burke's dad reminded her. If Sarah Mannion had a flaw, it was that she too easily brushed off her own problems, including health concerns, like the time before vaccines for pneumonia had been available. She'd insisted her coughing was merely annual spring allergies due to the state's invasive Scotch broom. Every spring, when the yellow flowers burst into bloom, even people not typically susceptible to allergies would go around sneezing with reddened eyes. When his mother's cough worsened after the blooms had passed, she'd finally agreed to go to the doctor and had been diagnosed with viral pneumonia. And you needn't worry about me getting it again because I'm fully vaccinated and my ribs aren't taped, she pointed out briskly, sounding like the former principal capable of controlling a high school. Now, bend down so I can at least give you a kiss, she instructed Burke. Then I'm going to get dressed, and we're going to, as my father would say, blow this pop stand. Burke and his dad exchanged a look, which, having eyes like a hawk, she didn't miss. Except for a headache and sore ribs, I'm feeling fine, she said, addressing her words to the doctor. That's good to hear, and we'd like to be certain you stay that way, Dr. Kim responded. There was a thread of steel in her easy tone. It's only for one night. She held up a hand when Burke's mom opened her mouth to argue. Let me suggest a different scenario, the physician said. What would you want me to do if my patient in this situation was your husband? She looked at John, then Burke. Or one of your sons, or daughter. His mother blew out a breath. That's not fair, she complained. Using my family against me.
It's only for one night, Sarah, and I'll be staying here with you.
His father reached over the bed and ran the back of his hand down her cheek. That was another thing about his parents. They'd never been hesitant about showing affection in public. Burke remembered a time when they'd been chaperones at a school dance, and even the usually tolerant Brianna had been embarrassed when they slow danced closer than any of the other parents. Thinking back on that night, Burke realized they'd looked a lot like the teenagers they'd been when they first fell in love. From the way their eyes met and held now, they still did. Burke had never thought seriously about marriage. He'd seen plenty of pro athletes get divorced, in large part because their partners were left to handle family life alone for most of the preseason and regular season. It wasn't an easy life. He remembered a Sunday barbecue at the home of one of the players. The wife of a running back had laughingly said she'd learned early in her marriage not to use the good bed sheets during the season. They'd always get stained with blood from the battering her husband took. Now, as his father bent down and his mother leaned up a bit so their lips could brush, it occurred to Burke that another reason he'd never been tempted to get married was that he'd only ever met one woman he'd thought he could, just maybe, see himself spending a lifetime with. And look how that had ended up. "I'm still annoyed everyone made such a big deal of this," his mother complained. "But I can't deny that it's wonderful to see you in person instead of on TV." His mom had never been one to play the Catholic guilt card often, so he doubted that's what she was doing now, but it sure triggered that knee-jerk feeling in Burke. He wanted to apologize, but then she'd feel the need to assure him that wasn't necessary. He knew firsthand how badly her head was aching, and there was no point in dragging this conversation out. She needed to rest so she'd be able to go home tomorrow morning, where he knew every one of them was going to watch her like a hawk. Because although he might have been missing in action a lot over the years, Burke's ties to his family remained as strong as ever. He had no idea what would happen if they were to lose the best daughter, wife, and mother anyone could ever wish for. "There will be rules when you get home," Dr. Kim warned. "For at least the next week, not only do I not want you working, you're not to watch television, go online or on the computer at all. No playing video games, or any other type of games for that matter, and no reading." "No reading?" she asked incredulously. Burke had seen that protest coming the minute he heard Dr. Kim give the instruction. "What do you expect me to do?" The other woman folded her arms and straightened to her full height of perhaps 5'3" in a way that reminded Burke she'd been an army major and expected her orders to be obeyed without question. "Rest and recuperate. That's non-negotiable. You've had a serious concussion, and often symptoms of more dangerous problems don't show up right away, but within hours or days. It's imperative that your brain be given a chance to heal itself." Burke's father took her hand and laced their fingers together. "I'll read to you." He glanced at the doctor. "If that's okay." "That should be fine. Just perhaps no thrillers. We don't want her excited." "Excuse me." Sarah raised her hand. "She happens to be right here." "I was merely answering your husband's question," Dr. Kim said equably. "But let me put it directly to you. I don't see a problem with your husband or anyone else reading to you." "Thank you." Sarah nodded, then winced a bit, revealing that she was still suffering from that concussion headache. "The goal here is to keep you from having any further problems," the doctor said, softening from her earlier stance. "I realize that. I truly appreciate it. And I apologize for seeming difficult, but I have this project due for my design class final, and all I need to do to finish it up in time is whatever it is, will have to wait." Dr. Kim glanced up at Burke's father. "Is she always this impatient a patient?" "Hello again," his mother said. "I'm still here. And no, to answer your question, people have always found me very agreeable. I've been an educator since I was 21 years old and have always gotten very high likability scores from students, parents, and colleagues. And I'm not accustomed to being a patient because, except for giving birth to 5 children and a case of viral pneumonia decades ago, I've never had any health issues. I've only been in this hospital for a fundraising drive and the times I've brought my sons into the ER for adventurous mishaps. My daughter," she said, shooting Burke what appeared to be an accusing look, never caused me a moment's concern. Sarah Mannion had never possessed a temper, but Burke could tell she was coming to the end of her patience. He exchanged a look with his father, who seemed to be agreeing with his thought that was a good sign. Although it did cross Burke's mind that a sudden change in personality was one of the concussion danger signs. "I'll call the college," his dad said. "I'm sure they'll give you extra time to get the project in, given the circumstances and the fact that you're a star student who's never been late with a project. Not to mention all the money you've raised over the years for the Scholarship Foundation. Even more so since Lily Carpenter started planning events. She could probably pull some strings for you." Burke schooled his face into a neutral expression to hide his surprise at that statement. So Lily really had settled in. But for how long? Would the president of the college someday receive an out-of-the-blue text saying that his director of marketing and publicity had taken off to greener pastures? "But the project is part of the work I'm doing for a client. A paying client," his mother stressed. "I'm well aware of that." His father took her hand again. "And we both know that they'll understand. After all, they came to you after seeing the work you'd done to bring Heron's Landing into the 21st century while keeping its early 19th century charm." Since that didn't sound like something his father would typically say, Burke guessed that's what her clients had stated after visiting his sister's B&B. "A couple weeks' delay isn't going to matter." "I hate being late," she muttered, which was true. She'd always been the punctual kind of person who'd arrive at an event at exactly the time stated on the invitation. Being late shows a disrespect to whoever's waiting for you to arrive, she'd always say as she round up her 5 children every morning to get them onto the various school buses. There'd been a time, given their staggered ages, she'd had 1 in elementary school, 2 in middle school, and 2 in high school, all with slightly different pickup times. It was only later, after he'd grown up, that Burke had realized why so many considered her Honeymoon Harbor's own Wonder Woman. "You know all those medical papers you've sent me over the years?" Burke dared enter the conversation. "And the warnings you've given me about not playing too soon after a concussion?" "That's no bear using my own words against me," she muttered, then sighed. "Though you're all right. I think it's my headache and seeing my lovely new dream car all smashed that has me out of sorts." "Totally understandable," the doctor said, her own apparent frustration now easing. "I get grouchy with a cold." "I don't get colds," his mother stated correctly. She'd been right about hardly ever getting sick, which again had Burke wondering how she'd manage that since a summer cold could spread through the house like wildfire when they'd all been kids. "Then you're a fortunate woman." The doctor's smile soothed the last remaining bit of contention in the room. "The insurance company will cover the car," his father said. "Then we can go shopping for a new one." "I liked the one I had." Her eyes, for the first time since Burke had come in the room, moistened. She lifted them to him. They had a pretty sea-glass-colored one, along with pearl, dark blue, and oyster white at the dealership. But I decided to give myself a retirement present and get the supersonic red one that was waiting to clear the port up in Seattle. Every time I looked at that car, it made me happy. "We'll get you another one just like it," Burke's father promised. "I'll start working on that first thing tomorrow once we get you home, so you'll have it for when you're able to drive again." She lifted a hand to his cheek. "Thank you." And in those 2 words and her soft voice, Burke again saw the love that had kept the couple together for nearly 40 years, and acknowledged they were a hard act to follow. Yet Brianna, Aiden, and Gabe had each managed to find their perfect person. He and Quinn were the last two single manions standing. "I'll go arrange for that chair," the doctor said, drawing the conversation to a close. She turned toward Burke. "It was lovely meeting you," she said. "But for your mother, visiting hours are now officially over."
"Right."
He bent and brushed his lips against his mother's cheek.
"I'll see you in the morning, Mom, and we'll blow this pop stand."
She laughed at that. Then he saw the flash of pain. As he returned to the waiting room, he saw the chair Lily Carpenter had been sitting in before leaving the room when Brianna had come over to talk with him was still empty. It appeared, no surprise, that she'd taken off. Again. Chapter 5. Well, wasn't this a fine mess she'd gotten herself into? Lily asked herself as she hid in the restroom. When Brianna had told her he was on his way back to Honeymoon Harbor, she'd first considered coming up with some work excuse to leave the hospital. But the fact was, there wasn't anything as pressing as being with a friend at a terrible time like this. Lily wasn't used to having friends. She never had any as a child, and since her 18th birthday, she'd avoided getting too close to anyone for fear that she might slip and allow her secret to come out. Which was why she'd become a drifter. Or, to put a more positive spin on it, an international globetrotter. That life had worked well for over a dozen years until she'd found herself caught in the middle of two life-altering events. The first had been meeting Burke Mannion at that fundraiser. The chemistry between them had been instantaneous, and although she knew the risk of getting involved with such a high-profile man, one who couldn't walk down the street without people calling out to him or snapping photos, she hadn't been able to help herself. She was relieved when he seemed equally willing to keep their affair private, at least in the beginning. The spotlight of fame had left scores of celebrity relationships shattered, and theirs felt too special to allow outsiders in. What she hadn't told him was her true reason for not wanting to go out in public. That being seen together would undoubtedly land them on the covers of tabloids and bodega magazine racks all over the city. Not just New York, but across the country. Being seen with the team's star quarterback would inevitably bring up questions about the unknown average woman's identity. Although she thought she'd done a good job of hiding her tracks, invariably some enterprising reporter might dig a little deeper and find out that Lily Carpenter was not who she claimed to be, and that until she'd legally come of age and taken her life into her own hands, it hadn't been anything resembling average. There had been one close call when she and Burke had nearly been caught on the street outside her building one morning. Not by one of those paparazzi types who roamed the streets looking to catch famous people going about their daily lives, but by a family of tourists. Since he'd been leaving for the West Coast for an away game, instead of his usual disguise, he'd been wearing a black cashmere overcoat over sport coat, shirt, and slacks. The father of the 3 little girls that morning had turned out to be an avid sports fan, and Burke, being Burke, had stopped long enough to sign an autograph. When asked by one of the daughters who she was, Lily had smiled and simply said, "I'm no one special, just a friend visiting from out of town." Which had drawn a sharp, curious look from Burke, but the family had been too caught up in their brush with fame to notice, and Burke had to rush for his flight. Afterward, fighting an all-too-familiar panic after meeting with a group of bankers who'd promised a hefty donation, she'd gone to her office and, apologizing for not having given sufficient notice, claimed a personal emergency and resigned from her job. Then she returned to the furnished apartment that had been home for the past 15 months, packed up enough clothes and shoes for a week, her cosmetics and hairstyling tools, and arranged to have the rest of her clothing, books, and the very few personal possessions she'd packed in a box airshipped to a storage location at her destination. She'd done this so many times over the years, she had it down to a science. Except for an admitted addiction to shoes, she wasn't one to acquire a great deal of possessions anyway. Once seated on the first flight she could get on such short notice, as the other passengers were boarding, she texted Burke that she was sorry, but as much as she truly cared for him, she couldn't see any future in their relationship. So it would probably be easier for both of them if they just ended things now. Oh, and by the way, she'd left the city. Just the memory of that thoughtless behavior had her cheeks flaming with shame. Thankfully, hiding in here while Burke was with his mother kept him from seeing it. She'd told herself at the time that it'd be easier. But now, remembering back, she'd felt guilty as she'd written that text. She'd wallowed in that guilt as her escape airline had flown over the country to Los Angeles. By the time she'd reached LAX, she'd emerged, as she always did, appearing as free as a bird, planning to slide into life in her new town as if she'd been born there. But this time, something had been different. For the first time in her life, she'd left behind the one man she'd never been able to forget. Unable to get him out of her mind, she'd relived all their conversations and belatedly realized she'd always talked about her work. Although his life for the past years had revolved around football, he'd never talked about it all that much. Mostly his conversations were about the town he'd grown up in, and had, he'd admitted, always planned on escaping. He had talked fondly and openly about his family, so much so that by the time she'd actually met them, she'd felt a familiarity with them that was another uncommon thing. She'd always carefully kept her distance, but as soon as she'd met Brianna, it was almost as if they'd been friends all their lives. She'd known it was a risk coming to Honeymoon Harbor. As she'd told Burke, she'd only been curious, and yes, skeptical, and had wanted to see for herself if it had lived up to his description. She hadn't meant to stay, but from what he'd told her, it was remote enough that she could hide out for a few weeks, preparing for her next life. Burke was, after all, in Mexico, doing his off-season training, though there was always a chance he'd cut it short and return to his hometown before preseason began in August. Intellectually, she knew that due to Sarah's accident, she was on the verge of being found out to be a liar. Perhaps she hadn't exactly lied to Brianna, but she certainly hadn't been truthful about her past with them, which at the very least made them lies of omission. And if she were to be perfectly honest, just as she hadn't planned to fall in love with Burke, she'd fallen for this small town in the far northwest corner of the country. For the first time in her life, she had friends. Not just Brianna, but also the town librarian Chelsea Prescott, now Mannion, having married Gabriel Mannion, the former hotshot Wall Street titan. He definitely didn't fit the stereotype, but according to Brianna, he once could have been the poster boy for a workaholic, take-no-prisoners corporate raider. Now he was happily settled down with Chelsea and their two adopted former foster children, and had become a much-in-demand wooden boat builder. Then there were Kylie and Mai, and Jolene, who'd married Aiden Mannion, another of Burke's brothers. Damn. If Burke were to say anything to Brianna about their affair and her behavior, and as coldly distant as he'd seemed downstairs, he just might have. She was definitely going to have some explaining to do. Or she could do as she'd done for over a decade, run from her past. But that was no longer a possibility, because this time was different. She'd found a home, made friends, connections. Years ago, when she'd changed her identity, she'd been excited to be starting a new life. But as a therapist had pointed out, she'd continued to drag her demons along with her. They'd controlled her life every bit as much as others had for her first 18 years. Wasn't the often quoted definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? And hadn't that been exactly what she'd been doing? So the only answer was to change that behavior, right here, right now. But how? as she imagined the Final Jeopardy Think theme song playing in her head. She splashed cool water on her burning hot cheeks, wondering whether it would be better to open up and confess the truth to each of them. Mai and Kylie, being married, could be told together. So that left Chelsea, Jolene, and Brianna. And, hardest of all, the steady, down-to-earth Sarah, who'd become like the mother Lily had never known but had always dreamed of. A member of the board of Clearwater Community College, Sarah had taken her into the Mannion's tight-knit circle, as if she were part of the large, sprawling family. Something else she'd never known. How could she possibly tell the woman the truth when her life could be in danger? Sometimes Lily imagined she knew how Chelsea and Gabe's children must be feeling. Former foster kids, stunned by their good fortune to have landed in this noisy, warm-hearted family. Even as she had initially worried about Burke showing up back home and blowing up her world. But as the days, weeks, and months went by, she'd foolishly allowed that concern to fade into the background. Then there was Quinn, who, in his typical fashion, hadn't asked any questions when, on learning that he'd be driving Burke to the hospital from the airport, she'd asked him to send his brother to the cafeteria when they arrived, instead of taking him directly upstairs to the waiting room, which he'd done. Lily hadn't expected a, "Hey, happy to see you again, babe," reunion. But Burke's cold distance had cut more deeply, more painfully than the anger she'd expected. Had she been the only one who'd felt as if she might have found the one? The one who, unfortunately, was also the very worst one she could have fallen in love with? If only she'd hit it off with that CPA who'd done her taxes. Or the IT guy who'd fixed her computer when it had died while she'd been writing an important proposal to the city council. Or the ER resident who'd stitched up her finger after she'd sliced it to the bone following a YouTube video on how to spatchcock a chicken for roasting. All had expressed interest, and she'd even gone out with the resident a couple times. On their first date, dinner at a neighborhood Greek place, he'd explained up front that a resident's life didn't allow for relationships. It took less than a month of him showing up late or skipping a date entirely for her to realize he'd been telling the truth. Which had honestly been a relief, because as nice as he'd been, there hadn't been any sparks between them, and she couldn't envision herself as a doctor's wife. But Burke had been different. Lily wondered how long he planned to stay, how she'd be able to keep from running into him while he was in town, and worse, how she'd deal with the fact that she wanted to, even as she was forced to acknowledge that he hadn't given her a single sign he was open to ever talking to her again. Since she hoped he wouldn't reveal their past to anyone, other than perhaps Quinn, she might not have to worry. As people tended to say, the eldest Mannion brother held secrets tighter than a priest hearing confessions at Peter the Fisherman Church. Putting that concern away for now, she returned to the sticky problem of how to come clean to everyone. Maybe she should gather them all together as a group and just get it out. Like pulling off a Band-Aid. She murmured as she reapplied her lipstick, which she'd eaten off. That would probably be easier. But she'd have to wait until Sarah was home and well enough to hear such a revelation. She has to be okay, Lily told herself, as if saying the words out loud could make them true. Then, tossing the paper towel into the waste container, she left the restroom, returning to the waiting room, relieved when Brianna told her that Quinn and Burke had left for the farm.
"So,"
Quinn said, as he and Burke drove back to the Christmas tree farm, where Burke would be staying in the room he'd once shared with Aiden.
"What's up with you and Lily Carpenter?"
Quinn's superpower was not only listening, but observation, which he hadn't exactly needed in this case because Lily had apparently decided that they should try to clear the air before going up to the waiting room where his family had gathered. And since Quinn was the one driving him to the hospital, he'd been the obvious choice. After being initially stunned to find that she'd landed here in his hometown, Burke wasn't all that surprised that she and Brianna had become friends. Although they'd worked in very different fields, Brianna catering to the needs of the rich and famous, Lily working to improve people's lives, they both were, each in their own way, people pleasers.
Nothing,
Burke answered, which was the honest truth.
Then you want to tell me why, when she heard I was picking you up at the airport, she took me aside and asked me to bring you to the cafeteria before you came upstairs? I thought you'd given up law,
Burke muttered.
I have, for the most part. I did keep my license and bar association membership so I can help out family and friends from time to time. Then why do I feel as if I'm up on some witness stand being cross-examined? Beats me,
Quinn shrugged.
Unless you have something you're hiding, something you're feeling guilty about. I'm not the one to have anything to feel guilty about, because I'm not the one who broke up with someone by text.
That caught Quinn's attention. He glanced over at his brother.
You and Lily were a thing? Mom never mentioned that, and she has Google alerts set for your name. Tell me you're kidding. As a matter of fact, I'm not. Once I got home, I found out that she had them set up for all of us while we were living away from here.
Still keeping track of her kids.
Jeez, that's like when she told us that moms have eyes in the backs of their heads, which is why we could never get away with anything. That's what I thought when Aiden told me. Not that I have anything going on that she probably doesn't know about, since I'm living here in the fishbowl that is our hometown. But that still doesn't explain how the two of you kept a relationship beneath Google's and Mom's radars. It was more of a hookup. I've never been a player, but I do know that hookups aren't usually relationships. That's my point. I wasn't in any position for a real relationship. My life doesn't lend itself to one. Yet lots of pro football players have wives and families. Hell, the TV in the pub is tuned to the Pro Bowl coverage every year, and with all the wives, parents, and kids, it looks a lot like summer camp.
His voice drifted off. Burke could practically see the wheels spinning around in Quinn's former legal eagle brain.
That was the reason for your crazy partying phase,
he said, hitting the nail straight on the head.
After the text breakup.
Burke knew enough not to lie.
Yeah, I guess I overreacted a bit,
he admitted. He didn't mention that he'd been surprised more than his ego had gotten wounded. It had hurt. Deep, deep down. A lot.
I suppose the only positive was that since no one knew we were seeing each other, I didn't get a reputation as that guy who got dumped by text. I went out with a woman for a while in Seattle who was hooked on Sex and the City, so I ended up watching a lot of episodes. One of the characters got dumped by a Post-it. I suppose a text is the 2.0 version of that. I guess so.
Neither one of them said anything for a while as they drove along the waterway to the road leading out of town to the farm. Quinn had the radio tuned to an old-time blues station, and Burke thought it kind of prophetic when B.B. King started singing "The Thrill Is Gone." He was feeling relieved that he'd escaped the subject better than he'd expected when Quinn proved him wrong.
It does seem that your wild time might have been overkill after getting dumped by a woman with whom you only had a hookup deal going. How long did it last? 3 months, but it was during the season, so we weren't together every day. That's still a long hookup. I'm surprised it didn't get out in public. That's the way she wanted it. Huh.
Quinn fell quiet again. Then he said,
I hadn't given it any thought before, but she's always kept her life pretty close to the vest. I don't know anything about her other than she's head of marketing and publicity at the college, and does a lot of social work stuff, like volunteering at the library and reading to the elderly residents of Harbor Hill. I can see that. She was working for a nonprofit when we met. I was one of the city's celebrities.
He put the word in finger quotes.
Brought in for a charity event for food insecurity. There were other names a lot bigger than mine, and we raised a bunch of money for community gardens to be built in vacant lots in low-income neighborhoods, for residents who don't have easy access or the dollars for fresh vegetables. She and Brianna are close.
Quinn mused.
I'd guess that our sister may know more details. If she does and Lily had asked her not to tell anyone, she wouldn't.
Brianna was as trustworthy as Quinn.
That would be true. So what are you going to do about it?
About what?
The woman you're still carrying a torch for?
Terrific. As if on cue, the song changed, and now Muddy Waters was standing around crying over a lost love.
Did I say anything about carrying a torch? I'm here for Mom, that's all. As soon as she gets the all clear from the doctor, I'll be going back to New York. Training camp starts the 3rd week of July. Which is 2 months away. And he can count, too. You always were the smartest brother,
Burke said without heat. Unlike Gabe, who'd had seemed competitive where Quinn was concerned, Burke had never had any problem with Quinn's continual string of successes while they'd been growing up, having only cared about sports, football in particular. Quinn had definitely epitomized the firstborn overachiever stereotype, though now here he was, running a craft brewery and pub, which had Burke thinking that, of all his brothers, Quinn would probably be the best one to help him make a decision about what to do with his life. Of course, then there was Gabe, who'd given up his high-flying Wall Street trading gig to return home and build wooden boats. Go figure. A very strong part of him wanted closure with Lily Carpenter. She'd told him, that very first night, when he'd asked her to join him for an after-event drink, and she'd invited him to her apartment instead, that she wanted to keep their private lives to themselves, so they could get to know each other without being in the glare of spotlights and avoid turning up in the Page 6 gossip column that was like catnip to all the New Yorkers who would never admit they read it.
She hasn't dated anyone since arriving in town,
Quinn volunteered.
Or if she has, she hasn't come into the pub or shown up at any events with anyone. She might have gotten away with having a secret life in New York, but things are a lot different here. Everyone pretty much knows everyone else's business, which is why I started buying condoms online.
Despite the weight of the day's events, Burke threw back his head and laughed.
At least you're getting some.
When Quinn didn't say anything, Burke glanced over at him.
The fact that you didn't respond to that means that you must be going out of town for any recreation, or you're going through a dry spell.
Which Burke could relate to, having burned himself out after Lily had walked, or more precisely, flown away.
I've got my eye on someone,
Quinn said.
But I'm taking my time.
Why? Quinn blew out a breath.
It's complicated.
This time, Burke's laugh held no humor.
What the hell isn't?
Burke had realized that at some point, between his Pop Warner days and that meeting in the team's GM's office this morning, while he wasn't paying attention, he'd somehow grown up. And so far, from what he could tell, adulting sucked. Chapter 6. Jim Olsen was still shaken the morning after the crash. Yesterday, he'd been out in front of the house, plucking off spent flowers from the daylilies his mother had planted when he'd been in middle school. At the time, he'd told her that daylilies weren't very practical, since each flower would bloom in the morning only to die at sunset. And not only that, the daylily, Hemerocallis lilioasphidelis, a flowering plant in the genus Hemerocallis, wasn't even a real lily, despite its common name. That they only bloom once a day is why they're special, she'd blithely commented as she placed another plant in one of the holes she'd had him dig. Besides, the plants have so many blooms, they'll give us flowers all season long, and most importantly, they'll make me happy. Although he now understood that he should have left it at that, his 12-year-old self had informed her that the daylily was reputed to represent the beautiful but fleeting nature of love. Refusing to be deterred,
She'd laughed and responded that whoever thought that foolish notion up hadn't ever truly been in love. Hadn't she and his father been in love for decades, going back to when she'd transferred into his elementary school, when her family moved from Portland? Still in love, they were now living in Arizona, where his farmer father had taken up golf, and during every one of their weekly calls, she'd tell him that the over 55 retirement community they'd moved to was like living at a resort. She'd joined a dance group and a tennis team, and had taken up something called Zumba, which he'd had to Google. Personally, when he'd visited them last Thanksgiving, he'd found the place buzzing with so much activity, he couldn't imagine living in such a beehive. But it had certainly seemed to suit them fine. His mother was literally glowing with health, and whatever was in that blindingly bright Arizona sun seemed to have taken a decade off his father. Tom Olson was normally a quiet man. His dinner conversations had once been focused on worrying about some farming problem, of which there could be many. Farming has never been an easy occupation. His dad had warned him over a weekly Monday dinner of meatloaf, peas, and mashed potatoes when Jim had been in high school. Just because I stuck with it after inheriting it from my father, who'd inherited it from my grandfather, doesn't mean you have to. You have a unique, brilliant mind, son. You could work at any of those tech companies in Seattle or Silicon Valley and make a fortune working with people you have more in common with. Which had been a nice way of saying that he'd fit in with people who were considered to have geek syndrome. Having originally been diagnosed as having Asperger's, which later had been changed to considered as being on the autism spectrum, Jim had researched his condition and discovered that his father had a good point, that in the world of technology, no one cared if you were different, as long as your code worked. Jim knew his father had only been trying to help, but he'd explained that he must have inherited some farming gene not yet discovered, because that's what he cared about, what he loved doing, especially the creation of hybrids. They'd never brought it up again, partly because now his father's conversations were filled with a dizzying amount of energy, including a senior group bus trip to the Grand Canyon, which Jim must see someday. And he couldn't count the number of times he'd heard about that hole-in-one that had required his father to buy drinks for everyone at the club. He still believed it was highly illogical that there would be such an expense involved after achieving something supposedly very difficult. But from the way his father beamed every time he brought it up, Jim had the good sense not to share that thought. As he'd finished deadheading the plants yesterday, being careful not to wound any of the buds while discarding the crumpled, buttery yellow flowers, he'd been deep in thought, pondering the idea of love. He'd wondered if anyone other than his parents could ever love a guy like him, and if so, what it might feel like to be in love when a sudden loud sound had shattered the morning quiet. Racing to the crash on the road in front of the house, he dialed 911. The car was on its side, the passenger door smashed in so he couldn't open it. Seeing Mrs. Mannion in the driver's seat, Jim felt his blood turn as cold as winter sleet. Back when he'd been 14, he'd been worried about transitioning to high school. Although he'd been mainstreamed since preschool, he was uncomfortable with new situations and afraid of being bullied, which he had been occasionally, though Mrs. Mannion had made it clear to one and all that she would not tolerate such behavior in her school. During those 4 years, he'd come to love her nearly as much as his own mother. He'd been calling out to her, not sure she could hear him because the car windows were all closed, and she appeared to be unconscious, when Aiden Mannion, Honeymoon Harbor's chief of police and one of Sarah Mannion's sons, pulled up in his black SUV, lights flashing and siren blaring. Moments later, Jim heard the whoop 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 of the ambulance. Aiden thanked him for calling the accident in and getting the license plate number of the truck he'd seen speeding away.
Jim stood back and watched as the fire crew pulled out 3 heavy tools they used to lift the car roof, spread open the door, cut through the heavy steel door post, then push the entire dashboard in front of the car forward, making room to extricate the former high school principal. Even as his heart had felt as if it were about to pound through his ribs and out of his chest, something he knew wasn't medically possible, Jim admired how they'd worked in unison as a team, staying calm and collected in a way he never could have been under such circumstances. She seemed to stir as they put a yellow collar around her neck and carefully carried her to the gurney the ambulance crew had waiting.
"You did good, man,"
Aiden Mannion had said.
"Thanks to you, we're going to get Mom to the hospital within the golden hour."
"Will she be okay?" Jim couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have his mother die. Aiden's jaw had clenched at that question. His eyes, which Jim had forced his own to meet, were flint.
"She's gotta be,"
he said with a conviction that suggested if he believed it hard enough, he could make it come true. Which was, of course, totally irrational, but as admittedly lacking in social skills as he was, Jim understood that this was no time for logic.
"Gotta go. Thanks again."
Aiden gave Jim a well-done pat on the back. As the other man walked swiftly back to the SUV, Jim hoped the police chief had been too caught up worrying about his mother to notice his instinctive flinch. Some people were touchers. Jim was not. He only briefly considered going to the hospital to be there for her, knowing that there was nothing he could do to help. 10 years, 4 months, and 3 days ago, his mother had had her appendix taken out. When he'd visited her in the hospital, all those blaring code announcements coming over the loudspeakers, the doctors, nurses, and other staff buzzing around with intense purpose, had made him anxious. Jim had not slept well the night after Mrs. Mannion's accident. The next morning, he could still hear that crash in his mind. After going out to his greenhouse, he put in his earbuds and tuned to Frédéric Chopin's Nocturne Op. 9, No. 2, as he worked on cloning plant tissue samples. He considered Chopin to be one of the masters of the Romantic era, and while many of his pieces were relaxing, the fact that he could write this stunning nocturne that overflowed with beauty at only 20 years old, 10 years younger than Jim was now, had him wondering if the composer had also been on the spectrum. Not that people knew about such things back then, which, he supposed, was why the musician had been declared a genius without having to suffer any of the cruel labels Jim had been taunted with while growing up. When he'd been younger, those words had wounded. But he'd learned to let negative words and looks slide off him like water off a duck's back. When he felt the tap on his shoulder, rudely jerking him from his thoughts, he spun around, annoyed at the interruption, until he saw the woman standing in front of him. Suddenly, as if he'd landed in a Disney movie, he could envision the annoyed words that had been on the tip of his tongue flying away like a cloud of butterflies from a Monarda diadema, a perennial wildflower commonly known as a bee balm plant. "I'm sorry." She was backlit by the morning sun. "The woman at the house told me that I'd find you out here, but you're busy."
"That woman is Anna. She works for the clean team. She and Brenda come in once a week to spruce things up."
That was what Megan, the owner of the cleaning company, had called it when he hired them after his parents had moved to Arizona.
"And yes, I am busy."
"I'm sorry."
"You've already apologized. It isn't necessary to repeat it."
"Okay." She blew out a breath and turned as if to leave. Then, apparently changing her mind, turned back toward him. "I promise not to take up too much of your time. My name is Sage Fletcher."
"That's a very pretty name,"
he allowed, realizing that he might have sounded rude before. "Thank you. My mother had a baby naming book. She's Wiccan and a big believer in signs and listening to the universe and all that, so she opened to a random page, closed her eyes, and pointed at a name, which turned out to be Sage, which was lucky because if she'd gone down the page one more line, I would be Sagittarius. Can you imagine going through life named for a zodiac sign? Even one that means an optimistic, enthusiastic extrovert. Which I am. Maybe because I was born under that sign.
Sage is an herb typically used during the preparation of a Thanksgiving dinner,
he inserted. She was talking so fast it was hard to keep up.
But astrology is a pseudoscience. Ever since the adoption of the scientific method, researchers have challenged it on both theoretical and experimental grounds and have shown it has no scientific validity or explanatory power.
He realized too late she could have taken that as an insult, but she smiled. That may be true, though certainly a lot of other cultures have followed astrology for a very long time. I'm not really into it, but I do enjoy reading my horoscope every morning on my phone, though I also ignore negative predictions.
Which does validate the optimism description,
he allowed. It does, doesn't it? She flashed another of those sunny smiles.
Your actual name, Sage, is botanically known as Salvia officinalis, from the Latin word salvere, meaning to be saved, or to be a savior.
Well, isn't that a coincidence? That's why I came here today. Because I think we can save each other. Her voice was as pretty as the rest of her, reminding Jim of morning bird song. He put her height at average for an American female, approximately 5 feet 4 inches. She was slender with a tumble of brown curls that would have been Beaver in the box of crayons he'd enjoyed as a child. It was also Oregon's state animal. The curls surrounded a face free of makeup, full lips curved in the warm and friendly smile he'd heard in her voice. They were the pink color of the peonies, so popular for weddings that provided a good deal of the farm's income. He was hit with a sudden curiosity to observe the color of her eyes, which never ever happened because meeting eyes had always proven a struggle. Jim had never understood why normal people insisted on gazing into each other's eyes. Why not a hand or foot? Her feet, he noticed, were as pretty as the rest of her, with her toenails clearly visible in a pair of red sandals, painted a pure sky blue. Jim had often thought that if he could only create a rose that color, he'd become wealthy enough to achieve his plan to expand Blue House Farm. Although no amount of hybridization could currently produce a blue rose, because there was no gene for blue, the Japanese had found a way to insert a blue gene from a viola and an iris into a red rose. But even then, it had resulted in a purple-bluish rose rather than pure blue, which was what Jim was determined to develop. He belatedly realized that the pretty Sage had been talking.
What did you say?
Before a doctor in Seattle had diagnosed him as being on the spectrum, Jim had been misdiagnosed with ADHD, which had never made any sense to him. It wasn't that he possessed attention deficit. He had attention overload. Forcing his mind to focus solely on this conversation, he decided that watching her lips would help. I came here about your booth, she was saying when he dragged his currently disordered mind back to their conversation.
The booth at the farmer's market?
He also had an honor stand at the gate that led to the farmhouse with a sign asking buyers to put their payment in the metal box on the counter. Some might find that unwise, but his parents had begun the practice before he was born, and there'd only been 3 times in all those years that the money had been stolen, or that a buyer hadn't left the proper payment. On the contrary, often there was evidence of overpayments. Watching her lips wasn't helping, because he kept wondering what they'd taste like. He'd first been kissed one afternoon during his freshman year in high school. Mary Ann McCarthy had come up to him at his locker and suddenly, without warning, pressed her lips against his, fast and hard. While his head was still reeling, she ran back to a group of girls standing by. They were laughing, and he'd overheard that she'd done it on a dare. "That's the one," she said, pulling his mind from the memory that still, after all these years, stung. "I was wondering why you don't have someone working at it and decided to use an honor box instead."
"No one has ever stolen the money or cheated."
Possibly because his booth was next to that of Cops and Coffee, which was manned by former police officers. "It's good that people are so honest, but I buy flowers there every weekend and sometimes I wish I could make my own arrangement."
"My sister, Jessie, who lives in Sequim, usually creates the arrangements, but I could make you whatever you'd like now,"
he offered, wondering why he'd initially wanted her to go away. Although he preferred sticking to his routine, there were occasions when plans required changing. He could, after all, take his tissue samples later. It wasn't often a pretty girl showed up in his greenhouse. Actually, never. Unless you counted Chelsea Mannion, but she only came to bring him textbooks she'd found for him. And they were just friends, almost like cousins, or even a brother and sister. Not someone you'd ever kiss, but she would give him a little peck on the cheek from time to time, which had made him uneasy at first. But now, he'd not only gotten used to it, he'd come to enjoy it. "Thank you, but that's not necessary," she said. "I already picked one up last weekend, and the flowers are still in great shape. My suggestion is that if you were to also keep a few buckets of loose flowers along with the already made-up arrangements, which, don't get me wrong, are lovely, people could choose exactly the flowers they want arranged."
"If I did that, I'd have to be there."
And be bombarded by all the music, noise, and conversations that buzzed in his head like angry wasps. It had taken Jim years to learn that conversation with other people involved give and take. A person would say something like, "Nice day," and instead of responding, "Tissue cloning is superior to traditional cutting because it generates thousands of plants in a very short time and square footage." Which he might be thinking at that moment. The proper answer would actually be, "Yes, the sun is out." But when surrounded by chaos like the crowded market, that acquired skill would too often desert him. The only reason he'd agreed to allow Chelsea's library adventurers tour the farm each summer was that she'd promised him all he had to do was explain some basics to her, and she'd take over from there. "I understand," Sage said, as his mind flashed back to all those children descending on his property every summer. He liked children, in small numbers, for small periods of time. Like his two nieces who loved visiting the farm every week when Jessie came to make the arrangements. They were always well behaved. But he'd also seen the crowds of children, chasing each other around and laughing and shouting at the crossroads in front of the farmhouse, while waiting for the morning school bus, and then in the afternoon, bursting out its yellow doors in an explosion of pent-up energy.
"I don't want to be rude, but no, you don't. Understand, that is."
"As it happens, I do," she corrected him. "At least, somewhat. I have a cousin on the spectrum. He's been playing the piano since he was a toddler. One day, he climbed up on the bench and began playing The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round after hearing it one time on Sesame Street. But I'm sorry, I promised not to take up too much of your time, and you didn't need to know about my cousin. Anyway." The hand that pretty Sage ran through her curls had long fingers, which glinted with rings. "So here's my idea." She paused for a long moment, making Jim wonder if her mind had wandered the way his tended to do. "I can do it."
Do what?
I could help you with the farm. Lily Carpenter, who's head of marketing at Clearwater Community College, where I'm taking marketing classes, suggested I come here. She said that you've been super busy working on a cloning project.
I know Lily. She's very nice, and she's right about me having been busy. Cloning makes it possible to grow many more flowers more quickly, which is why I want to expand the number of greenhouses, to have room for additional cut flowers to sell year-round to the wedding industry, which is becoming more and more active in the summer. That would also allow me to begin shipping them around the state, and perhaps someday across the country, so long as I could ship enough to make the cooler container costs reasonable. I'm also considering starting a seed business. Seeds would be much easier and inexpensive to ship.
That sounds both sensible and ambitious. But to get through the clutter of all the businesses these days, especially those targeting organic customers, you're going to need a marketing plan, which I could do for you.
I doubt I could pay you enough to make it worth your while until I become more successful. The best way to make a small fortune in farming is to start out with a large one.
He quoted the old saying his father had used many times. That's a joke, isn't it?
Yes. He'd meant it as a true statement, but because she seemed to enjoy it, he'd let her think that's what he'd intended all along.
It's a good one. She ran her fingers through her curls again.
Jim had never been good at picking up social signals, but he sensed she was nervous.
Here's the thing. I still haven't nailed down a class project, but last weekend when I was at the market, it occurred to me that if you let me try my idea, and we did some marketing, we could compare the profit you've been making now and in the past to what you would bring in by having someone there to sell the flowers, and even offer on-site arranging. I could do that during the time of the comparison testing, but I wouldn't charge you. Anyway, although Lily can vouch for me, let me tell you a short backstory about me that hopefully will explain why I want to pass this course so badly. I came to Honeymoon Harbor last summer to be a bridesmaid at a sorority sister's wedding, which, as a side note, was more than a little embarrassing because nearly everyone there had been at my wedding last year.
You're married?
Among her many rings, he didn't see one that resembled a wedding band. No. Unfortunately, the intended groom bailed and left me at the altar.
I'm sorry.
This time, he didn't have to think of something appropriate to say because that was the truth. So was I. Not so much because he was obviously a jerk, and I was well rid of him, but he ran off to Bali with our wedding planner, whom I'd already paid up front, and there were also vendor bills I thought she'd taken care of that I had to pay, which was even more embarrassing because I was, in my former life, a CPA, and should have been more vigilant about ensuring that she was sticking to the budget we'd agreed on. Her sigh ruffled her curly bangs. But leaving all that in my rearview mirror, I fell in love with this town and, deciding it was the perfect place for a new start, I stayed. I'm currently waiting tables a few hours a week at Sensation Cajun because of all those bills, including the reservation deposit on the honeymoon at that beachfront hotel in Bali that she'd found.
They stayed at your intended honeymoon hotel?
Even Jim, who admittedly wasn't up on current social norms, found that to be very wrong. Yes, all my friends said I should sue, but that would have taken time and attorney fees, and I just wanted to move past it. She shrugged, drawing his attention to tanned shoulders bared by her bright yellow sundress, printed with poppies. Although I'm not as woo-woo as Mom, after deciding that my mess of a wedding was a sign that I should entirely change my life, I started taking courses at the college to see if something fit that I could make a living at. Watching Bastian create his magic at the restaurant, I tried a beginning-level course in the culinary program and discovered that I apparently lack the cooking gene. My brown butter always turned black, and I accidentally set a dish towel on fire while learning to flambe.
But you didn't burn the kitchen down.
Her smile lit up the greenhouse like summer sunshine. That's true. I like people who can find the good side of a situation. I've always tried to be like that, but many people seem to be so negative. Anyway, after failing at nursing, because just the sight of needles and blood makes me dizzy, I took a marketing class from Lily and discovered I'm really, really good at it, especially social media, which, not casting any aspersions, you could use help with.
The definitive word is social.
Jim knew that his lack of socialization and his near hermit life here on the farm he'd grown up on was undoubtedly why he'd never met Sage Fletcher. He also felt a strange tinge of something that felt like regret about not having been at his booth all those weekends she'd bought his flowers. Again, that's why you need me.
He dragged his gaze from her shoulders, which were scattered with freckles, to her eyes, which were exactly the brown and gold color of the agate stone he'd found back in elementary school while walking on Sandpiper Point Beach by the harbor. He'd spent the rest of that summer searching for rocks and polishing them in the tumbler his parents had bought him for Christmas. They were still in a dish on the wooden coffee table his grandfather had made with lumber harvested on the property to make room for more farmland. Maybe I do need you, he clarified when he realized his mind had wandered yet again, which rarely happened in the solitude of his greenhouse.
Great. Why don't we go in your house where we can sit down and start making plans?
No? He belatedly realized that several minutes had passed while they'd been talking, which had thrown him off his schedule. In 8 minutes, it will be time for lunch.
Even better. Do you like burgers?
Yes.
Though they were not the tuna fish sandwich he'd intended to make today. He always had tuna from Kira's Fish House on Wednesdays. What would you say to talking business over burgers at the pub? That was not in Jim's plan for the day. Burgers and going to a noisy pub at lunchtime was not on this week's schedule. It was never on the schedule. Here's another idea, she suggested when he didn't immediately respond. We can get takeout and eat at the park on the lake. Her hands were on her hips, drawing his already unsettled attention to her slender curves.
All right, he heard himself say, but I am buying the burgers.
He'd learned from movies that when on a date, a man paid for the meal. Not that this was a date, it was a business meeting, although he found Mirror Lake an odd venue for such a discussion. Also, typically the man was the one to ask the woman out for a meal. Sage Fletcher was so far outside his comfort zone, she might as well have landed here in a spaceship from another planet. But she was correct about one thing. While researching business plans, he had reluctantly realized that while he might be the one horticulturist who could actually someday hybridize a true blue rose, he was decidedly weak in the area of sales and marketing. You're on, Sage said. She reached out a hand to shake his. Then, as if realizing he'd take that as an invasion of his space, she dropped it to her side. Oddly, a small part of him regretted that she'd stopped herself.
You're very pretty, he said as they walked out of the greenhouse.
Once again, his mouth had seemed to take on a mind of its own, exposing his thoughts. I know, she said on another of those musical laughs. But I'm also smart as a whip. And, as you've undoubtedly noticed, extremely persuasive. As Jim settled into the passenger seat of Sage's sunshine yellow car and considered all the important work he was leaving behind in order to eat a burger at the lake with a pretty stranger he'd just met, as irrational as the situation might be, he found he could not argue her point. Chapter 7. The morning after the accident, when they brought his mother home, Burke wasn't surprised to find that Brianna was already prepared. She'd changed the sheets and towels, dug out the old bed tray his mom would use to serve them meals when they were kids and got sick, and had several newly released books Chelsea had brought from the library on the bedside table. Their father, unsurprisingly, was not about to leave his wife's side. Also not surprising, since Burke knew firsthand how difficult it was to sleep at a hospital. His mom had fallen asleep almost the moment she'd gotten into bed. Since there'd been a paperwork delay in her being released, again, no big surprise, it was lunchtime by the time his mom was settled in and able to sleep. Luca Salvadori showed up with pizza and antipasto for lunch, along with a pan of lasagna and a container of minestrone they could heat up later. He assured them not to worry about grocery shopping or preparing meals because Diego Chavez was covering Mexican tomorrow, with Bastien Broussard from Sensation Cajun next up, followed by a meal from Leaf, the town's vegetarian restaurant. Luca had brought menus from all the restaurants in town, assuring them that anything they'd ordered was on the house because of various debts owed to Sarah for her advice, and often intervention with various agency hoops they'd had to jump through in establishing their businesses, which were now a vital part of the town. After being told they'd just be in the way, since Quinn had been away from the pub for the past 2 days, Brianna sent Burke and Gabe off with him. There was nothing they could do at the house anyway.
I still have trouble envisioning you running a pub,
Burke said as they entered Mannion's Pub and Brewery, located on the street floor of a faded red brick building next to Honeymoon Harbor's ferry landing. The former salmon cannery had been one of many buildings constructed after the devastating 1893 fire that had swept along the waterfront, burning down the original wood buildings. Jacob Harper, one of the town's founders and Burke's brother-in-law's ancestor, had built the replacement in 1894 for Finn Mannion, who'd served as the town's mayor, along with running a pub that mostly catered to local loggers and fishermen. Unfortunately, with Canadian alcohol flooding into the state during Prohibition, Finn had been forced to close, effectively putting the Mannions out of the pub business for nearly a century. Until Quinn had walked away from a high-profile law practice in Seattle, returned home, and hired Seth Harper, whose family still ran Harper Construction, to reclaim the abandoned space. There were 5 choice tables next to the windows, offering a dazzling view of both the harbor and the mountains beyond. A second row on risers behind the first row also allowed a prime view. Other heavy wooden tables, which Quinn had custom built from reclaimed wood, took up a good part of the floor. In a far corner were 2 pool tables and dartboards. They sat at the long wooden bar Seth had located at a reclamation place in the old Nevada gold rush town of Virginia City. Behind the bar, above the glass shelves holding a variety of liquor bottles and awards won in craft beer competitions, a baseball game was playing on one of 2 flat-screen TVs. It was the bottom of the 7th, and the Seattle Mariners, playing at home, were trailing the Yankees by 5 runs. When Judge hit a grand slam, putting New York ahead by 9, Burke felt torn between the team he'd grown up with and the one he'd adopted while living in Manhattan. As the announcers, seeming to realize that the game was looking dire for the Mariners, enthusiastically reminded viewers that, win or lose, at least the first 10,000 fans would be going home with retro jerseys. Burke decided that a jersey giveaway beat potting soil night. Turning away from the game, he glanced up at the ceiling.
I like the stamped tin. It looks like it's original. That was the point. I wanted to modernize the place while trying to keep it as close to the original as possible. Fortunately, the Harpers apparently never throw anything away regarding their work, so Seth was able to find the original plans. He replaced all the wiring and plumbing to bring the place up to code, added AC, and put in the windows looking out over the harbor, which had originally been a back brick wall. It's a great view, Burke said, looking out at the sailboats skimming across the blue water.
The shoreline, sand in places and rock in others, was backed by towering Douglas fir trees. You'd think Finn would have wanted to take advantage of it when he first built it.
Seth said that glass was difficult to make in sheets during the Victorian days, which would have made it too expensive.
Or perhaps they made it brick to allow the male customers to hide from their wives, Gabe suggested.
That makes as much sense as anything,
Quinn agreed as Jarl Bjornstad, a red-bearded giant who made Sasquatch look like a preschooler, appeared from the kitchen to take their orders. After years of cooking for fishermen out of Dutch Harbor, Alaska, the Norwegian, who sported a full-sleeve tattoo of a butcher's cow chart, had gotten tired of freezing his ass off during winter crabbing season and ended up in Honeymoon Harbor cooking for Quinn. Burke ordered the barbecue ribs and wings, while Gabe decided on the blue cheeseburger and fries. Quinn, who'd gone to work behind the bar as the lunch crowds started to come in, said he'd eat after the rush settled down.
Your cook could have played a marauder on the History Channel's Viking series,
Burke said as Jarl lumbered back through the swinging doors.
I don't think there's a team in the NFL who has a linebacker his size. Thank God.
Especially considering you've been getting hit a lot the past few seasons, Gabe said. You need a better front line and some pass receivers with the speed to get downfield.
Gee,
Burke drawled, his tone thick with derision. Not so much for his brother's comment, but the situation.
Why didn't I think of that?
Jarl's 6'7", Quinn said, deftly redirecting the subject before it got out of hand. He paused to take an order for 3 Bloody Marys and 1 Virgin from a server.
Seth had to take out 4 rows of bricks to keep him from banging his head going in and out of the kitchen.
You know, Burke mused, having watched at least 2 tables of women observe the cook with interest. If you cleared that wall space enough to make an open kitchen, you might even draw in more customers just to watch the guy cook.
I've thought the same thing,
Gabe said. I've been observing him since I got home, and he's proven a chick magnet. I've even seen women ask to thank the chef in person after a meal just to get to talk to him.
We do get a lot of women from the courthouse during lunch,
Quinn said as he pulled a beer from a tap and placed it in front of Gabe.
But his heart, which is beneath that rough, burly exterior, as big as the rest of him, has been taken, which was a relief because he tended to fall instantly in love a lot with women who'd come in. Thankfully, he never did anything about it, until one special woman. We knew it was serious when he ran over to Leaf, this vegetarian place that's opened up since the last time you were here, to get some flowers to put on her Dungeness crab Louis salad.
I would have paid to see that, Burke said, looking at the tap tag on the keg Quinn had pulled his brother's beer from.
What's that one?
It's my new summer brew, Catch a Wave. It's not officially out yet, but I test new ones here and it's selling well. It'll go on sale more widely the first day of summer as I've done in past years. That way people can look forward to it. I've already got pre-orders from various restaurants along the West Coast. Showing that you learned a lot from those gazillionaires who used to be your clients, Gabe said. I wasn't here for the Good Vibrations launch, but just like Surf and Safari, it tastes like summer and goes great with barbecue.
That's the point,
Quinn said. As for my former clients, some of them had good ideas, which is partly how they made it into the 1%. I've stayed in touch with a few who've continued to give me good advice. One's offered to be a silent partner if I want to expand nationwide. Are you considering that? Quinn shrugged. I don't think so. I'm making a good living, and I don't want to be like some of those brands that start out as a regional craft beer with a good reputation and suddenly have executives on the 73rd floor, like my old office in Seattle's Columbia Center, making decisions that change the way I do business, or worse, change the beer. I was going to order the Captain Jack Sparrow, Burke said, but I'll try Catch a Wave. It's his 3rd homage to the Beach Boys, Gabe said.
Dad told me that people came from all over to buy cases of good vibrations to take back home. And then last summer, Surf and Safari caused a bigger splash, pun intended, with the craft beer crowd. I think this will easily top the first two. Gabe turned back to Quinn, which the old me would have told you was the time to expand, even go public, maybe franchise. And have stock prices set by algorithms determining what I make? That may be working out for a lot of brewers, but it's not the reason that I got into the business. That's why the new me agrees that you're better off sticking to your current business plan, Gabe said. Because this way, your beers have a mystique. They're a novelty because people can only get them out west. And more importantly, you're living the life you left that high-priced law firm for. I sense a disturbance in the force, Burke said, when you're not pushing our brother to go for the big bucks. I said that was the old me, Gabe said. The new me is all about living your best life. Burke exchanged a look with Quinn, who pulled 2 beers for the cops and coffee guys sitting down at the end of the bar, then began blending a pitcher of frozen strawberry margaritas for a table of women who, from the one wearing a glittery silver bride-to-be tiara and the other 4 sporting pink glittery tiaras, reading Team Bride, Burke could tell were indulging in the town's wedding industry. "What are you going to do when you run out of Beach Boy hits?" he asked. "I should live so long," Quinn said easily. "It's been 60 years since Surf and Safari came out, and as far as I'm concerned, their California sound is still a damn good summer soundtrack. And I must not be alone because last year's beer outsold all the others over the course of the season. While I was up in Seattle, there were times, especially during February's big dark, when it seemed like the sun would never shine again and the rain would never stop, that I occasionally considered moving down the coast to LA or San Diego. With all those California girls," Burke noted, referencing the group's signature song. "A guy can always dream," Quinn said. For a moment, Burke thought he'd spotted something in his brother's eyes that suggested he might have one California girl in mind. But it had come and gone so quickly that he decided he must have imagined it. "I decided I'd just be in the same old rat race and changing directions, and that coming back home would be a better fit." Burke took a drink of the ale Quinn placed on the bar in front of him. It really did taste like summer and was tailor-made for a backyard barbecue. "Damn, you're good," he said. "If you moved to New York, you could triple your price. And at least quadruple my cost." The high-powered Seattle lawyer Quinn had once been could have fit right into New York's power scene. Brianna, who'd always been at the center of the Mannion siblings, called each of them on a regular basis to catch up and mentioned how zen the eldest brother had become since his return to Honeymoon Harbor. She was right. His attitude seemed to have taken a 180 from the way he'd been before, going back to when he'd been a success-driven honeymoon high valedictorian. But there was one thing that appeared not to have changed, and that was Quinn's quest for perfection. "This just may be the best beer I've ever had," Burke said. "Our big brother's always been an overachiever." Gabe's tone lacked the edge it had back when they were growing up, and his need to best Quinn had been obvious to all. It had occasionally escalated into fistfights, causing its share of friction in the Mannion household. "He's been winning competitions since his first Captain Jack. I'm betting this one's going to make you have to add some shelves behind the bar for all the new awards." "No point in doing something if you don't do it right," Quinn said easily. "Like your boats, which you have to stop by the shop and see," he told Burke. "After he finished that Viking boat, he built one for me. Not a fairing. It's a cruiser, for the chance I might have time to spend a night on the water. But I still take it out on nice weather Mondays when we're closed." "I remember that sloop you built for Seth back in high school," Burke said to Gabe. "We had some fun times in it." As they each grew quiet,
Thinking back on memories of those halcyon summer days of their youth, Jarl brought out their orders, then paused to strike a pose that showed off his ink for a nearby table of 20-something girls who'd asked to take a selfie with him before he disappeared back into the kitchen.
He's a bit of a tourist attraction,
Quinn said as they all watched.
Especially with the women. But like I said, he's off the market.
Jarl put a half order of ribs with a baked potato and coleslaw in the kitchen window, which Quinn took to an old man down at the opposite end of the bar from the cops and coffee guys. Burke recognized the customer as someone who used to come to his Gramps' weekly poker games. He must be about 100 years old by now. He and Gabe exchanged a few words. Then Quinn was back.
He wanted me to know everyone in town was pulling for Mom,
he said.
I assured him she was fine.
She was lucky, Burke said.
That Aiden and the ambulance got there so fast.
New York City was constantly under construction, and he'd seen more than one ambulance tied up in snarled traffic.
Let's hope she stays that way, Gabe said.
There was another moment of silence as all three brothers contemplated the alternative.
She's got to,
Burke said, knowing they were all picturing the accident, which only Aiden had seen.
Thank God for Jem Olsen.
As if on cue, the door opened, and who should be standing there, backlit by the sun, but the owner of Blue House Farm with a pretty brunette.
Well, that's a surprise,
Quinn murmured as he saw the couple standing in the doorway.
But it saves me having to drive over there to thank him after I get off work.
I don't think I've ever seen him in here, Gabe said.
He doesn't like crowds.
Burke remembered how Jim had a permission slip from the school nurse to skip Friday afternoon pep assemblies in high school.
Well, we'll make it easy on him.
Quinn left the bar, wove through the tables, and had a brief talk with the couple, who then turned around and left the pub.
I told them I'd bring their order out to their car.
Is Jim on an actual date? Gabe asked.
Apparently they're talking business. It would be cool if it turned into a date,
Burke decided. As his brothers agreed, it crossed his mind how much courage it must have taken for the guy to leave the farm and go out in public, to a busy pub during the lunch hour, no less. He wondered, with a familiar twinge of frustration, why the hell he'd never been able to get Lily to even have a damn drink with him out in public. Quinn put in the order. Then things got too busy to talk any longer. As he made trays of drinks and delivered them, along with helping the servers take the orders, Jarl in turn was rushing out to tables. Gabe and Burke finished their meals, waved goodbye, and left the pub. I'd better get over to Kylie and Mize and pick up the girls. Chelsea and I are concerned that after having lost their parents in a car crash, they'll worry Mom's going to die, Gabe said. She's been their grandmother since we adopted them, so this has got to be weighing on their minds. Go pick them up, Burke said. I'll hang around town a while longer, check out what's changed. Burke was glad that he was able to redirect defensive linemen better than he could his own brother when Gabe followed his glance over to the pier, where Lily's hair shone like a bright, sunny beacon. Yeah, checking out what's new, maybe who's moved to town since you were last here, is a good idea. We've got a new bakery. Why don't you pick up a cake for Mom? After you're done checking things out. Burke shot his brother the middle finger, then turned and headed over to the pier. Chapter 8. Mother Nature had gifted the peninsula with sunshine the day after the accident. With a still brisk breeze coming off the water, Lily hoped that a walk would help clear her head. Her thoughts had been ping-ponging back and forth between worrying about Sarah Mannion and wondering how long Burke was going to stay in town and how she'd be able to avoid him. After his cool remoteness at the hospital, she'd gotten the message, loud and clear. He didn't need her to keep apologizing because he really hadn't cared. which had been what they'd agreed on that first night: sex without strings. Since it was still a bit early for full tourist season, which would begin after Memorial Day, the pier was empty. She walked her newly adopted dog and cat out onto it, pausing when the dog, whom she'd named Chance, sniffed at one of the posts, lifted his leg, and left his mark. She stopped when they reached the end, and as she stared out over the water, her thoughts drifted back to that damn text she'd sent. "What were you thinking?" she asked herself out loud. The dog looked up, his brow furrowed, his expression appearing worried by her sharp tone. "I'm sorry." She patted the golden head. "Your mom's just mad at herself." Having lived with chaos for her first 18 years, she'd realized at an early age that when thrown into tumultuous waters, you had to either sink or swim. She'd learned to survive under pressure and had always prided herself on her ability to adapt and keep a cool head, whatever the situation, until the moment she'd met Burke Mannion, when that lifelong self-control had flown out the window. The truth was, she hadn't been thinking at all, just feeling things that she'd always believed herself incapable of. Lily was so deep in thought, mired in memories and what-ifs, she wasn't aware she was no longer alone until Chance began wildly wagging his furry butt. When she glanced over her shoulder and saw Burke, her first instinct was to run, which was impossible, because 1, she'd already done that, to her shame, and 2, if she went any farther, she'd have to jump into the icy water, taking the dog and cat with her. So she held her ground and met his eyes, which, at the moment, were impossible to see, given he was wearing a pair of dark lens Oakleys.
"Do you have a pink harness on that cat?"
he asked, not the opening she'd been prepared for. She glanced down at Zendaya, the black and white tuxedo cat, who had a perfect white heart on her black nose. "I can't let her run loose. She could get away and be eaten by coyotes or wolves, or an eagle, owl, or even one of those great blue herons that nest behind Brianna and Seth's B&B. The peninsula was known for its natural wildlife, which was wonderful to see in the actual wild, but wasn't very pet-friendly. When he took off the shades, hooking them into the pocket of the button-down black shirt he was wearing, loose over jeans, her unruly heart, which apparently hadn't received the stay cool message from her brain, took a leap.
"Adopting pets suggests you really have settled in."
Oh God, she loved his voice. It was deep with some sexy gravel that had other unruly body parts, undoubtedly remembering the things he'd say to her in bed, waking up. "I told you that I had. They're a pair of rescues."
"What's the dog's name?"
"Chance."
"For him getting a second chance at the good life."
"Exactly." She looked down at the dog, who dropped to the wooden planks, displaying his mail bits as he wiggled on his back, offering his new friend the honor of patting his stomach. "Cam Montgomery, the vet who runs the shelter where I found him, thinks he's part corgi, part golden retriever. But he's not one of those designer dogs people are breeding, because his naturally docked tail and one blue eye suggest Australian Shepherd in his ancestry. Chance was admittedly an odd-looking dog with his golden coat, short, stocky legs, wiggly butt where a tail should be, tall, pointed ears, one dark chocolate eye, and one icy blue eye. It was part of what she liked about him. He was one of a kind.
"The corgi and Aussie should make him perfect for herding squirrels."
Burke crouched down to pet the dog between those decidedly corgi ears, which caused him to wiggle even more. Was the fact that he'd made a joke a sign that he was getting over his admittedly deserved anger at her? Or was he merely making fun of her dog? He's not much of a guard dog, and he sheds enough to make an extra dog, but he's already proven his loyalty and heart by taking responsibility for the kitten. She stood up for Chance, who was currently moaning in canine ecstasy as Burke's broad hand moved to his stomach. I hadn't intended to get a dog, she said conversationally, hoping to avoid the topic she was going to have to talk about if he stayed in town very long. When she'd been 15, attending a court-ordered girls' boarding school in New Hampshire, she'd seen a notice about an Al-Anon group for students that met in the town library on Saturday mornings. She'd gone to one meeting, but the moment she'd walked in, she could feel a change in the girls who'd been standing around talking, piling cookies and other baked goods onto paper plates. It was as if the air had shifted, and the friendly chatter came to a sudden stop, like a water tap being turned off. The notice had assured her that the group was anonymous, and that everything that was shared was kept secret. What happened in the group stayed in the group. But nothing about her had ever been anonymous. Her entire life, for as long as she could remember, including the truth, rumors, and flat-out lies, had been covered by journalists worldwide. Deciding she'd give the members even more to talk about if she turned and walked out, she put a chocolate chip cookie on a plate, then sat down on one of the folding chairs, determined to keep quiet, sit through the damn hour, then leave and never return. The meeting operated in much the same way as AA meetings did on TV and in movies. People introduced themselves, and when all the heads turned toward her as they moved around the circle, she inwardly shrugged and stated her name. But everyone already knew that. Prompted by the silver-haired woman leading the group, everyone, including girls who'd never spoken to her at school, welcomed her, though none of those voices held the true welcome she'd heard given to the others. She knew she changed the dynamics when the group that had previously been chatting like close friends essentially shut down. When apparently no one had had anything happen that week to talk about, the leader surrendered and began talking about this week's step number 10, instructing members to take a personal inventory, and when wrong, promptly admitted. She'd realized that what she'd said in the hospital cafeteria about that text not being her best moment did not come close to living up to the spirit of the rule. It was something she was going to have to address, but out here in public, when his mind was undoubtedly on his mom, was neither the time nor place. I'd gone to the shelter for a cat because I thought it'd be a better bet, because they're supposed to be more independent, she said, in an attempt to fill in the silence that had stretched between them like the Grand Canyon. After all, dogs need to be housebroken, trained not to bite mail carriers and behave well in public places. He'd stood and looked down at Chance, who was now sitting up on his haunches, looking up at him as if hoping for more loving, or a treat. So far, she discovered he was fond of any food that wasn't tied down, which she attributed to his former life as a stray.
He doesn't seem like a dog who'd bite a mail carrier,
Burke said. True, but one day I was passing the park and stopped to watch dogs going through an obedience class. They were beautifully behaved, and I was thinking that it might be nice to get a dog when one black lab failed an assignment by breaking free of his stay command to chase a squirrel. So, after reading several online pet message boards and weighing the pros and cons of dogs versus cats, I decided a cat would be simpler. All I'd need would be a box, kitty litter, kibble, and toys. The vet, Cameron Montgomery, who you wouldn't know since he's fairly new in town, set up a no-kill animal shelter, partly because so many people were dumping animals at his clinic during the night. It's gotten to the point where if you ever want a dog or cat or even bunnies, he's the place to go.
I'll keep that in mind.
She thought she'd detected a hint of his dry humor, but perhaps that was merely wishful thinking. He recently married Megan Larson, who owns a cleaning company, the Clean Team.
If that's the same Megan who dated Gabe for a while, I thought she ended up marrying Jake.
She did, but he turned out to be a jerk.
Which anyone in town could have told her.
I'll take your word for that. After he cleaned out her bank account and ran off with another woman when Megan was 3 months pregnant, she went back to school, got her Associates of Arts degree, and set up her business. Cam was one of her first clients, and he, as the story goes, fell in love with her at first sight. Fearing he might think she was comparing Cam and Megan's instant attraction story to theirs, which they both knew had nothing to do with love, she steered the topic back on track. Anyway, he told me that I'd know which cat was the one for me, but none of the ones up for adoption that day really spoke to me, so I was going to ask him to help me choose when I saw this dog and cat, far removed from the others. Cam told me that they were a bonded pair, and since the dog upset the cats in the cat house, and the dogs in the kennel scared the cat, he'd given them their own private suite, so to speak. Apparently, they'd both been dumped in the park, either together or separately, no one knows, where they could have been eaten by wildlife. Rangers and campers had seen him scrounging for food, but it took a while to catch him because he's really smart and wily. When they did manage to track him down, they discovered that he'd been taking care of the kitten, keeping her warm at night, and apparently feeding her. Even though I hadn't been prepared to adopt a dog, I knew they both deserved a forever home. Besides, their story sounds like a Pixar movie. How could I not rescue them?
Makes sense to me.
Zendaya, apparently deciding that Chance was getting too much loving, started head-bumping Burke's leg for attention, easily scooping her up, which had Lily releasing the leash. He began scratching her behind her velvety ears. They made quite the contrast, the tall, buff athlete and the tiny kitten that could have fit in his hand. No, Lily warned herself sternly. Do not think about those hands. She drew in a breath, blew it out, which earned a raised eyebrow, suggesting he'd recognized her mostly unconscious technique for controlling her nerves. Anyway, after I got them home, I discovered that she screams bloody murder if I try to take him outside without her, which is a moot point because he sits his butt down and refuses to go outside without her. I suspect that, along with being her self-designated protector, he's also afraid that he'll be returned to the shelter. Or worse, sent back into the park. So she comes with us on walks.
That explains the harness.
Yes, as I said, they're very bonded. He doesn't look all that big, but he's strong when he decides he's not going anywhere. So I took Zendaya. That's her name.
Like the actor in those Spider-Man movies? I thought you weren't into the Marvel Universe,
he said, reminding her that she'd never gone to a movie with him. I'm still not. I gave her the name because she's a tuxedo cat, and Zendaya rocked a tuxedo on the red carpet at the Grammys. She was not surprised by his blank stare. She recalled he felt the same way about awards shows as she did superhero movies. They were so different in so many ways, yet somehow they'd fit. Until, even with his frustration over the restrictions she'd put on their relationship, they'd grown too close for comfort. Controlling her breath this time, she pushed on. As I was trying to carry her out to the car, she was doing her best to rake the back of my hand open. The kitten didn't seem to feel the same fear/anger with Burke as she had that day, because she'd closed her bright green eyes and was purring like a small engine. As soon as Chance jumped into the car, she stopped fighting, snuggled up against him, and immediately fell asleep. She does, despite her size, snore like a lion. To make an already long story shorter, I drove back to the veterinary hospital and bought this tiny harness from their retail section. A toddler we passed in the pier parking lot certainly got a kick out of it.
The pair would undoubtedly get some high Instagram hits.
I don't do social media, except for my job.
I know.
His tone, which had started to sound, if not warm, at least cordial, turned crisp. He put down the kitten, who complained with a sharp meow, handed the leash back to Lily. Then, instead of walking away as she'd thought he might, he stood beside her, his hands on the railing as he looked out over the blue water, brightened by dancing sun sparkles.
Dad would bring us crabbing here when we were kids.
That sounds like fun.
It was. And another thing Quinn excelled at. He was the poster child for high-achieving elder sibling. Looking back, it drove Gabe, who was as competitive as I am, crazy. Especially since Brianna, being more in the middle, was also seemingly perfect at everything she did.
She hasn't changed.
I've noticed, though she obviously changed her goals when she left her high-powered job in Vegas to come back home.
I may not have known her before I came here, but I've stayed at some of the luxury hotel chains she worked at, so I have a sense of how much it must have taken to reach that level. I've also seen before and after photos of Heron's Landing before she and Seth restored it. So it's my guess that she took that drive and put it into turning the old ramshackle Victorian into a bed and breakfast. And she's still catering to people and making them comfortable and happy. She's booked year-round, except for the 2 weeks she closes after Labor Day. And that brought up another thing she'd been worrying about since he'd shown up in the hospital. "How long are you planning to stay?" she asked. He shrugged shoulders, already broad enough to block out the sun before he put on those weekly game pads.
I don't know. At least until Mom's out of danger. I don't have to return to New York until July 21st when training camp starts.
So you are returning? Lily had never read the sports pages before meeting him. These days, she couldn't help scouring the Seattle Times, the Honeymoon Harbor Herald, the New York Times Online, and various sports social media threads, following the rumors that he might be leaving New York for another team. Some even suggested that he might retire, though from the comments, they proved to be a minority opinion. He had, after all, won a Super Bowl and was making millions per year playing in the city with the most media coverage in the country. Fans wondered who in their right mind would walk away from all that.
That's up in the air,
he said. Lily was curious for so many reasons, but reminded herself that what Burke Mannion did or didn't do in the future wasn't any of her business. Not any longer. Not after what she'd done. Taking a deep breath, while they were still looking out over the water, she went for it. "I owe you an apology. What I did was horrible, and I'd like to say that it wasn't the person I am. But to be honest, in taking a serious inventory of my behavior, I have to admit that perhaps it is, or at least the person I was back then. And I don't want me being here, being friends with your sister, to make things more difficult for you." She paused, gathering up every last ounce of courage. "So, I was thinking we should talk about it. Hopefully get it behind us. Brianna has already sensed something, although I'd told her we just met briefly at that event." He looked down at her, not with the hot desire she'd been accustomed to seeing, but with disapproval. His eyes, a sharp contrast to his jet black hair, were an icy blue surrounded by a dark blue ring.
"You lied to my sister."
His deep voice had turned as chilly as the water lapping against the posts of the pier. She couldn't deny his accusation. Having grown up caught in webs of lies spun by so many others, Lily had always attempted to be truthful, choosing to be purposefully vague about her past. "We were waiting to find out how badly your mother had been injured," she reminded him. "It didn't seem like the time or place to bring up our past relationship." He shrugged again and jammed his hands into his back pockets as he turned his attention back to the water, toward an iconic green and snowy white ferry chugging toward a nearby dock. Seagulls followed in its wake, loudly squawking and diving for any fish the heavy wooden boat might churn up.
"Don't worry about it. After all, you were right about us not really having a relationship. Like I told Quinn, it was more a hookup deal."
"You talked with Quinn about us?" Of course he had. Didn't everyone talk to Quinn? If the lawyer turned pub owner started charging therapy rates, he could probably make as much as he had in his Seattle law practice. Old habits kicked in, and Lily felt the walls she'd built over so many years, stone by stone, rising up to protect herself.
Only after you dragged him into it, asking him to divert me to the cafeteria when I arrived,
Burke countered.
And it's not like he's going to tell anyone.
He paused. Then he stunned her by asking,
Are you involved with him?
She looked up at him again. His face was hard, distant. It was his game face, the one that was always shown close up on her TV screen, that made him look as if he was going into battle. Or like Russell Crowe in Gladiator, about to face off with tigers in Rome's Colosseum. Involved? If you're talking about dating...
You and I weren't dating during those 3 months we were burning up your organic 1,000-count sheets,
he reminded her. As what he was implying sank in, Lily couldn't decide whether to be angry or to cry. Or maybe angry cry. She began to cross her arms over her chest when she remembered that she was still holding 2 leashes. She did lift her chin and looked a long way into those now inscrutable blue eyes. They were 400 count. Just because she happened to have money didn't mean that she was willing to waste it. Once you get into those higher numbers, they have more threads per square centimeter, which makes them heavier and less breathable. And if you're asking if I'm sleeping with your brother, the answer is no.
Yet you're close enough to have told him something about us.
Was he actually jealous? Being his brother, you should know how easy and safe Quinn is to talk with. And I didn't tell him anything specific about us. I was trying to avoid you being blindsided when you saw me at the hospital.
I'd already been blindsided by you once,
he reminded her, folding his arms, drawing her attention to his rock-hard biceps.
How would a repeat make that much difference? Since you obviously knew I was coming, you could have left before I arrived.
No, I couldn't have. Because Brianna and I are close friends. Maybe not as close as she is with Chelsea or Kylie, since they grew up together. But there was no way I could take off and leave her while things with your mom were still up in the air. She felt her eyes filling, blinked furiously, and took a deep breath. Look, it's obvious that we really do need to talk.
I thought that was what we're doing.
The passengers were disembarking from the ferry, several headed toward the pub. What if one of them was a football fan, recognized him and took a photo? I owe you an explanation.
You already gave me one, that you couldn't see us going anywhere. That pretty much sums it up in a nutshell.
No. It was time. She'd realized during long hours spent tossing and turning. There's a lot you don't know about me, about my life before you.
That's only because we were so busy screwing like rabbits we never talked.
We did talk. I knew about your parents, about their forbidden teenage romance, how they'd ride the ferry just to be away from prying eyes so your grandparents wouldn't find out. I knew about Brianna traveling the world, being one of the few women allowed into that top concierge group, and Aiden nearly getting killed when he'd been a cop in LA. I knew about Gabe doing your summer reading book reports for you, and Quinn always being the perfect older brother you, Aiden, and Gabe sometimes resented, which is honestly surprising since he's the nicest, most easygoing man I've ever met.
When you're 15, sibling rivalry comes with the territory. And for the record, Quinn definitely wasn't always the laid-back guy he seems to be now. But you've just proven my point. You know nearly everything about me. But I don't know a damn thing about you. And here's the weird part. When I Googled you...
You Googled me?
Hell yes. After you left and the sex haze faded from my brain enough, it dawned on me that I only knew your current life. And the strange thing is, after scrolling through all the stuff you were doing for that nonprofit, the next mention of you shows you working as an intern for an ad agency in Manhattan after graduating with a bachelor's degree in creative arts from the University of Hawaii. But there's no bio. You're not on LinkedIn. And except for that honors mention in the graduation program another student posted online, you seem not to have existed before graduating college. It's like you were in the witness protection program or something. What's with that? Were your parents mobsters?
She tilted her head. I never realized you had such an active imagination. Except in bed, which Lily knew better than to bring up again.
You didn't answer my question.
No, my parents were not mobsters. And I'm definitely not in any witness protection program.
Were you CIA?
Again, no.
Then what the hell were you hiding?
It was her turn to shrug as she turned her gaze back out over the water. It's complicated.
That's what you always used to say, along with some vague comment about your parents not being in your life. So were you orphaned? A foster kid? Born beneath a leafy green vegetable like a Cabbage Patch Kid?
As uncomfortable as this situation was, Lily couldn't help smiling. Just a little. No to all of those. She drew in a deep breath, blew it out. The wind off the water was ruffling her hair, blowing strands across her face, and when she went to tuck them behind her ears, he was there first. Just that touch of his fingers on her sea air chilled cheek caused a spark. Looking up at him, she knew he'd felt it too, and was remembering that night they'd met. I know you need to be with your mother, she said, but we can't have this thing hanging between us without people noticing, especially since it'd be weird if I didn't visit Sarah.
So what would you suggest?
I'll tell Brianna that I need to get back to work for a few hours, which I actually need to do. The college is taking part in the Heritage Day celebration, and I still have to create media copy and a video for the college and local TV station to run. That will give me an excuse for not being at the farm today. And tonight I have an adjunct class I teach on marketing.
This is a small town,
he reminded her.
We can't keep coming up with ways not to run into each other for the next 2 months, if I end up staying until camp.
I realize that. Maybe you can tell your family you're going to run tomorrow morning, then come over to my place for breakfast where we can talk in private.
Now you want me to lie to my mother?
No. She dragged her hand through her hair, causing the wind to pick it up again. Not exactly. There's a strip of beach not far from my house. I'm just out of town past the lighthouse on Sandpiper Point. A lot of people run and walk there, especially in the morning and evening during low tide when they can find sea glass and agates. You could park in the lighthouse lot and run to my place. Then your story wouldn't be a real lie, more of a white one. He shook his head. He'd cut his hair shorter, which only accentuated his blue eyes, the wide, high cheekbones and strong jaw.
It sounds as if you have a lot of experience walking that razor-thin line between full-out lies and white ones.
She met his gaze, which had turned hard enough to cut glass. That wasn't at all encouraging. Then, feeling as if she were driving off one of the coastal cliffs into the icy, dangerous waters of the Pacific Ocean only a few miles away, she went for the absolute truth. More than half my life. She saw the surprise move across his face, followed by another of those heavy silences stretching between them.
What time?
He finally asked. Whatever works for you. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't have to be at work.
7.
If he thought he was making it early to inconvenience her, he'd be wrong. That was an hour after Chance would wake her up to go out. I'll see you then. She glanced down at the cat and dog, who, obviously bored with their conversation, had gone to sleep, curled up together in a slanting ray of spring sun. Calling Chance, who immediately jumped up, waking Zendaya, who in turn complained with a scratchy meow, she began walking toward the lot where she'd parked her car. Although she could feel him watching her, Lily did not look back. Chapter 9. Although she was both physically and emotionally exhausted between the stress of Sarah's accident and her ensuing conversations with Burke, for the second night in a row, Lily found sleep to be an impossible target. It was as if every nerve in her body was on high alert. She spent a long time staring up at the ceiling, listening to the lonely call of an owl somewhere out in the forest, the whistle of the midnight ferry, and the wind whispering through the boughs of the Douglas firs and western red cedars in the woods behind her cottage. Her mind kept rerunning all the times she'd spent with Burke. That nagging voice in her head had warned her, the first night they'd met, that he'd be trouble, that it would not end well. But like that Selena Gomez song, even as she could list a million reasons why she should give him up before she got in too deep, the heart wants what the heart wants. Finally, sometime before dawn, she drifted off, only to dream of flashbulbs blinding her as she was led through crowds of reporters with their cameras, along with hundreds of people gathered behind the orange and white striped barricades the police had created to hold them back. They'd all come to witness the nightmare of a circus that her life had inexplicably become. In her turbulent dream, slow-motion scenes, swirling like facets of a dark kaleidoscope, flashed through her mind. In addition to the man who'd ridden in the long black car with her, 2 uniformed officers walked in front of her, 2 others behind, as she climbed the high courthouse steps, keeping her eyes straight ahead, struggling to shut them all out. That was the morning the first stones of her walls had been laid down to protect her from the shouting crowd of strangers and the blinding glare of camera lights. In contrast to the chaos out on the sidewalk, the inside of the courthouse was hushed. So quiet she could hear the sound of her shoes, along with the police officers' polished black dress ones, echo in the marble-walled hallway. No one, not even the tall man wearing a suit several shades darker than the police officers' blue shirts, said a word. On the drive there, in the back seat, her hands clasped so tightly together in her lap that her short nails had left half-moon indentations in her skin. She'd been reminded, yet again, that if she did exactly as instructed, did not waver from the precise legal plan, everything would be all right. Finally, after what had felt like forever, they'd reached a tall, dark, 8-paneled wooden door with a transom above it. The shiny brass plaque beside the door read Judge James L. Freeman. Just as one of the officers ahead of her reached for the doorknob, a high-pitched sound blared, jerking her from the all-too-familiar stress nightmare. She grabbed for the phone on the bedside table, shutting the alarm off. Then she sat there, drenched in sweat, her nightshirt clinging to her trembling body as her heart raced. She hadn't had the nightmare since moving to the small town she'd never imagined would become her home. It was as if the stiff wind, carrying a tang of salt she'd breathed in as she'd ferried into Honeymoon Harbor, had blown it out of her mind. "You should have known he'd come home someday," she said to herself as she stood beneath the shower's powerful spray. "How could you possibly think you could hide away here?" The truth was, by the time she'd made the decision to stay, she'd also decided that she would face that problem when she came to it. And now that day had come. It was time, she knew, to face the music. Burke was back in the bedroom he'd once shared with Aiden. At the time, the walls had been covered with Seattle Seahawks banners, along with posters of various quarterbacks from over the years. If Aiden had ever minded living in what was essentially a football shrine, he'd never complained. Now the posters were gone, and the wall behind the queen-size sleigh bed had been painted a soft buttery yellow. It kept the gray wood of the bed from resembling the Pacific Northwest sky during their long rainy winters. The quilt on the bed was white with yellow and gray striped throw pillows. The floor-length cotton drapes matched perfectly, framing a wall of bay windows that looked out over the farm's Christmas trees. He took a shower, got dressed, and in hearing his mom's voice in his head telling him that she was his mother, not his maid, made his bed. Brianna was sitting beside their mother's bed when Burke checked in on her. She put her fingers to her lips, then got up, came out of the room, and softly closed the door behind her.
"How's she doing?"
he asked quietly. She woke up a few times, but still doesn't have any memory of the accident. She does, unsurprisingly, have a headache, and her ribs hurt, but Dr. Kim said the only thing she can have is Tylenol because anything else could cause bleeding. She's feeling guilty that we're staying awake to keep an eye on her and insists that's not necessary these days, which, from all Dr. Google tells me, is true. But that's not going to stop us. I told her she shouldn't feel guilty, but you know her. Although we're all adults, she still believes that she's supposed to take care of us, not the other way around. She blew out a breath and folded her arms. But she'll just have to deal with it. She swept her gaze over his lightweight black hoodie with the Knights logo, which he wore over a tight black long-sleeve t-shirt, ankle-length black compression tights, and black running shoes. Are you off to audition for the next Batman movie?
No.
Too bad, because in that outfit you'd give Christian Bale a run for his money.
FYI, guys don't wear outfits. I'm going out for a run along the water. Gotta keep in shape, even in the off-season.
All of those statements were true, but the second was, as his mom might point out, a lie of omission. While his expression remained innocently neutral, inside, Burke was holding his breath. A lot like Quinn's superpower was listening. His sisters had always appeared to be the ability to read minds, which he supposed was why she'd won all those high-end concierge awards, anticipating needs before clients themselves might realize they even had them. Well, have a good time, she said. I was going to make Mom and Dad some French toast when she wakes up. Want me to make some for you too? I can keep it warm in the oven until you get back.
You don't have to bother. I'll just get something while I'm out.
Okay, but for someone who hardly ever cooked, I've gotten really good at making breakfast.
Good thing, since you run a bed and breakfast.
He reached out and ruffled her hair, as he had when she was still a kid.
See you in a while. My phone's on if you need anything.
We'll be fine. With her in charge, Burke had no doubt of that. With guilt over sneaking around, gnawing at him, he drove to the lighthouse, parked the red farm truck with the Mannion family Christmas tree farm logo on the front doors, locked it with a click, and pulling out the address Lily had given him, began to run through the fog that had drifted in from the water. Breathing in the salt air and looking at the crystal blue water edged by towering dark green firs tipped with lighter spring needles had him thinking that he'd been wrong not to come home more often. Last year, he'd even skipped his parents' annual barbecue, but he hadn't wanted his mother to know he'd been undergoing surgery for a dislocated shoulder injury from falling on his non-throwing arm after being sacked. He'd played the rest of the season, wearing a shoulder brace beneath his uniform. Sure, he had lots of reasons, with spring camp, the fall season, and then the late fall and early winter playoffs. And he'd always gone to Mexico with other players in the spring to train and keep in shape for camp in July before yet another season. And then there were all those commercial shoots for product endorsements. All excuses. As she'd told him, Lily lived a mere 5 minutes beyond the lighthouse on the bay. Her house was a folk Victorian, a prevalent style in the town, many having been built by a local mill in the 19th century to house loggers. It had been painted blue, with a white door and matching window shutters and porch railings, with a white picket fence in front. Instead of a lawn, the small front yard was a wildflower garden that had just burst into bloom. The sidewalk was various shapes of flagstones with moss growing in between. His hand had just lifted for the hand-carved orca knocker when the door opened. I was watching for you, she admitted, dispensing with any good morning greeting. I was afraid you wouldn't come.
I told you I would.
He said in a way that suggested he always kept his word while some people, not naming names, didn't. It was weird how he'd managed to convince himself that he was over her and had moved on. At least until he'd walked into the hospital cafeteria and seen her sitting there, her long hair shining like gold from the gleam of a sun shower outside the window. Feeling as if he'd been hit by a helmet in his chest. It had been all he could do not to rub over his heart, which, despite what she'd done, apparently still hadn't gotten over Lily Carpenter. Her cheeks colored a bit at that, revealing that she'd understood the unsaid part about her not being the most truthful person between the two of them. She took a deep breath, then moved aside to let him into the house. "I hope you like smoked salmon," she said. Having grown up in the Pacific Northwest with a fisherman grandfather, I'd probably be run out of town if I didn't. I was hoping that was the case. I'm not much of a cook, and more likely to stop at Cops and Coffee on the way to work for a breakfast croissant, or one of their yummy cinnamon buns. But Brianna gave me some breakfast recipes a while back, and I thought I'd make you the smoked salmon, goat cheese, and chive scrambled eggs that are popular with her B&B guests, along with some bacon, smoked on a local farm.
Sounds great,
he said.
But you didn't have to go to that much trouble.
It's no trouble. I've never had anyone to cook it for, so... Her voice trailed off as she seemed to realize that she'd given a little bit of her life away. It didn't sound as if she was accustomed to making breakfast for some guy, which in turn suggested that she hadn't had any men stay over until morning. She'd certainly always made Burke leave before the sun came up.
It sounds great,
he repeated, breaking the awkward silence that stretched between them again. Good. My menu isn't all that varied, though Brie also gave me a great recipe for French toast.
She was making that when I left.
She went online and chatted with other bed and breakfast owners who shared popular recipes with her when she was looking into starting one. She has a menu of 85 different dishes. Of course, she never offers them all at one time. Though he still wasn't comfortable with this morning's stealth meeting, Burke smiled.
I'm not surprised to hear that.
Why don't you come into the kitchen then? As Burke entered the house, he heard the sound of nails clicking on the wood floor. Seconds later, Chance barreled into the room, moving pretty fast for a dog with such short legs. He slid to a stop in front of his new friend, his furry golden butt wiggling a happy hello. After bending to rub the mutt between his pointed, upright ears, which drew a low, happy moan, Burke followed Lily through the front room, which was painted in the same buttery shade his mother had used for his old bedroom. The couch was done in a garden of florals that echoed the outside, but the modern style kept it from being Victorian fussy. Zendaya, who was lounging on a pillow on the couch, looked up languidly through slitted emerald eyes, apparently deciding that his arrival wasn't worth leaving the spot of sun she'd settled in. 2 chairs, upholstered in blue, yellow, and white stripes, sat on either side of a white coffee table, anchored by a sisal rug.
Nice place,
Burke said. Thanks. I loved it at first sight. Seth had just finished remodeling it when Brianna told him I was in the market for a home. He'd planned to use it as a rental property, but sold it to me instead. Your mother designed the interior, and I got the idea for the front garden from Kylie and Mai, who hired him to remodel a similar house from the same time period. The paintings over the couch are from your uncle's gallery. Burke decided they must be prints, because unless his Uncle Mike had deeply discounted them, those paintings would be super pricey. Michael Mannion's early work had sold at Sotheby's auctions for mind-blowing prices.
You really have settled in.
Which meant that there was no way, if he stuck around, their paths wouldn't be continually crossing. I told you I had.
Yeah, you did.
But he'd had a hard time believing it. Instead of a more trendy, open floor plan, the kitchen was through an arched doorway more suited to the period. It had been painted the same color as the front room, But here, the cabinets were blue, the granite countertop a bright white. She opened a refrigerator hidden behind blue cabinet doors and took out eggs, butter, a package of smoked salmon, and a container of goat cheese. Brianna says sourdough English muffins are good with this.
If my sister said it, it must be true.
I thought we'd eat first, then talk. She made some coffee, remembering that he took it strong and black, and added milk and sugar to her own mug. Then she put some yellow floral napkins on the table with forks. If you have time.
I'm making time,
he reminded her.
This is pretty much your deal.
She didn't answer, but turned and began to work as he sat there and watched her, somewhat surprised that the woman he'd first met, looking sleek and sexy, could also look so at home in a kitchen, wearing a frilly lemon-printed apron tied around her waist over light-wash jeans and a white t-shirt. She'd also lowered those walls just a bit, giving him a glimpse of the real her, or of the new her she'd said she'd become. He couldn't tell which, because she'd never opened up to him, so he wasn't sure he'd ever known who the old her was. Except in bed, the one place she'd never held back. Yet, oddly, the two of them here in the kitchen, as she whipped up those eggs for him, felt as intimate as their lovemaking.
Can I help?
He asked. His mom had never let him or his siblings skip kitchen duty. Thanks, but I've got it. I had everything ready to go. Brianna told me Julia Child's motto was that a few simple steps ahead of time make all the difference in the end.
That's pretty much the same in football,
Burke said.
Which is why, even after making the pros, you can't stop doing drills. I guess preparing for a game is like prepping meals.
That makes sense. She fried the bacon, scrambled the eggs with cheese, and toasted and buttered the muffins with an ease that surprised Burke, who'd never seen her eat anything but takeout on those nights they were together. They carefully kept the conversation to the subjects of his mother, local gossip, new businesses that had opened up since the last time he'd been home, and, always a safe topic in the ever-changing days of spring, the weather. As she plated the dish, she used a pair of kitchen shears to sprinkle the eggs with fresh chives. Zendaya had apparently smelled the salmon and joined Chance, who was sitting beside Burke, both of them watching every bite that went into his mouth.
That was delicious,
he said, when they'd finished. Thank your sister. When she stood up to clear the table, he put his hand on hers as she reached for his plate. Despite everything, the spark was still there. He knew she felt it too as her eyes widened.
In our family, the person who cooked never did the dishes.
He took the plate, gathered up hers along with the utensils, and within 5 minutes, had put the dishes in the dishwasher, cleaned the counter, and refilled their coffee cups. At the same time, she'd put a few small pieces of smoked salmon and bacon into 2 bowls and placed one on a mat by the kitchen door, the other across the room. While Chance gulped his down as if he'd still been a starving stray, Zendaya studied, sniffed, licked, and finally deciding her rescuer wasn't trying to poison her, nibbled daintily at hers. If I'd known how entertaining pets could be, I would have considered adopting one years ago, Lily murmured as they both watched.
So you never had a cat or dog? Or a parakeet? Maybe a goldfish?
No. Something flickered in her eyes, but it had come and gone before Burke could figure it out. Do you want to go into the other room? She asked, changing the subject.
Sure.
When she sat in one of the chairs, he took the couch, putting the table between them. The easy, cautious mood they'd managed over breakfast grew taut as a drawn bowstring. Since she'd been the one to suggest this meeting, he waited for her to break the silence. She folded her hands in her lap. I don't know how else to say it, but I have no excuse for what I did. I did honestly think that when you went along with not going out in public, you agreed our relationship was based solely on sexual compatibility. Of all the things he'd been expecting her to say, he hadn't thought she'd put the limits to their relationship on him.
You're kidding, right?
No. I'll admit we had an attraction from the beginning, but I believed that we both knew it'd burn itself out eventually, so I thought it better to end it before things got messy.
And you didn't think you owed it to me to discuss it first?
Looking back, that's what I should have done. But I was afraid of where we were headed. I'd realized you might not believe me because I don't have a history of being entirely honest with you, but I'd never felt that way about anyone else before. Since our situation seemed impossible, although I'm not proud of it, I did what I've always done. I ran.
We've already determined your parents aren't mobsters and you aren't in the witness protection program. Though under the terms of whatever agreement you and the Justice Department and U.S. Marshals might have worked out, if you are, you'd probably have to lie about that.
I was wrong in too many ways to count, and admittedly evasive about my past, but I never ever outright lied to you.
The Marshals probably would have created a fake past for you,
he mused.
Which is one of the few reasons I can think of for you seeming to not exist until your 20s.
He'd considered 2 other reasons.
Are you married?
No, I wouldn't have gotten involved with you if I were.
You could have been hiding from an abusive ex.
Burke had spent a lot of time in hotel rooms on the road, which gave him the opportunity to watch multiple Dateline episodes in which boyfriends or husbands of missing women usually turned out to be the killer. I'm not.
Are you running from the law?
That would have surprised him, but he'd been forced to consider it. No, she sighed. I'm running from my past, which I realized I have to tell you about.
Whatever it is, it can't be that bad.
Not enough to change how he'd felt about her.
And you had 3 months to tell me.
It didn't seem all that necessary, and it wasn't entirely 3 months, since you were away a lot.
It was during the football season. My job isn't a 9-to-5 office one.
I knew that going in and didn't expect to have a normal dating relationship, so it made sense that our relationship was all about sex.
Do you honestly believe that?
That was the deal we'd made.
It was the deal you insisted on, which I only went along with thinking that eventually you'd change your mind. Hell, Lily, as good as things were in bed, if I'd only been after sex, I wouldn't have had any trouble finding it. Did you really think I'd put up with the conditions you set for anyone else? Not ever being able to tell the guys about you? Not any sex stuff,
he said quickly, in case she thought he was one of those men who had to share conquests in the locker room.
Though you can't deny that it was off the charts great.
He saw her hesitate. Her expression softened, and a small smile appeared at the corners of her lips, which, damn it, as frustrated as he was with her, he still wanted to taste again. No, I can't deny that. But great sex alone doesn't make for a relationship.
I remember saying the same thing, a lot. Whenever I wanted to take you out and do normal stuff together, which was when you'd reminded me that you don't do relationships.
I don't.
Which in turn had me wondering if you made every guy you ever slept with hide out in your apartment.
I went out, she allowed. But those men weren't famous. They were anonymous outside their own circles. You can't walk down a street or into a bodega or restaurant without someone, a cab driver, a construction worker, or a tourist recognizing you.
Like road trips and practices that goes with the job. It's not that I need or even want the attention.
I'm not accusing you. What I'm saying is that you're a celebrity, which is why I have to point out I asked you to take part in the charity event in the first place. But you're not just a big name in New York. I saw that bit when you and Jimmy Kimmel went out on the street in Hollywood, the one where he asked people how they thought the Knights were doing in the Olympics.
Kimmel's lie witness news is a thing he does, stating outrageous situations to see how many people will pretend they know about it.
I know, he's an auto-record on my DVR, which is how I saw it. Even aside from the people his crew stopped to interview, you couldn't get more than a few feet without someone stopping and asking you to take a selfie. Some didn't even recognize Jimmy, but they all knew you. Burke couldn't deny that. In the beginning, he'd gotten off on being recognized. It was, after all, the fame he'd been wanting for as long as he could remember. The first day he'd seen himself on the Times Square Jumbotron in uniform with his game face on, posing as if about to throw a long pass, he'd felt like the king of the world. But that thrill soon wore off, and by the time he'd met Lily, he'd learned to put up with fame as part of the cost of being able to continue to play the game he loved, and get paid more than people who did the important jobs, like first responders and all the medical workers who'd seen him through various off-season surgeries. No one recognized me when we went skating. In an attempt to instill some romance into their relationship, he'd talked her into going skating at Rockefeller Center, with the iconic lighted Christmas tree towering over them. He hadn't skated since he was a kid, when his family took a trip to Leavenworth, a cute little Bavarian town in the Washington Cascades. But then the night before Christmas Eve, while he and Lily had lain in bed watching the holiday classic Elf, after Jovi and Buddy the Elf shared their first kiss, he'd decided to try to convince her to do at least that the following night. So after some warm, deep kisses and long, stroking touches, which had led to another round of mind-blowing sex, he'd sprung the idea on her while her mind was still fogged from multiple orgasms. And sure, that might have been cheating, but sometimes a guy had to do what a guy had to do. Still.
Even then, you made me wear that same disguise I had to put on whenever I came to your apartment. Damn it, Lily, you're an intelligent woman. How did you not realize that I'd never ever wear a Jets jacket and cap out in public for any other woman?
She lowered her eyes at that. It's not as if I forced you to wear it.
No, but you strongly suggested it in order to keep our affair, or whatever the hell it was, private, which in turn also gave me the impression that you'd break it off if I didn't, which would have been a deal breaker for anyone else. The fucking Jets, Lily? Seriously? Did you ever think I felt like a traitor to my teammates every time I put that damn jacket on? Especially during the season? Did you ever consider what would happen if someone with a phone had recognized me and taken a picture? Hell. He thrust his fingers through his hair. I'd have broken the internet, and not in a good way. Those people, especially local fans, you say, call out my name? They'd have changed in a New York minute to shouting out every frigging name in the book and more. New Yorkers, he'd found, were admirably inventive when it came to cursing. And how well do you think that would have gone over in the locker room? When the team I'm supposed to be leading, the guys who voted me captain year after year and union rep, saw me wearing rival green and white colors. She turned back to him, her gaze meeting his, and had the grace to look embarrassed. I never really thought about that, she admitted. I simply wanted to keep our relationship private, so we could get to know each other without any outside interference. She sighed. I figured that no one in the city would expect to see you in that jacket, so you'd sort of be invisible. Obviously, that was another mistake. When I first saw you in the hospital cafeteria, I thought you'd be furious. I damn well wasn't happy, given that it was just one more lousy thing in a suckfest of a day. He rubbed his jaw, thinking back on her text to him. Do you know the 5 stages of grief? I'm not certain I could name them all, but I know the concept. I know it well, because I had a teammate, a quarterback, who lost an identical twin brother in a boating accident. He talked about how his therapist had explained what he was experiencing. After reading your text, I went through every damn stage. The first is denial. I couldn't believe you meant it. I told myself that you were just upset about something and that it'd blow over and you'd be back. It hadn't really sunk in that you could be gone for good without telling me what the hell I'd done wrong.
It was nothing you'd done.
Yeah, it's not you, it's me. I'm well familiar with that excuse.
She lowered her eyes again, unable to meet his. As I said, it was not my finest moment, she said softly.
You think?
He'd felt like he'd been sacked by some defensive lineman who'd hit him with every ounce of his 300-plus pounds. He was no longer furious, but seeing her again had renewed frustration, rising from wherever he'd stuffed it down inside him.
Which brings us to the second stage, pain and guilt. Football is a contact sport. Even if you don't have some injury that lands you on the weekly highlight reel, after the adrenaline of playing wears off, you feel the pain, all season long. I admittedly don't get the hits the other guys get on any given game day, but last season I had surgery to remove bone chips from my elbow, taped it up, and played the next week. Mondays are get-right days, where you enter the clubhouse and wait in line for a massage in the cold tub. Some guys can't even get out of bed. Injuries are a dirty part of the game teams keep secret from the press because if the other team knows a guy has an injury, that's where they're all going to hit him, to try to take him out. Hell, most of the guys on my own team didn't know about a lot of my surgeries, to ensure they didn't leak. There's a reason the Knights have 30 people on their medical staff.
That many? She was openly surprised, as he knew most people would be.
Yeah, in the old days, before my time, maybe a team would have 2 docs and a trainer on the sidelines. We have an internist, an airway management physician, an EMT crew, an X-ray technician, an ophthalmologist, a dentist, a spotter in the press box who has the power to stop the game, along with 1 independent neurologist on the sidelines and a second in the control booth, who consult with the team doctor before the player can get back in the game. Because concussions are being taken seriously these days, even by the owners.
Which brought Burke back to the decision he had to make. But right now he was far more concerned about his mom's head than his own.
But I'm getting off track.
As had so often happened with her, for a guy used to being in charge, calling his own plays, it had been hard to play solely by the other person's inexplicable rules, as he'd done for her.
My point is, I thought I'd known pain, but you taught me a whole new level. Then I kept trying to figure out what the hell I'd done to cause you to react that way. To disappear without any explanation or even a proper goodbye.
My behavior was cowardly, she admitted. As soon as I was on the plane, I wanted to take it back. But by then it was too late and I couldn't.
Take back the text or whatever made you run off like that? Even the people at your office didn't know why you'd left or where you'd gone.
You called my office?
I didn't call. I went there. And all I was told was that you'd handed in your notice stating that it was for personal reasons, boxed up your stuff, and walked out of the building. The woman I talked with felt bad that they hadn't even had enough notice to throw you a going-away party. After that, I kept trying to call you, but the recording told me it was not a working number.
I changed it because she'd been a coward, afraid that he'd be able to talk her into changing her mind.
Yeah, I figured that out.
He took a deep breath, thrust his fingers through his hair again.
The third stage is anger and bargaining. I didn't believe that bargaining would do me any good because since you'd disappeared, there was no one to bargain with. So I went with angry.
Burke flexed his fingers as he remembered his out-of-character reaction.
I punched a hole in the wall.
In the Tribeca penthouse that she'd never once visited. Lily gasped at that. You didn't. Did you injure your hand? During their time together, knowing how careful he was about avoiding injury to the hand and arm that had earned him the golden ticket to the NFL, it had become a game. While lying in bed, she'd place his hands on different parts of her body. Does it hurt when you do this? She'd ask as she bent his fingers to cup her breast. This? On the inside of her thigh. How about here? Between her legs. Which was usually as far as they'd get, because she'd be hot and wet, and there was only so much a guy could take. He shrugged.
It was only a bruise.
A bruise that had turned into a hematoma that had to be drained and nearly cost him a game. It had cost him a team fine for careless behavior. Another injury that, fortunately, hadn't made the news.
Then we get to the hardest part. I'd never experienced depression. Sure, I'd be down after a loss, but it was nothing like what I was feeling. I began self-medicating with alcohol and other stuff. Not pills.
He assured her when he saw the concern written all over her stricken face.
By partying too hard.
Fortunately, he'd hit that stage in late January after the Pro Bowl, a time when he'd had to act as if everything was great while surrounded by the other players and their wives and girlfriends, all having a high old time. That part was hard to miss, she said. Even all the way out here, I couldn't shop at the market without seeing you on the cover of every tabloid at the checkout counter. I'd never realized how many models and pop stars lived in the city.
It wasn't the same,
he said, still feeling shame that his mother would have seen those same tabloids. She'd never been one to flaunt his fame in order to have it reflect on her. He'd never met a woman more confident in her own skin, but he knew she'd had to feel embarrassment during that time. As it was in all small towns, gossip was a major currency, and he'd certainly provided enough. During her weekly calls, although his crazy nightlife was never addressed directly, he could tell she'd been concerned.
And I sure as hell wasn't having any fun. Then one morning I woke up with a complete blackout. I couldn't remember what I'd done the night before, and that's when I reached the upward turn to reconstruction, to where I am now, at the acceptance stage.
Then, after the renewed surprise and annoyance of finding her living in his hometown had worn off, he'd discovered a second part of that final stage. Hope. He'd thought long and hard about it most of the night, and he'd decided, the same way he'd thrown those passes that had earned him the reputation of having the best long ball in the game, that he was going for it. What could happen? She'd take off again? She'd already said that she was in Honeymoon Harbor to stay. She even had a dog and a cat. Not knowing why she'd seemed unable to stay in any one place for long, there was always the chance that she might run again. But this time, he was prepared for the risk. Although Burke was realist enough to know that he couldn't turn back time, he'd never believed the game was over until the last play and he heard that final buzzer. "You must really hate me," she said softly, twisting her fingers together.
I wanted to, but as hard as I tried, I couldn't. I realized that when I first saw you in the cafeteria.
He'd been stunned and angry, but damn it, that inner voice he'd heard that first night said, "Here you are," as if he'd always been waiting for her, without even knowing he'd been waiting.
So, here's what I'm thinking. Why don't we try it?
Try what?
Dating the way regular people do. Really getting to know each other. Like, I ask you out, not at the last minute, not a booty call, but at least a day in advance. Like tomorrow, maybe. And we make it casual, dinner at Luca's, or the pub.
Quinn's pub?
Last I heard, it's the only one in town. How about it? Dinner tomorrow night, at the pub. Unless you're still worried about people seeing us together.
He watched as those walls started going up again. What the hell was with her? "People will talk," she said. Zendaya, apparently deciding no more salmon was forthcoming, had jumped onto her lap. She began stroking the purring cat in a way he suspected was more to calm herself than the cat, who, if it had looked any more relaxed, would have been boneless.
Probably. That's part of what people do for entertainment in a small town.
He'd once liked that part of small-town living on fall Saturdays, when he couldn't go anywhere without people stopping him to talk about the last night's game. His brothers were all off at college, leaving him to be Honeymoon Harbor's star manion, the one everyone had been invested in becoming famous, putting their tiny dot of a town on the map. One thing Honeymoon Harbor had in common with New York City was that it had been built and populated by dreamers every bit as bold as the ones who'd built the sprawling metropolis. Originally named Port Vancouver by the 1800s, with shipping and timber building the economy, the town had grown into a well-known active seaport, banking on a rich future. A building boom had resulted in an abundance of ornate Victorian homes perched atop the bluff, overlooking the port that was visited by vessels from faraway places. Unfortunately, too much of the bustling port had been constructed on the shifting sands of speculation that it would grow to be not only a major city, but the state capital. Those dreams had been dashed when the Northern Pacific Railroad, hampered by a deep depression that had gripped the nation, couldn't afford to connect the town to the eastern Puget Sound cities of Tacoma and Seattle. Despite the boom being over by the late 1890s, which had caused the population to decline, those dreamers who'd stayed were handed a stroke of luck in 1910 when the King and Queen of Montaqua, a small, wealthy Mediterranean monarchy, added the town to their honeymoon tour of America after learning of this lush green region from the king's friend, Theodore Roosevelt, who'd set aside national land for the Mount Olympus National Monument. As a way of honoring the royals and hoping that both the national and international press following them across the country might bring more attention to the town, residents voted to change the name to Honeymoon Harbor. Later, Roosevelt's cousin Franklin visited, raising the monument to national park status, which gave Burke another idea. Chapter 10.
How about we begin easier?
He suggested.
Like dinner in the park at the lodge at Lake Quinault. We'd be less likely to run into anyone from town there.
But the tourists are beginning to arrive. By Memorial Day, cars and RVs would fill the narrow roads, the shops and restaurants would be doing a brisk business, and his sister's B&B would be fully booked until the day after Labor Day. The visitors were already trickling in. Surely they'd recognize you.
That's possible,
he allowed, still not understanding why that was such a big deal for her. Most women he'd gone out with had wanted to be seen with him. Some had even had their publicity people call their favorite paparazzi to make sure photos were taken to boost the women's social media profiles.
But also I'd be out of place, so it'd be less likely.
Don't you have to go back to New York once your mom is for sure okay? He shrugged.
Like I said, camp doesn't start until July. Meanwhile, I'm in contract negotiations, but that's what I have an agent for.
Since he'd decided to talk to Sam Otterbane and lay his cards on the table personally, both the GM and the team owner knew what he wanted, what he wouldn't back down on. So now things just had to be worked out, or not, in negotiations. The strange thing was, he'd come to the realization that he didn't really care. He loved playing, to look up in the stands and see thousands of fans rooting for him and the team. He couldn't deny that he'd also saved a collection of those highlight reels, like his own personal hit parade. But playing in the NFL wasn't like a real job where you could put in your years and retire with a gold watch at 65. And unlike in the past, early retirements were rising. Burke had talked with a few players who'd walked away and found a good life after football. One of the most talented QBs in the game had retired at 30 after a record-making season when he'd thrown for over 4,000 yards and made 39 touchdowns. Ironically, when news of his planned retirement leaked to ESPN before he could make a public announcement, fans booed him off the field in the third game of the preseason, showing that for all their enthusiasm when you were winning, even the strongest fan base held a "what have you done for us lately" attitude. The guy had been a pocket quarterback who, even more than Burke, had depended on his line to keep him upright.
after a 4-year cycle of injury, pain, rehab, injury, pain, rehab, both in season and off, he'd decided to hang up his cleats to spend quality time with his family. He'd recently assured Burke that he'd make the same choice again. Another had retired at 26, just as he was hitting peak performance age for a quarterback, having decided the injuries weren't worth it. He didn't want to end up as one of those players who could never walk pain-free or play with their kids.
"Are you saying that you're going to be staying in town until then?" Lily asked, dragging Burke's mind back to their conversation. He wondered why he'd never realized how good she was at hiding her thoughts. He couldn't tell by her expression or her tone whether she believed that to be a good thing or a bad one.
New York in the summer is miserable,
he reminded her.
So yeah, I was considering it before Mom's accident. Now I have even more reason to stay.
You're that sure of yourself?
Sweetheart, I have never been sure of anything with you. It was only one of the things that made you different from any other woman I'd been with.
She arched a brow. That hint of a smile was playing at the corners of lips he'd spent too many nights dreaming about since she'd left. You saw me as a challenge?
No, I saw you as a woman I thought I might possibly have a future with.
You didn't know me.
I believe that's the point I've been trying to make. It was why I'd intended to ask you to go to the Pro Bowl with me. And I realized you couldn't take 6 weeks off work, but maybe we could have spent some time in Mexico on random weekends and during spring break.
You were going to ask me to go to the Pro Bowl?
Yeah. Though I now realize you probably wouldn't have gone. We could have had fun in Mexico. Just think of it, Lily. Lying on a lounge chair with the sun shining down on you. Toes in the sand, a Mai Tai in your hand, while dolphins frolic offshore.
It admittedly sounds tempting, but I've read about your rigid training schedule when there, so I don't know how you'd fit me into your schedule. And now whenever I see a Miami Dolphins game, I'm going to be watching for the frolicking.
Smartass,
he said without heat.
I'm talking the real sea mammal kind of dolphins. And as for my workouts, believe me, I would have taken time to do a different kind of workout with you.
He held up a hand, forestalling any argument.
But since we missed Mexico, the least we can do is spend this spring like regular people, really trying to get to know each other.
It won't make any difference.
Because you don't think you could ever fall in love with me?
He couldn't believe the L word had come out of his mouth. He'd always been careful to never say it. Then again, he'd never felt it might be a possibility. A long shot. But hey, he was a guy who'd gained fame and fortune for achieving long shots. No, she said, because I think I could.
And that would be so bad, why?
I can't. She twisted her hands together.
Why not?
Because, damn it. She stood and began pacing the plank wood floor. Chance looked up as if checking to see if a walk was on the menu. But when it appeared not to be the case, he went back to sleep. I've managed to go my entire life avoiding anything close to love.
Is it the concept you don't believe in? Or is it that you mistakenly believe you're unlovable?
It's
complicated,
he finished. It is. She blew out a breath. There's something I need to tell you before we're seen again in public.
Okay,
he said, deciding to let her call this play. Lily looked around the room. She'd lived in so many places, in so many towns and countries over her life, but this was the first home she'd ever made her own. She loved it, and working with Sarah, had spent months decorating it, which she'd never done before. After first changing her name, she'd lived in a dorm, then furnished apartments, not because she couldn't afford furniture, but because stuff tied you down. Even her New York apartment had come furnished and decorated, a perk offered by the developers for those who, like her, moved a lot, or who only used their apartments for a place to stay while in the city. Every piece of furniture, every lamp, every dish, every towel, everything in this house had taken her months to choose. Would you mind taking a drive? She didn't want to spoil the peace and comfort of her home with a discussion that could turn out to be one of the most difficult of her life. Not only depending on how Burke would react, but reliving memories that she'd tried to lock behind those walls. Talking in the car would also be a way to keep her hormones, which were currently battling with her anxiety, from misbehaving.
Okay, how about up to Hurricane Ridge?
Hurricane Ridge in Olympic National Park had been shaped by wind and snow. During the winter, winds gusting over 75 miles an hour buffeted the ridge, which is how it got the name Hurricane. The paved 17-mile road included several tunnels and was steep and twisting as it snaked up 1.5 miles above sea level. Offering one of the best views in the state, it was also a popular tourist location, but having visited the park several times since she'd arrived in Honeymoon Harbor, Lily knew that the parking lot was large enough to offer some privacy. She probably wouldn't be able to tell her story on the drive up because she'd be gripping her seat's armrest, hoping that they wouldn't come around a blind corner to find one of the ubiquitous RVs taking up more than its share of the road. But since sharing her story was going to require pulling together every last ounce of courage she possessed, Lily decided that the white-knuckle drive was a perfect metaphor for what she knew she had to do. Brianna told me that while Zoe was deployed, Seth would drive up here every Sunday to keep her Mustang running, she said after they'd stopped at the Heart of the Hills entrance station, and continued to do that after she died. The first 5 miles had been a mix of conifer and deciduous trees, but almost as if someone had drawn a line on the other side of the entrance, the trees jumped in size. When she'd accompanied Chelsea on a library summer adventure readers group trip to the visitor center, she'd learned that this was an old-growth forest made up of trees that had escaped those early lumbermen's axes.
It had to be hard for Seth, losing Zoe,
Burke said.
Especially given the way she'd been killed and the fact that the two of them had been together since high school.
Lily hadn't arrived yet when Seth had first been widowed, but she'd heard the story of his young wife, an army nurse, being killed by a suicide bomber in Afghanistan.
But at least he had a second chance for a happily ever after.
2 years after that tragic event, Zoe's best friend, Brianna, who'd had a serious crush on him since 2nd grade, had quit her job in Las Vegas and come home, and the two of them had fallen in love while working on Heron's Landing together. They were now happily married.
I'm a firm believer in second chances,
Burke said mildly.
It's imperative in my business. If I spent the entire game angry about throwing an interception, I'd never get back in a winning mindset.
That makes sense. Lily fell silent, taking in the wildflowers that had begun to appear in open meadows between the trees. Although the temperature lowered as they neared the top, he'd opened the sunroof, allowing in the crisp scent of firs that always had her thinking of Christmas. They continued driving in an unexpectedly comfortable silence, past the flowers, the trees, including a grove of old ones that had died and been turned silver by the mile-high UV rays, and snow left from winter storms. It occurred to Lily that this was the first time they'd driven anywhere together. He continued on the loop behind the parking lot, which would give them privacy for their long overdue conversation, and stopped at the far end, next to several patches of snow that sparkled like diamonds in the sunshine.
Want to go for a walk and take in the view?
Since she knew it to be one of the better of the amazing outlooks in the park, and it seemed foolish to drive up here and not, she nodded. When they got out of the car, she zipped up the jacket she'd brought with her. Though it was the 3rd week in May, a lingering chill of winter hung in the air. As they walked behind the large brown wooden visitor center, which she knew from previous visits housed an information desk, snack bar, gift shop, and theater for a park movie, they passed a couple coming back, hands entwined. They looked so comfortable together, so happy she could almost see the little hearts fluttering like butterflies over their heads. which had Lily wondering if Burke was thinking the same thing she was, that they'd never done anything so naturally romantic as walking together, hand in hand, over the hills past a herd of grazing deer. "It's just stunning," she breathed as they gazed out over the panoramic view of jagged, deep blue, snow and ice-capped ridges and valleys, carpeted with profusions of wildflowers. In the distance, a dazzling view of the Strait of Juan de Fuca that led out to the sea. Beyond those deep blue waters, they could see Canada.
"You won't get any argument from me."
"I've been all over the world," she said. "But this is one of the few places that always takes my breath away, and not just because of the thinner air."
"I'd forgotten how much I missed it," Burke said. "Thanks for agreeing to come here to tell me your deep, dark secret."
He had no idea how deep and dark it was. "Thank you for suggesting it." And weren't they being polite? Until he took her hand and lifted it to his lips.
"As good as it's always been. It's even better seeing it with you."
Even as she told herself that she should be relieved, knowing that the explanation would change nothing between them, she backed a little away. "We should get back to the truck. I think my cheeks are turning to ice." The chilly wind was strong enough to chap skin. He didn't object when she reclaimed her hand, but as they walked back down the hill past the visitor center, she could feel that she wasn't the only one distancing herself. That uncomfortable gulf had begun to deepen between them.
"Want to drop in and get some coffee?"
he asked. She hesitated, judging the chances of someone recognizing him, or both of them. "That sounds good," she said. "But would you mind if I wait in the truck? I'd forgotten how cold it can be up here, even in spring." He shot her a long look, his eyes giving away nothing, the same way his face would look on TV when he lined up for a snap, when he wouldn't let the opposing team know what play was being worked out in his head. Left unsaid between them was the fact that they both knew the visitor center would be heated.
"Sure,"
he said. After seconds that had felt like an eternity, he reached into the pocket of his hoodie for the key. The truck beeped as he opened the doors.
"I'll be right back."
She continued onto the truck, then turned on the heater. As she watched him walk into the building, her mind returned to that day long ago when she'd changed her name. People did it all the time. The friendly woman in the government office who'd given her the necessary forms and detailed instructions had assured her. Giving her a sweeping look, she'd lowered her voice and, apparently sensing Lily's nervousness, asked her if she was sure she wanted to do this. Then she mentioned times when teenagers, the same age as Lily's 18, would come in, change their name, then be back in as few as 6 weeks later to change back to the original, when whatever disagreements they were having with their parents had cooled down. "No," Lily had assured her. Her resolve apparently showed in her expression as she looked the woman straight in the eye. "I am not changing my mind."
"I hope it turns out well for you," the woman had said.
Lily had assured her, "It will." And it had for over a decade, as she'd continued to flit around the world from place to place and job to job, unburdened by all the public scandal and pain that had come with her previously hyphenated name. Until she'd met Burke Mannion, who unknowingly possessed the ability to blow up her carefully constructed new life. Leaning her head against the passenger window, Lily felt like crying. Chapter 11. Watching him walk toward the car as he returned from the visitor center, Lily couldn't miss the way other women's heads turned toward him. The same as they had that night of the event. There may have been bigger stars, ones whose names and films were known all over the world. But he was the one all the women had gathered around. At times, there was even a line to get his autograph, selfie, or a signed Knights t-shirt with his number 7 on it. One night, she'd asked him why he'd chosen that particular number. He'd answered that it reminded him that every set of downs should end in 7 points. She hadn't known all that much about football, but had realized it was impossible.
It might be,
He'd agreed when she'd shared the thought.
but that doesn't mean it's not a goal worth striving for.
As he got closer, carrying the tray of coffee cups, she was surprised all the women who'd turned to look at him weren't walking into trees. As hot as he'd looked in that Italian Brioni tux the night they'd met, those skin-tight black running clothes nicely revealed sharply defined muscles in a ripped body with only 10% body fat. Having worked in press relations for the Arizona State Athletic Department for a short time, she'd put out enough preseason releases and profiles of players' stats to recognize physical statistics. As much as she tried to fight it, her mind flew back to that first night when they'd begun ripping each other's clothes off the moment they'd entered her apartment. She'd run her hands over every inch of him, and somewhere in her hormone-hazed mind, she decided he had the most perfect male body ever put on this planet. During 6 months in Florence, working as a tour guide, the single thing everyone wanted to see was the statue of David, carved from an enormous piece of marble, displayed in the Accademia Gallery. Michelangelo, she'd thought that night, eat your heart out. As they sat in the truck, a silence not nearly as comfortable as their earlier one surrounded them. The coffee he'd returned with warmed her body, which was still a bit chilled from their walk. But the caffeine did not help nerves that were jangling like the bells the Manions would put on the sleigh for the Christmas celebrations every year at the tree farm. Lily knew he was waiting for what she'd promised to tell him. She'd gone over this conversation 100, maybe 1,000 times in her mind last night, but had never come up with a good way to start. So, taking a deep breath that was meant to calm, but definitely didn't, she decided to just go for it. "This is difficult," she said, continuing to look out the window. "But I haven't always been Lily Carpenter." Burke turned toward her.
I figured that out from your lack of history before you landed at the University of Hawaii. Were you married?
Why would she have kept that such a deep, dark secret? "No, I legally changed my name when I was 18.
Okay, I guess this is where I ask why.
Because I wanted a fresh start. One that completely broke all connections to my family. Having grown up in such a close-knit family, Burke couldn't have imagined wanting to do anything like that. She'd already nixed the mobster idea. What other reason would she want to hide them?
Why?
They're rich, so am I.
I figured that out for myself from those fancy red-soled shoes, diamond stud earrings, and the Chanel bag you were carrying the night we met. Not to mention your pricey West Village apartment that would be right at home on that $1 million listing TV show.
Though he'd always thought it had been oddly underdecorated and impersonal, as if she were staying in a 5-star hotel. Says the guy who lives in a Tribeca penthouse.
Which you've never seen,
he reminded her.
And having money isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Although his mother had insisted that she didn't need it, his signing bonus with the Knights had allowed him to pay for the remodel of her kitchen, which included a Sub-Zero fridge and a 6-burner gas stove. When he'd been growing up, they'd had one refrigerator in the kitchen and 2 others in the garage to hold all the food he and his brothers would eat. I didn't say it was, but my family isn't merely rich. They're mega 1%ers rich. My roots on my mother's side go back to an ancestor who was one of the builders of a railroad company that was, for a time, the largest in the world, with a budget second only to the U.S. government's. My father's lineage comes through a British baron who married a dollar princess, which is what the American heiresses were called, who were essentially sold off to pay the debts and reestablish the estates of impoverished nobles. They tended to be strategic marriages, exchanging American dollars for European titles. Moving forward a few generations, neither my father nor mother ever worked a day in their lives and were unbelievably self-indulgent. After their marriage, they both drank, had affairs, and came to hate each other. They would do whatever it took to hurt the other.
Damn, I'm sorry. That sucks.
And couldn't be any more different from how he'd grown up. She shrugged. I suppose dysfunctional families aren't that uncommon, whatever the financial situation. But having money allows people to get away with things ordinary people couldn't afford to do. They divorced when I was 5, which set off a decades-long custody battle. I got caught in their crossfire and realized early on that neither one of them cared anything about me. I was merely a pawn that they could weaponize against each other. I can't remember much about that time, but I later read the papers and they'd each hired private investigators to prove that the other was an unfit parent.
Were they?
She sighed, deeply. Unfortunately, although my father was the one who'd always paid the most attention to me, by the time I was in boarding school, he'd become a barely functioning alcoholic who went through a lot of women. I hadn't known about that, of course, but my mother always insisted that they were hoping to be his second wife. Not that any of them would have gotten all that much money, because he'd learned his lesson about not signing a prenup when he'd impetuously eloped with her to Turks and Caicos while they'd been partying with celebrity friends on a yacht in the Caribbean.
Who was taking care of you while all that was going on?
I had a series of nannies, but none stayed very long. It wasn't, she said dryly, a very peaceful environment. Although my mother wasn't an alcoholic like my father, just inordinately fond of champagne, she was too busy living a jet-set life to be burdened with a child. So she enrolled me in a Swiss boarding school run by nuns when I was 6. Lily looked out at a mother doe and 3 fawns grazing in a meadow. From her next sigh, Bert guessed she was thinking back on those days.
Didn't you have any aunts, uncles, grandparents, anyone who could protect you?
No, my mother's mother, who'd been widowed young when her husband died falling off his horse during a Palm Beach polo match, had a team of high-priced lawyers fighting both my parents for custody.
She fought against her own daughter?
They did not get along, Lily said dryly. While admittedly looking back, my mother was neglectful. The only reason my grandmother pretended to care about me was that she wanted to control my trust. Lily had continued to look out the car window as she'd related her story. But now, as she turned her head toward him, her eyes, rather than reacting to the emotional abuse she was describing, were expressionless. As if she was talking from behind that wall he'd watched her erect too many times. She kidnapped me once. She said it in the same matter-of-fact tone she might use to point out it was raining. He was stunned.
Really kidnapped you? Like, stole you and ran away with you?
Not exactly like that. Her faint, reminiscent smile was touched with sadness and didn't reach her moss-green eyes or warm her voice. She'd offered my mother $500,000 to bring me back to the States and $200,000 for each of 2 weekends every month and Christmas that I'd spend with her. That was another thing I hadn't understood until I read copies of the court documents. Burke didn't know which was more appalling, that any mother would be willing to sell her child for 2 weekends a month or a holiday that had always been such a big deal in his family, or that a grandmother, who made the Wicked Witch of the West sound like Snow White, had that much dough to throw around every month.
Did your mother agree to that?
Of course. Her lifestyle required more than even her own hefty trust fund could afford. And it became even more expensive as she got older and her boyfriends got younger.
So she essentially sold you.
Like a piece of property. A rage like Burke had never even experienced when being slammed by a cheap shot during a game rose hotly inside him. Realizing that anger was not what Lily needed right now, though it took every ounce of self-restraint he possessed, he shoved it down. I suppose you could say it was more like renting me out. It was after my father finally died of liver disease, conveniently taking him out of the custody equation. So once we got back to the States and the house my mother hadn't sold after my father died, She enrolled me in a private day school and pretty much went about living her life.
Who was taking care of you?
Oh, we had staff who'd been taking care of the house until she'd decided what to do with it. This faint smile at some distant memory appeared warmer. Dennis, the butler, used to drive me to and from the private school. He always told a lot of jokes, and we'd sing silly songs.
You had a butler?
By now, Burke wondered why that would surprise him. Well, that was how Mother referred to him. He was more like the house manager, keeping track of things and making sure any work was done properly. Sort of like Mr. Carson in Downton Abbey. She paused at his blank look. Which you never watched.
I knew about it,
he defended himself.
And I knew never to call my mother or Brianna on Sunday nights, when I was either playing football or watching a game.
She shook her head, but her smile finally seemed genuine. At least by me making us stay at my place, you and I didn't have to argue about which movies to go to, she said, because we'd probably never find one we agreed on. But getting back to the kidnapping, the third assigned weekend my grandmother wouldn't give me back. When my mother showed up to take me to our house, she refused to let her in and called the police. When they arrived, she insisted to the officers and the child services worker she'd also called that she was protecting me from my mother, whose excesses were admittedly constantly making the news. My grandmother was awarded custody because socialites behaving badly aren't seen as all that maternal, especially when it comes out that their child is being raised by house staff. After my grandmother was awarded custody, rather than risk having me go to school where I might be snatched back by my mother, she hired a live-in tutor. Quite honestly, although it sounds like imprisonment, it was better than going to school, where I was bullied by mean girls and didn't have any friends.
What about your father's family?
Oh, they've always been out of the picture. My grandmother on my father's side is a baroness.
We invite you to slow down, listen closely to the melody, and allow yourself to recharge during this short break. This is a free audiobook experience for all.
Who lives in Surrey, which apparently is known as the Beverly Hills of Britain. I drove by it once when I was living in London for a short time, but it's gated, so I couldn't see her house.
Wouldn't she have invited you to visit if she'd known you were there?
Lily's short laugh held no humor. According to my father, she's a dreadful snob who considered my mother's family to be coming from trade, despite an ancestor having established the world's largest railroad. So, along with not attending the wedding, she chose not to have any connection with my parents or me.
That's pretty hypocritical for a woman whose family wealth had come from a rich American bride.
The irony is not lost on me, Lily agreed. I suppose she prefers living in her own special world of privilege. Again, Burke contrasted Lily's story with his own, and couldn't imagine what kind of lifestyle she'd been surrounded by. It sounded like the Great Gatsby on steroids. My mother and grandmother spent years in court. On my 9th birthday, my mother bribed a maid to let her into the house while my grandmother was out at her Wednesday afternoon card club.
She wasn't at home to celebrate your birthday?
Lily shrugged. Oh, she wasn't much for celebrations. But the cook had baked me a cake, and the staff sang happy birthday that morning. Anyway, Mother had a limo waiting outside, and we drove straight to the airport. She managed somehow to get me through French customs in Paris, where she stashed me in an apartment with a nanny and governess so she could continue to flit around Europe, go on safaris, yachting, all the things her friends did.
What did your grandmother do about that?
Another shrug. I didn't know exactly, because Mother wasn't there to be losing her temper and ranting over whatever legal machinations might have been taking place back in America. So I was pretty much in the dark. I imagine she had a lot of lawyers working for her to regain custody. But meanwhile, that was a good time for me. The best until I turned 18. I had stability, learned French, and the nanny, being barely out of her teens, was more like an older sister. The governess, who had 2 children of her own, was like a surrogate mom. And although it may sound disloyal, I loved her more than my own.
I don't see any reason why you'd need to feel any loyalty toward your mother.
Burke imagined most feral cats treated their kittens better. Thank you for saying that. In my 20s, it took me a while with a therapist to figure it out. Anyway, while I was in Paris, we'd spend weekends riding on the carousels, going to patisseries, sailing toy boats at the Jardin des Tuileries, and watching marionette shows all over the city. My favorite was Guignol in the garden of the Champs-Élysées. This time, her smile was more fondly reminiscent. Although it took an effort, because he was still honestly horrified, Burke smiled back.
How long did that last?
Nearly a year. Her walls, which had lowered for that brief moment, went up again, but not before he saw the pain from whatever came after those 2 short childhood Paris days.
You don't have to tell me anymore,
he said gently.
I've pretty much gotten the picture.
Thanks, but I've gone this far. I might as well get it out, because it's part of my, well, not excuse, but explanation about my behavior. My grandmother hired a French law firm to work with an American one to have the courts there send me back to the States. One day I was studying fractions when a man and woman from the American embassy arrived at the door with some gendarme and said I had to go with them. My mother was out shopping, and I asked if I couldn't wait until she got home to at least say goodbye. But they said that wasn't allowed, that there was a plane waiting to take me back home. I tried to tell them that this was my home now, but they wouldn't listen. Josette, my nanny, Anne, the governess, and Simone, the housekeeper, were all in tears. I'll admit, I cried all the way to the airport, where 2 lawyers, a man and a woman, were waiting for me. I also probably annoyed everyone in first class by sobbing most of the way across the Atlantic until I finally fell asleep. 2 days later, I had to go to court to talk to the judge when they were deciding who I should live with. My grandmother's lawyers had spent much of the flight coaching me on what I needed to say. They told me that if I didn't tell the judge I wanted to live with my grandmother, my mother would spend my inheritance, and I'd end up impoverished and maybe even living on the street. They didn't explain that the trust wouldn't release any money until I turned 18, when I would get a generous amount and the rest on my 21st birthday. I kept imagining myself dying like the little match girl.
Christ, how old were you by then?
10. Realization hit like the proverbial light bulb over his head.
Damn, you were the poor little rich girl in the papers.
She appeared surprised by that. Surprised and annoyed, which he took to be a good sign. At least there were some sparks of emotion in her response. Yes, and later, as I got older, I thought it was very lazy journalism, given that the term had already been used for Gloria Vanderbilt. And how in the world would you know about that, since you wouldn't have been that much older?
Christmas tree farming doesn't generate enough revenue to send 5 kids to college,
Burke said.
So, although we all got scholarships, we also had part-time jobs when we were teens. One of mine was a paper route, and although Gabe wrote my book reports for the summer reading program every year, I did read the newspaper every morning above the fold while I walked around town delivering it. You were on the front page for days.
He remembered that picture of the little blonde girl so bravely walking into the courthouse, surrounded by security, looking straight ahead as crowds of onlookers and photographers called out to her. Though he'd been older, He hadn't believed he could have handled it nearly as well. Because he couldn't bear thinking of the little girl she'd been, he put his arm around her shoulder, not to seduce, but to comfort. He took the fact that she didn't pull away as a positive sign. "And thus we get to the heart of my problem," she said on another long sigh. "The day I turned 18, I legally changed my name and took control of my life. Lillian Taylor became Lily Carpenter, moved to Hawaii for college, and then, as you know, to New York for her first time. But I honestly found it too busy, too loud, too much after 4 years in Hawaii. So I left and moved back to Paris, where I got a job giving tours of the city. But maybe I was more like my mother than I'd thought, because just when I'd start to settle in somewhere, I'd begin feeling edgy and like a tumbleweed blowing off to a new country and a new job."
And a new man?
Burke regretted the question as soon as he asked it. "Not really." She shook her head and ran her finger around the rim of her now empty cup. "I dated from time to time, but nothing ever very serious because I didn't want to get tied down. I told myself that I was compensating for all those years growing up when I didn't have any choice where I lived. So I kept looking for somewhere I felt I could be happy for the rest of my life."
Or perhaps you were running from that past.
She glanced up at him. "You're very perceptive. Where were you all those years I was paying $200 for 45 minutes of therapy?" He didn't want to scare her off or cause her to run again, leaving behind what appeared to be a normal life with friends and a job she loved. But on the other hand, Burke realized if he'd laid his cards on the table much, much earlier, they might have been able to make things work.
"I was here, then Seattle, getting a degree and playing for UW, then New York."
He paused, then decided to just say it.
"Waiting for fate to have me meet you."
Her lips curved just a bit, giving him the feeling that she was remembering that night when the world had tilted on its axis. "I'm not really a believer in fate. I'll admit to being a control freak."
"You think?"
he said dryly, with a half smile to take the bite from his words. From what she'd told him, it was only natural that she'd want to maintain control over the life she'd created for herself, literally from scratch, when she'd left her first 18 years behind her. She laughed as he'd meant her to, then turned serious again. "Meeting you terrified me, because I was overwhelmed with feelings I'd never experienced before." She lifted her hand to his face, looking as serious as he'd ever seen her. It was exhilarating and terrifying all at the same time.
"I terrified you? Funny. For me, it seemed as if that last piece of my life clicked into place. A piece I hadn't even realized I'd been missing."
"I know. For me, too, which is what made it terrifying. Because it couldn't ever work out."
"Why not?"
When she went to take her hand away, he caught it in his and touched his lips to it.
"Russell Wilson, the Seahawks quarterback."
"I know who he is. You can't live in this state without at least that much football knowledge. And are you now comparing our situation to football?"
"No, to life." He said something in an interview that stuck with me, about Edison having said that it took 10,000 light bulbs to get the right one. That's why you keep aspiring for the right light bulb. We found our perfect light bulb that night.
She closed her eyes, shook her head. When she opened them again, they were shiny with tears. "Weren't you listening to what I just said? What I've never told anyone else?"
"Of course. And my heart aches for the little girl you were. I'm humbled that you shared what had to be an incredibly painful past with me. But trying not to sound conceited here, that shows me you do care for me. More than any other guy you might have been with in the past."
I do," she corrected herself. "But that doesn't change anything." Growing up, there'd always been a jigsaw puzzle on a table in the family room, and during days when the weather was too wet and windy to go outside and practice his passing, He'd worked on a lot of puzzles. He enjoyed finding that one special piece to complete the picture. In later years, he'd see every play in a game as a new puzzle to solve. But although he may have felt he'd found the missing piece in his life when he'd met Lily, she'd turned out to be a puzzle wrapped in a damn enigma.
Why not?
Because you're famous, she flared.
We're back to that?
His frustrated tone didn't seem to surprise or faze her. Yes, because it's important. It took me a very long time to move beyond my past, Burke, to find a place and a life that felt right, like something I deserved. For years, because people who should have loved and cared for me had only treated me like a weapon in a war of attrition. You hit the nail on the head when you suggested that I might not believe I was lovable, or that I deserved a happy life of my own. I admittedly messed up along the way while looking for that place, and my worst mistake was hurting you. But despite having found my perfect life here, which I owe to you for talking up Honeymoon Harbor the way you did, I can't relive those days or how I felt then.
Why would you have to? Admittedly, my future's up in the air right now, but whatever it turns out to be, there's no way I'd ask you to give up the happiness and friends you found here. Even if I end up continuing to play in New York, we could work that out.
But don't you see? It wouldn't be just us, because the minute our relationship became public, the press would dig into my past. A thought belatedly occurred to him.
What backstory did you give Brianna and anyone else who might have asked?
Only that I came from money. Brianna knows about the railroad, but things like that don't impress her. Knowing Chelsea's librarian information gathering mind, she might have looked up the railroad's history, but there wouldn't be any carpenter listed.
Because you made it up. And despite having married Gabe, she's never seemed to care all that much about money either, except for what she can raise for the library. You're right about them, but you do realize that you're not required to share your life history with anyone, Lily.
I know that. But if anyone gets curious enough to do some digging, they'll notice the same thing you did, that Lily Carpenter doesn't have a past.
I'm assuming the name change records were sealed.
Yes, fortunately I could afford a very good attorney. But public records are maintained by public employees. It only takes one bribe to the right person and nothing's secret.
Would that be the end of the world?
She looked at him as if he hadn't heard a word she'd said. I can't go through all that again, she repeated, her raised voice trembling with anxiety. I don't want the paparazzi following my every move, and it's not just me, it's you. I don't want you to have to deal with every article about you mentioning me, and any speculation that you married me for my money. He almost laughed at that, but understood this topic was too important not to finish.
Newsflash, Lily, I don't need your money.
I know that, and you know that, but things can always be twisted. If there's anything I've learned, it's that many people will believe anything they see or hear on TV, on the radio, or in the press.
I have a suggestion.
What's that?
That we lead such a normal, boring life, no one will want to follow us or write about us.
If only. Skepticism dripped from those two words. This time he took both her hands, which had gone unnaturally cold in his.
We're not in New York right now. Sure, I'll probably get some local and state press this summer because of all the rumors about my career situation being in flux. But, not to sound arrogant, I'm betting that people are going to care more about who I'll be playing for next season, or even if I'll be playing at all, than take the time to dig into the past of the local small-town woman I'm spending time with who works at a community college. And not that I'm suggesting using her, which I'd never do, but my mom's accident would automatically be part of the story because that's what brought me back home. So reporters will concentrate on the family stuff. About how long my parents have been married, maybe her days at Oxford and in Japan, and Dad's days in Nepal, which make for a good story. And everyone in town will be eager to talk about what a remarkable woman she is. Hey, maybe it'll even pull in some business for the Christmas tree farm.
Now you're just being crazy.
Maybe, maybe not.
He met her skeptical gaze and held it.
Give us a chance, Lily. And while I'm not here to play the guilt card...
Which you're about to do.
Okay, yeah, I guess I am. But don't you think, just maybe you owe it to me, to us, to see if what we had was real?
It had been on his part. Her story, which must have been difficult to share, made him even more certain they belonged together. She deserved to be happy. He knew he'd do everything in his power to make her happy. So why the hell couldn't it work? We weren't living a normal life, she said, which I'll admit was my fault. But how do you know it wasn't just the sex?
Maybe that first night in the beginning, it was a hormone surge,
he allowed.
Actually more like an explosion. But we were together, granted in a limited way, for 3 months. And you knew that I kept wanting more. Not just sex, but to be closer to you, the way we are now. You said you only knew about Honeymoon Harbor because I talked about it. I told you my parents' story about my siblings, and my dreams of making it to the pros. I shared personal things that only my family knows, things I'd never told any other woman, hell, any other person. Can you honestly say that the sex was all it was for you?
No. She shook her head, studied their joined hands, which were on the center console between them. It wasn't, which was why I ran.
To the one place you knew I'd show up again, he pointed out, where that $200 an hour therapist might have suggested you were subconsciously waiting for me. And even if that wasn't the case, if you honestly thought you could live in my hometown without me ever coming home, now that I have, you might be thinking about running again. But let me tell you here and now, that won't work anymore.
She looked up at him. Why not?
Because if you run, I'll follow you. Wherever you go, to the ends of the earth if necessary. Hell, you've got enough money to go into space, but so do I. Despite my fear of heights, I'd go up in one of those rockets, just to be with you.
That sounds a bit stalkerish. And you're afraid of heights?
There's a wooden bridge here in the park, over the Hoh River Trail, that serves as a literal bridge between the rainforest and Mount Olympus. Gabe and I were camping out on a scout trip when the scoutmaster took us on a hike there. It's a stunningly beautiful place, but the bridge is over 100 feet above the river that's fed by mountain glaciers. I got halfway across, made the mistake of looking down at all that rushing water, got hit with vertigo, and froze. I would have freaked out and maybe stayed there all day if Gabe hadn't been behind me to talk me the rest of the way across. I've never told anyone else that story, until now.
I promise to keep your secret. And although I don't have a fear of heights, I can appreciate your fear because I'm the same way with spiders.
Thank you for understanding. But spiders aren't exactly the same as rustic wooden bridges high above rushing icy waters.
You're right. It's possible to avoid high rustic wooden bridges, but spiders can suddenly leap out and come skittering toward you from nowhere.
Point taken.
He leaned across the console and touched his lips to hers. Softly, more of a whisper than a kiss. But Burke was encouraged when she made that familiar, soft little murmur in her throat that had always been all it took to make him hard. He wanted her. Here, now, with every fiber of his being. But not only were they in a public place, he'd also learned back in college that a rush offense play was less likely to result in a big gain. So he reluctantly backed away. And to answer your question, no, I'd never track you down like a stalker. But like a man who was pretty sure he was falling in love with you and is willing to bet you won't send me away. You know my past now, but you still don't know me.
I believe I do. Or at least I now understand, as much as anyone who hasn't lived your life could. Admittedly, our pasts inform all of us, Lily. But that doesn't mean we can't change. Like that poem about the two roads diverging in the woods. We can take a different path this time.
You make it sound so easy.
And you make it sound so difficult. We can resolve this. Give me a few weeks, Lily, for us to get to know each other, because I believe there's a good chance that we belong together. Like my mom and dad, who are definitely proof that a marriage can work between two very different people.
This time, a few tears fell, trailing down her cheeks like crystals. You don't fight fair.
By pointing out that most marriages are not the hellscape you were unlucky to have been caught up in? Your parents sound like the most screwed up couple I've ever heard of. Even before you throw in your Cruella de Vil grandmother. And look how well you turned out. I saw the photo, Lily, of you going up those stairs into that courthouse. And I didn't think I could have been nearly that brave. I'm just asking you to be brave enough to open up. Come out from behind those walls you needed to build to survive, and give us this time before I have to go back to camp in July.
From the way you argue your case, maybe you should have gone into law with your brother.
Can I take that as a yes?
She looked out over the mountains. He could almost hear her mind weighing the pros and cons. He'd watched her work over those 3 months, writing talks for local civic groups, lobbying politicians for money, planning fundraising projects like the one they'd met on, and knew that she wasn't one to make snap decisions, which was the opposite of what he did out on the field, where the ability to change course on a dime when a defensive line changed positions before a snap, or a planned play didn't work out, was a requisite skill. I have to ask one thing of you, she said.
Anything.
I need time to tell Brianna, and Kylie and Mai, and Chelsea. Oh, and Jolene. We've become friends, and I haven't exactly been honest with them. I mean, as I said, they know I have money, but it's never been a topic of conversation. But if you and I are going to be together in public, I don't want them to find out about me from Entertainment Tonight or some trashy tabloid at the market.
You've got it. I'm glad you've made such good friends.
Deciding not to push his luck, Burke didn't point out that 3 of those women would be her sisters-in-law if they got married. Thank you. She blew out a breath. I'll invite them to lunch at Leaf, or maybe Luca's. No, she reconsidered. Those would be too public. I think I'll have them over for takeout and drinks at my place after work. But for now, I'd like to go back to town. Warning, I'm going to the farmer's market to pick up some flowers for your mom. Then out to the farm, where we can't let anyone know about our past relationship yet.
I won't give anything away. Mom was sleeping when I left the house. I'll take you home, check on her, and then if everything's okay, maybe go over to the boat shop.
That's expanded quite a bit since Gabe built his Viking boat.
Just because he left New York doesn't mean that he'll ever entirely slow down,
Burke said. Unlike Gabe, at the moment, his own future, both professional and personal, was up in the air. But the one thing Burke knew was that nothing was going to interfere with him coming up with a game plan to win Lily Carpenter. Chapter 12. They drove back to town in silence, as if Lily had talked herself out. Burke wondered how his sister and the others would take it when she broke the news that she'd been hiding in plain sight right here in Honeymoon Harbor. He suspected she was wondering the same thing. He could also understand why she'd been so reluctant to share her secret with friends after having not been entirely honest with them. As she'd done with him, she hadn't out-and-out lied. She hadn't made up a fake story about parents or anything to do with how she'd grown up. He knew Brianna would never hold her omission against her, and hoped the others would understand. Because his father had taught him to walk a girl to her door after a date, though the trip to Hurricane Ridge wasn't a date. Not only did he not drop her off at the beach parking lot as she'd suggested, he drove her to her cottage. As they walked across the flagstones placed on a bed of moss through the colorful riot of flowers, he reached down and took her hand. It felt natural. Perhaps she was too drained from finally having shared the secret she'd been keeping for the past dozen years to object. But he wanted to believe opening up to him had caused enough of those walls to crumble that it felt as right to her as it did to him.
"Will you let me know when you tell them?"
he asked. "Of course, and I'll let Brianna know I've already told you, so she won't feel she's keeping a secret from you."
"You're right."
As she looked up at him, he flashed those Mannion dimples he'd inherited from his father, feeling better than he had in over a year.
"It is complicated, but we can work it out."
He saw the shadow of doubt move across her face, but felt like he was making progress when she didn't insist that any relationship would be impossible. After she'd gone back into the house and he was driving away, Burke decided he'd take it easy. The key was to take things more slowly this time. They'd gone from nice to meet you to ripping each other's clothes off. And although he had told her about his family, she had never given him a clue about her past, nor had they ever discussed a future. She'd warned him from the start that she didn't do relationships, which at first had sounded like an attractive change from all the women who were more interested in him putting a ring on it. But since he hadn't expressed any thoughts about moving whatsoever they had to the next level, it was no wonder she'd mistakenly concluded he was only in it for the sex. They'd made progress today. Maybe the next thing to do would be to shift things to the friends level. Give her time to get comfortable with the idea of them together. And then what? A nagging little voice in the back of his head asked. While he'd been up on Hurricane Ridge, his agent had been playing hardball back in New York. He was what many considered to be the prime age for a quarterback, though Roethlisberger and Brady had managed to defy Father Time. After 2 tries, he doubted she'd attempt New York living a 3rd time. And there weren't a lot of pro football teams on the Olympic Peninsula, like none. The state didn't even have a community college league. He could do network game commentary, but if he had to travel around the country for months without playing, he'd undoubtedly miss the adrenaline rush and begin to doubt his decision to quit. But that was a dilemma for another day. As he started to drive to the boat workshop, he changed his mind, turned around and went back to the parking lot, where he sat in the car, Googling Lily on his phone, this time using her birth name. She hadn't been exaggerating. He read through a series of front-page stories touting her neglectful parents and Wicked Witch of the West grandmother. In the accompanying photos, the older woman was always shown draped in pearls, while Lily's mother obviously preferred the sparkle of diamonds. Despite displaying a wealth beyond what most people could even begin to dream of, they appeared fairly normal. Somehow they'd managed to keep all their greed and cruelty from showing. Like Dorian Gray in the old black-and-white 40s movie Burke had watched in some long-forgotten hotel room, who'd sold his soul to remain eternally young and handsome, while a picture of him showed all his sins. He imagined portraits in those mansions Lily's family had scattered around the globe, turning increasingly hideous. He opened a scratchy news video with a banner reading, "Breaking news. Poor little rich girl Lillian Taylor arrives at the courthouse." He turned up the sound and watched as the camera scanned the shouting crowd of onlookers and reporters as a black limousine pulled up to the curb in front of the huge stone courthouse. When the driver, wearing a black suit, got out of the car and opened the limo's back door, the noise level escalated to a roar as another man in a dark blue suit exited, followed by a young Lily. Her blonde hair, probably having been brushed to a sheen by one of the members of the house staff, fell down her back nearly to her waist. She wore a green, blue, and white plaid uniform that reminded him of a Catholic schoolgirl. White knee socks and mirror-bright black patent leather shoes, with a uniformed policeman on one side of her and the blue-suited man Burke took to be her lawyer on the other. She walked, eyes straight ahead, past the crowd, all yelling for her attention. The photo he'd seen that day on the front page of the newspapers he'd been delivering had been bad enough. but the TV coverage showed her walking up those tall steps into the courthouse. He heard the shouts, saw the crowd push against the orange and white barricades while unrelenting, blinding camera flashes went off. He wondered how such a young girl could possibly possess such composure. Now he realized that she'd begun building those walls that had frustrated him at a very young age. To protect herself when none of the adults around her would. Damn. No wonder she didn't want to relive that day. He was about to call her and assure her that she didn't have to worry, that he'd keep her secret. Then, on second thought, he realized that she was right. She might be able to go on living the anonymous life she'd created for herself. But all it would take was one photo of the two of them together on Instagram, and reporters would dig up what they could on his latest girlfriend, especially since she would be the first one he'd been seen with for months. They had to be able to make it work. Burke didn't know exactly how, but they were both intelligent people. Surely there was a way. The next morning, still thinking about that video and what she'd told him about building a home in Honeymoon Harbor, Burke got up, showered and shaved, and then left the house. The streets were quiet. The fishermen had already gone out for the day. The churches were holding Sunday services, and the tourists that had come for the park or outdoor activities were probably still on vacation time, sleeping in, if not already out on the mountain trails. He drove to the pub, went around the back and found the door unlocked. Quinn was inside the storeroom holding a clipboard. Through an open door into the kitchen, Burke saw Jarl feeding a big chunk of marbled beef into a meat grinder. "I have a favor to ask, and I come bearing gifts." He held up the bag of bear claws and donuts he'd picked up along with a cup of coffee at the retired cop's shop. "Good morning to you, too," Quinn said without turning around. He made a notation on a clipboard. "And gifts aren't necessary, though they're always welcome." "I have a favor to ask." "Sure, what's up?" Wasn't it just like Quinn to agree without asking what Burke wanted or needed? He'd always taken his role as big brother seriously, especially with so many kids in the house. Stepping in as a part-time surrogate parent eased the strain on his parents. "I want to borrow your boat." "No problem, where are you going?" "I was thinking maybe if it was okay with you, I'd live on it." That had Quinn turning around. He arched a dark brow, which was about as close as he'd typically get to showing surprise. Though Burke suspected he hadn't been as cool and collected when he'd learned about their mom. "For how long?" "I don't know, no longer than July 21st, which is when I need to return to New York for training camp." Quinn's only response was a faint hum. "I can still bunk in my old room at the farm on Mondays. You can use it on your day off. Unless you stay open every day in the summer so you don't miss the tourist crowds." He'd sneaked a girl into his room a couple times after Aiden had left for college, but had no intention of repeating that with Lily. And sure, her cottage was cute, but this time he wanted the option of going to his place. Fortunately, Quinn hadn't chosen to live on his boat. After having lived in an apartment above the pub for the first year he'd been in business, he'd bought a house out at the lake, a log one that had been built before all the tech money had flooded into the peninsula, thrown around by people looking for the solitude and serenity they couldn't get at home. Gabe had bought one of those McMansions. He'd told Burke the newcomers couldn't handle such a slow pace of life, so they unloaded the property at a loss and headed back to the cities. His brother shrugged. "I stick to the Mondays off schedule. When I first opened, before Jarl showed up, I worked 7 days a week and was doing the cooking and a lot of the serving and bartending. It was helpful in those early days to get people accustomed to coming to a new place instead of driving to Port Townsend, Sequim, or Port Angeles. But once we were running smoothly, I cut back to 6 days because, unlike the big chains, we don't have a big staff we can switch around. I found that what I may lose in meals served, I make up for in atmosphere and good service by having a happier team." "You've thought it all out." "To tell you the truth, I'm working fewer hours than I did in Seattle, and my blood pressure's a lot lower."
Plus, an unexpected side effect is that Tuesday's business has increased. It seems when people get a craving for ribs or wings or one of Jarl's burgers, if they can't have them on Monday, they show up the next day. Which is a surprise because Mondays and Tuesdays are usually the slowest days in the restaurant business. But our Tuesday receipts are nearly as high as on the weekends.
He put down the clipboard and folded his arms.
Don't you usually go down to Mexico this time of year for off-season workouts with your army of a fitness team? I have in the past, but nothing says I can't work out here.
He'd spent yesterday running and doing wind sprints out at the lake. If he stayed until camp, he'd have to start working out at the new gym in town. Maybe pay extra for after hours so phone shots of him wouldn't flood the internet, giving him a glimmer of what Lily had been up against. Another humming sound came from Quinn.
Does sticking around for a while have anything to do with Lily Carpenter?
He asked.
Maybe,
Burke hedged. There were 2 people in the family who possessed that steady, silent look that could cause you to squirm. His mother and his big brother.
Okay, yeah.
He put the bag on a table in the middle of the stockroom and jammed his hands into his back pockets. This was feeling a lot like old times.
Interesting,
Quinn said as he dug into the bag and pulled out an apple bear claw covered with cinnamon and sugar.
It's complicated,
Burke said, falling back on the statement that had driven him nuts when he'd get it from Lily.
So it seems,
Quinn said thoughtfully before taking a bite of the pastry.
She's a nice woman, a good one. You're not going to mess with her, then dump her, maybe as revenge for her dumping you with that text, are you? Hell no. How can you think I'd do that?
Another shrug, which was one of his quiet brother's ways of communicating. That and those expressive black brows.
You've been away a long time, and last I heard you were going through women like you'd been told you only had weeks to live.
That was an aberration I've put in the past, and I'd never do that to anyone, let alone her.
Good,
Quinn said as he picked up a jumbo-sized mug of coffee and continued to eye Burke over the rim.
I'm pretty sure I'm serious about her, Burke said.
Correction. I know I am.
Interesting,
Quinn said again.
Though, not to shoot you down or anything, but Lily seems pretty settled in and happy here. From what I've heard, I don't think she'd be all that eager to go back to New York. Yeah, that's one of the things I have to work out, and not just for her.
The silence stretched out, making Burke think of those old gangster movies where the cops would shine a bright light into the eyes of the mobster they were interrogating.
Damn, you really would have been one hell of a lawyer in the courtroom, because you've got that look down pat. I wasn't a litigator. So Gabe told me when you took that job.
Burke had been surprised, since the kind of law their brother had ended up doing had never sounded like what Quinn had talked about when he first decided to go to law school.
Do you ever miss your former life in Seattle? Like I told Gabe, not for a heartbeat,
Quinn answered without hesitation.
Mostly what I did was push around mountains of paper, figuring out ways for the 1% to get even richer.
He washed the crispy, baked dough down with a longer drink of coffee.
After a few years, I felt as if I needed a shower when I got home at the end of the day. Then, when I was home for the holidays one year, I saw this old abandoned building and remembered stories we were told as kids about the Mannion who ran a pub and a speakeasy for a time. So when I returned to Seattle, I started exploring craft breweries in the Ballard neighborhood, which claims to have the most breweries in the city. It was a world I'd never really thought about, having decided on law back in high school. I spent a lot of time talking to the brewers, who are always happy to talk about beer. After deciding it sounded like a good fit, I came home, and while Seth remodeled the place, I took classes in craft making, distilling, and cider making at Clearwater, where I learned brew stuff like fermentation temperature control and proper yeast management. Since I wasn't fool enough to think I could just jump in and run a business, I also took some business classes. Then when I decided I was ready, I went for it and never looked back.
He put the coffee cup down. dug into the pocket of his jeans, and handed Burke a key and a metal ring with the slip number on it. "Good luck," he said. Then, having probably said more words in the last few minutes than he normally would say in a week, he picked up his clipboard and went back to taking inventory. Chapter 13. Sunday afternoon, Lily and Chelsea were at the market, eating fried clam strips and shrimp with fries at a table near the bandstand, while a Seattle folk singer performed her original composition, One Brave Life. One line in particular, about no one getting through life without hurting anyone, particularly struck home with Lily. She'd definitely hurt Burke, and soon she was likely to hurt a group of women who'd become her friends. She bit into a clam strip and could almost feel her arteries clogging. Normally, she'd get a seafood wrap or a Dungeness crab Louis salad. But today, as conflicted as she was about Burke and how she was going to break the truth to friends she'd been hiding it from for so long, she needed fried food and carbs. After confessing her past to Burke yesterday and being honestly surprised by his reaction, after picking up the flowers and having a brief visit with Sarah at the farm, she'd had a craving for sweets and ended up eating Tillamook mudslide ice cream straight from the carton while she'd watched a K-drama about a heroine who, having grown up in an orphanage, wanted to be an independent career woman, which supposedly explained why she kept resisting the charms of a wealthy, hot young businessman. It was basically a Cinderella tale, and like all romance movies and books, everything worked out in the end. But of course, that was fiction. Real life, Lily had learned, was a lot more difficult. As she dipped another clam strip into the container of tartar sauce, she thought that if Burke stayed in town much longer and she kept eating her feelings, she'd have to start buying bigger pants. "So," Chelsea broke into her turmoiled thoughts, "how are things going with the college's participation in the Heritage Day celebration?" "So far, we're having a food booth, but haven't figured out the menu yet. As for the float, we're almost done with one, along the lines of the Whistler ceiling mural in Heron's Landing. One segment will show the peninsula's cliffs and crashing waves. Another will depict Mount Olympus, standing tall over Hurricane Ridge, the rainforest, fields of lavender farms, and the strait leading to Puget Harbor. The third will feature the indigenous first settlers, along with the fishermen, loggers, and builders, like Seth Harper's family." "That's ambitious," Chelsea said. "It hasn't been as labor-intensive as it sounds. The automotive and welding students created the frame, and Seth volunteered to build the platform. Then the art department students sketched the murals out, marking off different spaces, like one of those paint-by-number kits, and students from that department and other volunteers are filling them in. I think it's going to be really amazing. And the banner on the side is going to read, 'Education is a pathway to the future.'" "I like it," Chelsea said. "We're going with a big rainbow as a nod to the show Reading Rainbow. Then Snoopy lying on his doghouse reading a book, with other Peanuts characters all reading in various positions. I think we've probably bought up all the chicken wire and crepe paper on the peninsula," she said with a laugh. "Our banner is going to say, 'Reading is fun,' with the fun part capitalized, demental." "That will definitely be fun," said Lily. "I heard from Brianna, who heard from her dad, that the city council managed to book the Lady Washington. That always proves a big draw at the Wooden Boat Festival." The tall-masted ship was a replica of the original Revolutionary War ship, named for Martha Washington. Docked at Grays Harbor Historical Seaport, it had appeared in various movies, including Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, and Star Trek Generations. Honeymoon Harbor had a personal connection with the ship after Cameron Montgomery proposed to Megan Larson during a private evening dinner cruise. The new vet in town had been coerced into taking part in a bachelor auction to raise money for the animal rescue shelter, And he'd asked Chelsea, Lily, Brianna, Mai, and Kylie to bid on him. He'd pay whatever it took, and then he wanted them to gift him to Megan as a birthday present. It had probably been the most fun Lily had experienced since arriving in Honeymoon Harbor. The night had gotten a bit raucous, possibly due to the free pre-auction margaritas, and the proposal aside. Lily's favorite part was when Brianna, of all people, marched over to a blonde who would not stop bidding and told her that the sky was the limit. Then she advised her to sit down because it was bound to eventually get painful standing on those 5-inch stilettos. "Speaking of Brianna," Lily said, "I was thinking that she, you, Mia, Kylie, and I haven't gotten together all at the same time for a while." "We've gotten busy with our own lives," Chelsea said. "Too true," Lily agreed. "Why don't I check my calendar, then give everyone a call and see if we can find a day and time? We'll want to do it before Memorial Day so Brianna won't be too busy with tourists." "The sooner the better," Lily agreed. Truer words had never been spoken. It didn't take long for Burke to move the small amount of stuff he'd thrown into a bag when he'd left New York onto Quinn's boat, which had everything a guy could need. The cabin had a curved bench around a table that folded up. The long part of the bench could be turned into a berth. The galley had a stovetop, microwave, storage, and whatever dishes and pots and pans Quinn might have hidden behind cherry cabinets. Not that Burke intended to do much cooking. There was a head with a separate shower, and most importantly, as far as he was concerned, a bed tucked into its own alcove. It wasn't a yacht like the ones owned by teammates, which he'd partied on from time to time. But all the finishes were high-end, from the gleaming cherry wood to the leather the color of winter rain clouds, with gleaming brass fittings. That done, he headed toward Gabe's boat-building shop at the far end of the peninsula, next to the wooden boat school. Quinn had done the paperwork for Gabe to incorporate and hire boat builders who loved the craft but didn't want the headaches of running a business. Rather than one huge building, it turned out that he'd built a trio of different-sized metal workshops. "This is quite the setup," Burke told his brother, whom he'd tracked down after the 5-man crew working in the largest building had directed him to the smallest of the 3. "Thanks. I'll admit that even with all my planning, I didn't expect the business to grow so fast. Apparently, after decades of fiberglass, wooden boats are coming back in style. I decided that the work would run more smoothly if each project was built in a separate building. The one you just came from is the largest boat we've contracted yet. The guy's going to use it as a tourist cruiser on Puget Sound, going mainly for the high-end corporate trade. It's licensed for 28 passengers, plus crew, and we're using mahogany, teak, yellow Alaskan cedar, and red ironbark from Australia, a beautiful wood that's been used for over 200 years. It's expensive, but not a problem for the owner. It's going to have oval windows along both sides, and the inside will be all finished wood, including the ceilings. There will be a full bar with high-end Italian leather furniture. Aside from construction details, I'm subbing out the interior to a guy from Portland, Maine, who's designed yachts for the megabucks crowd. You're going to have to come back to town when we finally get it done. It'll be over-the-top luxury, with all the deck fittings being 24-karat gold-plated. It's taking 350 sheets of 24-karat gold leaf just for the vessel name and design on the stern. So your client is Louis XVI? Gabe laughed. No, he's a former client from back when I was trading. He's rich enough to have a yacht to get out to his yacht, which of course has the requisite mogul helicopter landing pad on it. He's Australian, but has a son who moved to Seattle last year, saw the tour boats, and decided that would be a fun business. Daddy bought him a gold-plated boat. Must be tough. Gabe shrugged. Hey, don't knock it. It's providing some much-needed employment. The crew chief overseeing the guys you saw earlier
grew up in a family that built luxury wooden yachts back during the 1950s. Times change, people get nostalgic, and what they're getting from Mannion Marine are custom-made boats. Chris Kraft built 750,000 wooden boats between the 1920s and 1971, when the last one rolled off the line. But they were all mass-produced and a bitch to maintain. Our boats just need to be sanded and refinished every 4 to 7 years, and you've got yourself a one-of-a-kind family heirloom.
I'm impressed, Burke said, thinking of Lily's mother off cruising on yachts instead of taking care of her young, vulnerable daughter. What does something like this cost? If we stay on budget, which I doubt we will because the owner keeps thinking of more stuff he wants, it'll come in at about $3.5 million. I'm guessing since we've got another year at least of work on it. He could go as high as $10 million once he gets an idea to gold plate the JoAnn. And yeah, it's admittedly a vanity project, but it's already getting press in boat magazines and word of mouth among the cruising crowd. Now we have enough orders that we're booked 3 years out. I don't want to do anything we're not all proud of, and most importantly, enjoy making. One of our girls, Hannah, helped me work on the fairing when she first started living with Chelsea and me before we got married. She's here a lot and has started sketching plans of a boat she wants to make. I think we may be looking at a second generation. That's way cool, Burke said. Although they'd both been living in New York, Gabe had been such a workaholic that they were lucky to be able to get together once a month. It was a revelation to see him still super busy, but so relaxed, and like their oldest brother, content. I guess leaving the fast track has worked out for you. Although I wouldn't admit it back then, passing out at my old boss's funeral with what I thought was a heart attack scared the piss out of me. I was lucky that I got a smart-ass ER doc who didn't mince words about my condition. I thought I'd just take the summer off, get back in shape, and return to the New York hamster wheel. But then Chelsea had me rethinking my life, which wasn't easy because it was what I'd planned since I was a kid. To make money, Burke remembered. In their own ways, they'd all been driven. Even Aiden, who'd been a top cop, had been working with the feds and Homeland Security when he'd nearly gotten killed. Yeah, I wasn't sure how, but that was the goal. Which, once I made it, I realized that while it's admittedly advantageous to have and has allowed me to build this business, in the long run, money isn't what life's really about. He looked down at the much smaller boat he'd been sanding. This is going to be a custom 11-foot, all-electric skiff. I'm making it for a mail carrier in Olympia who wants to go fishing with his 8-year-old grandson who just beat leukemia. He stroked a hand over the mahogany shell. It's a great feeling to be able to help the family get back to a normal life. And the fact that Chelsea lost her sister to childhood cancer when they were both young makes it extremely personal. I'm going to be staying in the boat you built for Quinn for a while, Burke said. She's a beauty, by the way. Thanks. Gabe's arched brow echoed Quinn's. Apparently, they'd both expected him to take off as soon as their mom was declared healthy. Burke had come here today hoping Gabe could offer some advice, similar to Quinn's on how he'd made that transition. Obviously, he was happy about it, but for a guy who couldn't stop looking at his phone whenever they'd had dinner together back in New York, and who sometimes seemed as if his internal motor had been set to overdrive, such a vast change in lifestyle couldn't have been easy. Burke was about to dig deeper when there was a knock on the metal frame of the open door. I'm sorry, Jim Olsen said. I didn't mean to disturb you. No bother, Gabe said. You probably saved my mother's life. For which we're hugely grateful, Burke tacked on. He knew Quinn had already stopped by the farm to thank Jim personally, because Quinn and Brianna were the two most likely to think of things like that. Aiden had also thanked him when he'd gone to interview him for the police report. Thanks to Jim's quick thinking and photographic memory, the hit-and-run truck driver had been apprehended and charged with a Class C felony, which Aiden explained could result in significant imprisonment and a hefty fine. Right now, the guy was sitting in jail, waiting for his court appearance.
Mrs. Mannion was always very nice to me,
Jim said.
I was happy to help. Well, not happy, because it was a terrible thing, but we get it,
Gabe said.
So, what can I do for you? Are you in the market for a boat? No, it's sort of personal.
He glanced over at Burke.
I'll leave if you want privacy,
Burke offered.
Oh, no.
Jim shook his head.
I didn't mean it to sound that way. I was just trying to decide if I should say something I've been thinking to you. Sometimes, actually often, I'm told that I'm not very tactful. Well, now you've got my curiosity up,
Burke said.
So shoot. I mean, say whatever you were thinking,
he said, remembering how literal Jim Olsen could be.
I would never shoot anyone,
Jim said seriously, proving Burke's point.
I don't even own a gun.
He paused. Burke could practically see the wheels working in that unique but brilliant in its own way brain.
That was an idiom, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, what I thought this football season, actually for more than just this past one, is that you need a stronger offensive line to protect you. You can't win the game by yourself, and the defense is getting tired being out on the field so long, allowing the opponent to score. I had to take you to New York and have you explain that to the team's owner,
Burke said.
Just kidding about the trip,
he tacked on quickly.
But I totally agree with your take on the situation, and have been trying to make that exact point. I'm having trouble getting through to the GM and owner. Good,
Jim said.
Not that you're having trouble, but that you didn't take offense, thinking I was criticizing your playing. I didn't think that at all,
Burke said. Besides, he was used to it. There were already enough Monday morning quarterbacks who'd done that on social media, podcasts, and radio call-in shows all last season.
What can I do for you?
Gabe asked again. The tips of Jim's ears had turned a bright red.
I was wondering if you could give me some advice about dating.
Dating? Burke exchanged a look with his older brother. That had definitely come out of left field.
Did your date the other day not go so well?
Gabe asked.
Date? I didn't have a date. We saw you at Quinn's,
Burke said.
With some brunette. Oh, she's Sage, and she wasn't a date. We were having a business lunch at the lake. She's taking a class from Lily Carpenter at the college and needs a marketing project. Lily suggested that she talk to me about a campaign for Blue House Farm. If Lily suggested it, it's a good idea,
Burke said.
She had some very helpful suggestions. She's going to assist me in implementing them. But the thing is...
Jim turned his head and took a deep breath, as if gathering his nerve to get to the point.
I like Sage. That helps if you're going to be working together,
Burke said.
It does, but the thing is, I like her. I think she probably only thinks of me as a partner on her project. But I'd like to take her out on a real date so we can maybe talk about something other than business.
Sounds like a good plan to me, Gabe said.
That's the problem.
In contrast to Gabe's easy tone, Jim's voice was wavering with stress.
I don't have a plan.
His gaze met Burke's.
I dated in college, which was a great deal easier. We'd go out for pizza right around the corner, and the girls were very much like me, so dating social skills were not necessary. I simply asked if they wanted to have pizza, and they said yes or no. I never really cared if they said no. I'd simply ask until someone said yes. It was like working out a genome problem. I'd attempt different approaches until I received a positive result. And then we would spend the date talking about our studies. But Sage feels almost like a different species, so I need help. I don't know how to ask her. What are you thinking of doing on your date? Burke asked. I don't know what she'd like to do on a date. I streamed some romantic movies to study them, but the guys on them have a great deal more self-confidence than I do.
That's because it's fiction, Gabe said. In real life, guys are a lot more insecure about relationships.
Scared to death of them,
Burke agreed, speaking for himself. He still hadn't figured out how to get Lily to lower her damn drawbridge longer than their conversation had taken.
Is that true?
Jim looked both surprised and perhaps a bit hopeful, discovering he wasn't alone in the female clueless club.
My hand to God,
Gabe said, lifting his right hand.
A good bet for a first date is a movie,
Burke suggested.
That way you have 2 hours during which you won't have to think of things to talk about.
But she's very interesting, Jim said.
I enjoy talking to her, although sometimes it's hard to get a word in. But that's because she enjoys her work so much. That's part of why I like her. That and because...
Burke could practically hear Jim's teeth slam together as he cut the rest of that sentence off.
She's pretty.
Burke finished the sentence.
She is, isn't she?
Very, Gabe said.
Talking comes after the movie, Burke said. Over dinner.
A movie and dinner.
I saw that on one of the Hallmark movies,
Jim said, a touch of relief in his eyes.
But it sounds more stressful than pizza dates. And when I get stressed, I can't talk to people at all, especially women.
It's probably been a basic first date since silent movie days, Gabe said. He fell silent for a moment, clearly thinking. Burke and Jim waited him out. Then, after a moment, he said,
How about a double date? That way you'd have other people helping you fill in gaps in the conversation.
But who...
Wednesday is classics night at the Olympic, Gabe said. Chelsea wants to go see Casablanca, which she's already seen so many times. I'll bet she could recite every line of dialogue. How about that? And if you like Italian, we can go to Luca's.
Who doesn't like Italian? Burke said.
I like spaghetti,
Jim said, hope lifting his voice.
I buy it in a can at the market.
There you go, Gabe said.
But I guarantee Luca's is going to be a lot better than that. And here's another plus. The place has a private dining room.
It's really private?
Yeah, we had a party there one time for my mom's birthday. We booked the room so our noise wouldn't disturb other diners, but also so we wouldn't be surrounded by a bunch of other people. There'd be just the 4 of us on our date. I know Chelsea and Sage get along because Sage volunteered to help with Chelsea's Zoom library reading hour for kids during the months the library was shut down.
I'd like that. Jim's relief was obvious.
If I ask her tomorrow, when she's not scheduled to work at Sensation Cajun, will that be enough time to not look last minute? In some cities, it might be more difficult to get a reservation,
Gabe allowed.
But it's not like there's a lot to do at night here, so there's a good chance she'll be free and the room will be open. Also, how nervous are you going to be about this date?
On a scale of 1 to 10, at least 10 cubed, Jim admitted.
Which will only get worse the longer you wait and think about it,
Gabe said.
Believe me, I know all about anxiety. I ended up in the hospital after passing out on the sidewalk from an anxiety attack.
Jim paled.
I would not want to pass out, especially in public. Then there's no harm in trying. Let me just check something.
He pulled his phone out of the pocket of his jeans.
Hey, Luca, how's the private room looking for Wednesday night?
He waited while Luca checked.
It's not booked at all? Great. Could you book it in the name of Jim Olsen?
Another pause.
For 4. How about making that for 6?
Burke asked. Gabe turned toward him, lifting a brow.
Are you talking about yourself? Yeah, I really like Italian. And judging from the takeout Luca dropped off for Mom, his food is Michelin-star delicious.
Change that to a table for 6, Gabe said.
Time?
He glanced over at Jim, factoring in the time it'd take for the movie to be over.
Around 8? Jim paled a bit, as if realizing what he was getting into. "That will be good," he said, not sounding all that confident, but he squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a social occasion the way Burke might do before a game. "Super." He turned back to his phone. "We'll see you Wednesday." After ending the call, he looked at Burke. "You just got to town. Where are you going to find a date?" Then he slapped his forehead. "Oh, wait, you're the big star pro football quarterback. You could probably walk into the market and find a bunch of women willing to go out with you." He paused a beat. "Of course, there's the problem that you've been gone long enough that most of the women who knew you have already gotten married. But you might have a chance with strangers who don't know all your flaws like we do." "Ha ha," Burke said. "As a matter of fact, I have someone in mind." "Who?" Jim and Gabe said together. Burke crossed his arms, feeling pretty damn good about the idea that Gabe's suggestion could kill two birds with one stone. He would be helping Jim out, and even if Lily did try to weasel out of her agreement, he doubted she'd turn him down when she heard about Jim's dating dilemma. Besides, it wouldn't really be a date. There'd be two other couples. It'd just be a nice dinner out with friends. "Lily Carpenter," he announced. "I did not see that coming," Gabe said. Chapter 14. On Monday, Jim was sitting at a table in his home office, looking at a video on his laptop screen. "I like it," he said hesitantly, "but it seems very short."
"That's because it's a reel," Sage said. "For Instagram. I'm double posting this on my account. I have 200,000 followers. Admittedly, many are other marketing students or professionals, and a lot I picked up when I shared my Left at the Altar story, but you never know how things will migrate. I've made some money from companies I feature, and also made a shorter Instagram story one for you. And a TikTok, which is a better video platform but skews younger. I'm not sure what we'll get from it, but it never hurts to try. This is, after all, a tourist town, so spreading a wider net might work, especially with the wedding business, which is why I started with that." She was talking so fast, about so many unfamiliar things, Jim's head began spinning. "You shared your failed wedding story online?" "Sure, I knew it would get me a bunch of followers," she said easily. "The more followers I have, the more I can be considered an influencer and get paid to feature things, so even with all the bills I had to pay, I still made money off a bad situation. But don't worry, as I said, I'm not charging you for handling your account." "I have an account?" "I set it up last night. You've already gained 200 followers. That's a cool start. Here's one I did for Sensation Cajun." She showed him. "It's Sunday suppers, showing some of his dishes. We do different ones every week." "Along with waiting tables, you're doing social media for Bastion?" "I have been for a while." "Then why didn't you use him as your project?" Despite scoring high on IQ tests and being an HFA, a non-medical term for high-functioning autism, Jim was still having difficulty sorting all this out. Not that he didn't spend a great deal of time on the internet, but that was on message boards with other people working with plant genomes. Not looking at videos of Sunday dinners, which for him was always a grilled cheese sandwich and Campbell's tomato soup, made with water, not milk. Because he's doing everything right. He already had his account up to 25,000. I've just added a polish to the posts, stories, and reels he was already doing. You, on the other hand, are a blank slate. I mean, your social media presence, she assured him. Not you, personally. "Do you have to get permission from the people in this reel to put them online?" he asked, hitting the key to replay the wedding photo. The bride was carrying a bouquet of peach peonies, which Sage had to know he grew because she'd seen them at the market. But he couldn't remember delivering them to a wedding lately. Don't worry, it's a stock video I bought. I edited it so it focuses on the bouquet as she walks down the aisle, hands it to her maid of honor, then throws it after the happy couple has been proclaimed man and wife.
I've been to some friends' weddings,
he said, relieved to have something to say that wasn't another question.
And I've never understood that tradition.
The belief is that the woman who catches the bouquet will be the next to get married.
So I've been told, Jim said. But that's not logical or realistic, even if the woman who catches it turns out to be the next to marry. Her odds of winning would involve a probability sampling method utilizing some form of random selection.
You know what? She asked.
What?
I love watching your mind work. But sampling methods aside, it remains a popular superstition, and since I know you prefer facts, it started back in ancient England when female guests at the wedding would tear off pieces of the bride's dress or flowers in order to get good luck.
That sounds very rude and chaotic.
It does, doesn't it? That's why brides started throwing their bouquets as far as they could to send the other women running after it.
Then she could run in the other direction.
Jim found that a very sensible solution to such foolish behavior. Sage beamed like the sun. Exactly. This reel is just a trial run. I figured with the June wedding season almost upon us, it would be good to open with a wedding theme. And point out that Blue House Farm is the place to get your wedding flowers on the peninsula.
We are not the only farm selling flowers on the peninsula.
True, and I'm sure the others are wonderful places run by very nice people, but they don't have the media presence you're going to have. Don't worry. She placed a hand on his arm. I'm also sure that they have a loyal customer base, the same way you do. What we're mainly looking for is brides who are planning a wedding in Honeymoon Harbor, assuring them that we can provide the same stellar service any city can give them.
That sounds reasonable,
he said, noting that she'd used we instead of you, as if they were partners in this enterprise. Thank you. We're also going to feature the market booth for locals, which brings up another point. I can work the booth on my time off, but the restaurant's going to be picking up, which means that Bastion may need me for more hours, and I'm going to be spending time working on this. I was thinking that maybe we could hire someone to handle it 2 of the 4 days the market is open. I went through the financial record books you gave me to check out, and you can afford it.
You were correct the first time, Jim said. When you said we. I realize that I'm a class project for you, but after all the plans you suggested at the lake, I do feel as if we've become a team. Until Jessie got married and became busy with her children and Lavender Garden, we were partners. She did the books and arranged the flowers, and I planned out the gardens and began the hybrid and herbal business.
Which was a great idea. But another thing about the booth... Her voice trailed off. He'd noticed that she talked with her hands a great deal. Now they were clasped so tightly together at her waist. Her knuckles were going pale.
What about it?
She inhaled deeply, then blew out a long breath. I'm sorry, but it's boring.
It's a farmer's market booth. I'm not selling the booth, I'm selling flowers and herbs.
Exactly, but you can't see that until you get right up to it. You're lucky that you have an outside-facing one rather than having it stuck in those narrow aisles in the interior.
My parents chose the spot when the market opened when I was young. They were 2 of the founders and on the board. It was much smaller then, just a few local farmers. Now they accept vendors as far away as Yakima and Grant County.
On the other side of the Cascades, where the apples come from.
Yes, the oceanic climate here on the peninsula is unsatisfactory for commercial apple cultivation. But settlers in the early 19th century discovered the east side of the mountain's soil has a rich lava ash, and that its Mediterranean climate received far more sunshine than here on the west. Also, eastern arid climate means fewer insect and disease problems.
Giving a better quality apple.
Exactly. And there are many streams that serve as irrigation. Do you like the movie Casablanca?
She blinked at his sudden turn in topic. Of course. It's a classic. I can't count the number of times I've seen it.
Would you like to see it again? It's playing Wednesday evening at the Olympic Theater.
Are you asking me on a date? Jim could feel the tips of his ears heating.
That was my intention. But if you feel that I'm harassing you in any way, like the #MeToo movement, I apologize for possibly crossing the line.
This time, her smile lit up her eyes. You'd never harass anyone, she said. And yes, I'd enjoy seeing the movie again with you.
Gabe Mannion and I were talking about it, and he suggested we go to Luca's kitchen afterward for dinner. They have a private room. But it wouldn't be just us. He suggested he and Chelsea attend, as well as Burke and Lily Carpenter.
Lily is dating Burke Mannion, the football star?
So it appears.
I had no idea he was back in town.
He returned after his mother's accident.
I wonder how he knows Lily.
He didn't say, and it didn't occur to me to ask.
His mind had been focused on asking Sage out on a date. And to be truthful, he didn't have that much interest in other people's social lives. Well, I think that's a lovely plan. What time should I be ready? For a moment, Jim was tongue-tied. He'd stumbled into asking her in a very poor segue from apple growing. But despite his nerves being so tangled, he'd managed to get the words out. Having braced himself for rejection, he was surprised by her immediate acceptance.
The film begins at 6. If we arrive at 5:30, that will give us time to buy our tickets and find our seats. I'm told it's a very popular movie. It runs an hour and 42 minutes. So with the restaurant right down the street, we shouldn't have any problem with our dinner reservation at 8.
With the movie being so popular, it meant that the theater could be very crowded. Yet on the drive back to the farm from Gabe's boat shop, Jim had assured himself that it would be all right. Because they'd mostly be in the dark, and people were not supposed to talk during movies, so there wouldn't be a loud buzz of conversation until when they were leaving the theater with the crowd, which would be a challenge, but one he was willing to subject himself to in order to go on a date with Sage Fletcher. It's one of the best movies ever made, she said. Thank you for asking. I haven't been on a date since the jerk took off to Bali with the wedding planner. I'm looking forward to it. And now that we've settled that, let's get back to the booth. As she began suggesting putting the type of plastic advertising wrap that was done on cars and even buses on the booth, or at least painting it in bright colors so it would stand out against the more gray-brown weather-worn ones. Jim tried to concentrate on her words, but she could have been speaking in Klingon. He set his face in an attentive appearance, nodding at what seemed the appropriate times, while inside, he was feeling as if he'd just won an Olympic gold medal. Jim knew that his parents and sister loved him. He also knew that they worried he might never have what most people considered a normal life. He'd begun to think they might be correct and was all right with that idea. He had big plans with his hybrids. That was enough to keep him busy. But every so often, when picking up his grocery order, he'd always call it in on Monday mornings, then pick it up at 3 o'clock sharp. He'd see people strolling down the street, or out on the pier, or getting married in the lacy white gazebo at the park, all looking as happy as he knew he'd be when he finally managed to create that blue rose. He wasn't expecting to fall in love the way people did in the Hallmark movies, be loved in return, then live happily ever after. That was perhaps too much of a reach. But right now, he was going to enjoy the heady anticipation of having a movie and dinner date with the pretty, intelligent Sage Fletcher. Clearwater Community College was located in a heavily wooded area of town. and Burke got lost on the winding one-way roads more than once before finally locating the administration building that housed Lily's office. Newer than most in town, it had been painted a deep brown to blend in with its surroundings, and the soaring front of it, which was mostly glass, reminded him of the bow of the old clipper sailing ships that had once populated the harbor. Contrasting with the more modern architectural style, a 16-foot-tall totem pole, carved from red cedar, depicting a bear holding a pair of salmon and topped by an eagle with outstretched wings, greeted visitors in a garden beside the door. A friendly young woman sitting behind a counter in the foyer gave him a visitor's badge and directed him to an office on the 3rd floor. When he entered, a young man whose desk name plaque read Paul Kalapa was on the phone. He smiled and held up a finger, suggesting he'd be just a moment, quickly finished the call, then said, "Good afternoon. I'm sorry things are a little hectic right now while we're planning the school's entry in the Heritage Day Parade. How may I help you, Mr. Mannion?" Having gotten used to being recognized, Burke simply asked if Lily was in. She just got back from a meeting with the diversity committee. The young man said, "Let me tell her you're here." Burke would have preferred to have just walked in, given that he wasn't sure she'd see him here at the office, in public, but agreed to wait while the young man got on the phone again and announced him. A moment later, the door to the adjoining office opened. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mannion." She greeted him professionally, as if he didn't know what she looked like beneath those business clothes. She was wearing a slim black skirt, a white tuxedo-style shirt with a pleated front beneath a little black ribbon tied around the neck, and flats, and a pair of black-framed glasses he'd never seen her wearing. Her long hair was pulled into a ponytail she'd tied at the base of her neck. "Why don't you come in and tell me why you're here? Would you like some coffee?"
"I'm fine, thanks,"
Burke said. "Fine," she echoed, moving aside and gesturing him in. After she'd shut the door, she folded her arms and asked, "What are you doing here?"
"That should be obvious. I came to talk to you about our date."
"I told you I need more time."
"That's why I'm here. To ask you out Wednesday night for a movie and dinner. It's classics night at the Olympic, and they're showing Casablanca."
"I love that movie. But, again, I need time."
"I understand that. But something unexpected turned up. Jim Olsen stopped by Gabe's boat shop yesterday afternoon. He wanted to ask Gabe about how to ask a girl on a date. Seems he's smitten with someone named Sage."
"Oh, that's so sweet. I sent her out to his farm to ask if he'd let her help with her semester marketing project. She's taking a course from me. I have to admit I hadn't foreseen that happening."
"Jim called Gabe, who called me, and told me she'd accepted."
"I'm happy for him. And her. He's very sweet." Lily sat behind the desk, gesturing him to the chair on the other side, effectively using the desk as a barrier between them. "But what does that have to do with me?"
"Well, I was already there, visiting Gabe, so we got to talking with Jim, and one thing sort of led to another, and after Gabe suggested they double date at Luca's because it has a private room."
"Which would be less stressful for Jim because he hates crowds."
"Exactly."
Burke flashed his best smile, the one he used while being interviewed on camera after a winning game.
"Like I said, one thing led to another, and I heard myself suggesting that we make it a triple date. That'll make it easier on Jim, because with Burke and Chelsea and you and me, along with Sage, there'd be more people to help keep the conversation going if Jim gets nervous."
She put her elbows on the table, laced her fingers together, rested her chin on them, and gave him a look that told him she'd spotted the admittedly obvious quarterback sneak play. "You're using Jim to get me to go out with you."
"No, I'm helping the guy have a social life, which you can't deny he's entitled to, even though it's not all that easy for him to connect with people. But they've already had burgers from the pub out at the lake, so—"
"Wait a minute." She held up a hand. They had lunch at the lake? And that wasn't a date?
Jim said they were talking about business, about her working on a marketing plan.
Right, but there's no reason they couldn't have had that discussion at the farm. She didn't mention anything about going out to the lake. I wonder if it was her idea.
That'd be my guess, but it also seems to have gotten him interested in raising things to a more personal level. And yes, I'll readily admit that going out for a movie and dinner with you, even if we won't be alone, would not only be a new experience, but the icing on the cake.
She gave him another long look. Let me make some calls before I answer. You didn't give me much time to fix things.
Like I said, the opportunity unexpectedly arose, so I grabbed it. I realize I should apologize, but my only excuse is that despite how we ended things, I've missed you. It also occurred to me that having us be seen out with others first makes it appear more casual. Not so much a date, but friends and family getting together.
It's not a bad idea, she admitted. But again, you didn't give me much time. Did you tell Gabe about us?
No. So far, only Quinn knows. Gabe is obviously wondering, but I left before Jim did, so he didn't get a chance to grill me.
She leaned back and folded her arms again, which, rather than intimidating him, only drew his attention to those pearl buttons running down the center of that pleated blouse. You do realize life isn't a football game, and you don't get to call all the plays, don't you? Her question shattered a vision of unfastening those buttons one by one. But it didn't stop him from wondering what exactly she was wearing beneath that tidy white blouse.
Of course I do, he said. But for the record, you spent 3 months calling all the plays when we were together. Seems I should be allowed to call an audible once in a while.
She shook her head. He might not have known her backstory until now, but he'd learned to read her well. Although she was trying to hide it, he saw repressed humor in her gaze. Get out of here, she said. I've got to try to gather everyone up before Wednesday night.
I'm on my way.
He stood up and began to leave, pausing at the door to look back at her.
May I ask one question?
Just one. I really am busy.
Could you wear that outfit Wednesday night?
This? She glanced down at herself. Why?
Because I was thinking, just maybe, if you were up for it, after dinner we could go to your place and play stern boss and sexy secretary.
Instead of throwing that glass paperweight on her desk at his head, she laughed, which he found encouraging. Go, she said, waving her hand toward the door.
I'm going, but just keep the idea in mind, okay?
Just as he was reaching for the doorknob, she called out to him. Burke? He glanced back over his shoulder. I've missed you too.
Thanks for sharing that,
he said.
I'll see you Wednesday night.
Then he left while he was still apparently, hopefully, ahead. Chapter 15. Driving back to his parents' house from the college, as Burke passed Blue House Farm, a thought occurred to him. Since the farm's truck was in the driveway, he pulled up next to it. Then, after not getting any answer at the door, went around back to the greenhouse where he found Jim.
Hey, he greeted him. I just realized that there was something Gabe and I should have told you. If Sage likes the movie, you do too. She has already said she likes it. Good, but if you don't argue with her. I don't enjoy arguments, Jim said. Great. Things are easier if you just go along with whatever she says on a first date. That is, if you want a second one. I do, Jim said. I'll agree with whatever she thinks of the movie. Okay. And while this may be hard, remember that the story is fiction, not real life. Try not to point out all the things that are illogical. Because it's best just to go with the flow. What if she brings up something illogical?
Knowing how difficult keeping silent would be for Jim, Burke backpedaled a bit.
Then you'll have something to discuss. You can carefully make your point without being pedantic, because no one enjoys being lectured to. And don't insist on being right. Sometimes you have to agree to disagree. Dating sounds very complicated.
Burke laughed.
You're not going to get any argument from me on that.
Lily sat at her desk, staring out over the wooded campus. She hadn't expected to tell Burke that she'd missed him, but now that the words had been said, it was too late to take them back. Also, Wednesday night wasn't actually a date, but merely a dinner out with friends. It wasn't a big deal. They were both single. After all, she was close friends with Gabe's wife, Chelsea, as well as friendly with Jim, and Sage was one of her students. Even if they did continue to see each other while he was here, it didn't have to mean anything. Lots of people had summer flings. That's what vacations were for. Like Gabe and Chelsea, but they were undoubtedly in the minority. As for her past, as the therapist she'd seen after changing her name had told her, she didn't have anything to be ashamed or embarrassed about. It was her parents, her grandmother, and all those lawyers who should have been ashamed, using an innocent child as a weapon. Picking up the phone, she called Chelsea first. "Hi," she said when her friend answered. "I heard we're triple dating Wednesday night." "Gabe just called me," Chelsea said. "I'm looking forward to it. Brianna told me that you and Burke had known each other in New York. We met at a fundraiser I'd organized. Small world, that you'd both end up here." Lily heard the question in her friend's voice. "That's why I'm calling. I was wondering if you could come over tonight. Maybe for drinks and some conversation." "I'd love that. We've both been so busy with Heritage Day preparations, we haven't had any real girl talk in a long time." "I thought I'd make it a group night," Lily said. "I'm also calling Brianna, Kylie, Mai, and Jolene. I was thinking about stopping by Don Diego's and picking up dinner." Diego Chavez had started his business with Taco the Town, a popular food truck that he'd kept for special events after having established a full-service restaurant that was not only a play on his first name, but also an homage to Don Diego de la Vega, a.k.a. Zorro. Various posters of the many movies made about the fictional Mexican hero had been framed on the walls, going back to the 1920 silent classic starring Douglas Fairbanks. In the center of the main dining room, he'd had a replica of his Taco the Town truck built, with seating for a dozen that had proven especially popular with Honeymoon Harbor children. "That sounds like fun. I'll bring the tequila and limes for margaritas. What time?" "About 6:30? "Works for me. I'll see you then." Despite the lack of advance notice, all the others immediately agreed to show up, making Lily wonder if there'd already been some discussions about her and Burke. "Well, if there were, they'll definitely be answered tonight," she said to herself as she hung up from her last call and took her jacket from the coat tree. "I'm off," she said to her assistant, who was currently working on a list of suggested food items the culinary students might make for the Heritage Day celebration. Paul, a member of the Olympic Peninsula's Jamestown Sklallam tribe, had suggested serving oysters from the tribal seafood company. After surviving on local seafood and shellfish for 10,000 years in the area, the tribe's oysters were now being served at some of the top restaurants throughout the country. He'd also suggested cooking salmon over wood in a fire pit, which would probably require town council approval, given that the spring had been unusually dry. "Have a good evening." His tone suggested he assumed she was going out with Burke. There was no way to keep any relationship they might have a secret in Honeymoon Harbor, perhaps influenced by the name of their town, or the fact that, like all small towns, they needed to keep their population growing. It seemed a large part of the community was invested in everyone else's romances. "Thanks," she said, Have a good one yourself. I hope to. I'm taking my girlfriend to your brother's pub for a sunset dinner. We have a table reserved in the raised view section. Anna loves Quinn's sweet chili lime wings. He's been making those for home cookouts since he was a kid. Brianna told me that Burke used to take them to team meetings. Have a great time. Thanks. He paused as if planning for a way to say something else. Hoping it wasn't some fire she'd have to put out, she managed not to look at her watch, but instead asked, "Is there a problem with our entry?" "No, that's fine. It's nothing," he said, not quite meeting her eyes. He glanced down at his desk drawer. "Okay." She blew out a breath. "What's up?" He didn't immediately answer, but instead opened the drawer and pulled out a small black velvet bag. Untying the gilt ribbon drawstring, he took out a small royal blue box, then opened it. "What do you think?" he asked, nerves making his voice higher than the usual baritone that sounded so good in the school a cappella group. Lily felt her eyes moisten as she looked down at the small, round-cut diamond surrounded by smaller ones. "The jeweler told me that it's a halo cut," Paul said. "Those little diamonds are called Malay. He suggested them to add more sparkle." "It's beautiful, and it definitely sparkles." She blinked away tears and covered her heart with her crossed hands. "Oh, Paul, Anna is going to love it." He'd worked for her for the 2 years he'd been attending school. And on top of keeping a straight 4-point average, last month he'd received a job offer to work as a phlebotomist at Honeymoon Harbor General Hospital, where his soon-to-be fiancée was already working as an RN in the family birthing center. "I hope she says yes." "Of course she will." Lily had met Anna Garcia at several school functions, and she was an intelligent, sweet woman whose eyes sparkled like that diamond whenever she looked at Paul. "You two are going to have the best life. I couldn't be happier for you."
"Do you think I should ask her after dinner? Or before?"
"It depends. How nervous are you going to be?"
"I think super nervous, although I'm pretty sure she'll say yes because we've been talking about marriage. It's still a major decision."
"Here's an idea. Why don't you get there a little early? I'll call and have the hostess tell you that it'll be another 15 or 20 minutes, but you're welcome to wait at the bar. It's going to be a beautiful evening, so you can suggest walking out on the pier instead. Then you won't have an audience for your proposal. When you get back, you can celebrate with champagne. On me. Dinner too. So order whatever you want. Quinn and I will work it out." "Meanwhile, does she have a favorite dessert?"
"She likes the chocolate raspberry cheesecake."
"Great. That's always on the menu, but I'll make sure they don't allow it to sell out. So put the phone on voicemail and we'll both leave early."
"But
how many times are you going to propose in your life?"
"Only one,"
he said, with a certainty Lily found herself envying. Some people found love so easily. To her, it was the equivalent of going whitewater rafting after climbing Mount Rainier. "Then go home, get ready, and relax. You've got this."
"Thanks, Lily. I'm going to miss working for you."
Damn. Those stupid tears were threatening again. "I'm going to miss you too," she said truthfully. "But it's not like either of us is going far. I only ask one thing."
"What?"
"An invitation to the wedding."
"You're definitely on the list."
"Thank you. Oh, and be sure to take tissues with you," she said. The brows above those doe brown eyes lowered with concern.
"Do you think she'll cry?"
"Sweetie, you almost made me cry. Of course she will. But happy tears are the best." As she left the building, she called Quinn and told him about the impending engagement.
"Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he said. "Though you do realize that ever since Jarl gave his heart to Ashley, he's such a fan of love, I'm probably going to have a giant Viking cook crying in the kitchen."
Despite being on edge from her looming confession, Lily laughed. As she headed toward Don Diego's, Paul's news had her feeling much more positive about life in general. How bad could things be if nice people like Jarl and Ashley, and now Paul,